Chapter 326. 326 The Ancestors' Inheritance of the Mahist. All the members of the Mo family were stunned, their faces full of disbelief. After a long while, intense discussions broke out. 6 stars. Mo Ying's compatibility with the ancestors' inheritance has actually reached 6 stars. How is this possible? She used to be a 5-star. Unbelievable. The compatibility with the ancestors' inheritance can still be increased? I've never heard of such a thing, not even in the ancient books. It's unbelievable. I'm so envious. Some of the younger members of the Mo family were already incoherent. Squeak. A white-haired old man walked out of a building next to the martial arts practice field. He was ecstatic when he saw Mo Ying condensing 6 stars on the stone pillar. He muttered, 6 stars, that's great. I've tried so many times and this is the most suitable one. This time, I'm sure I'll succeed. We can look forward to great things. By then, the Mo family status will definitely rise by a lot. In the martial arts practice field, Lu Ming saw the stone pillar glowing and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Just now, when the stone pillar shone, he felt the 9-dragon bloodline in his body had a kind of restless feeling, which was very wonderful. At this moment, Mo Ying retracted her palm, her face revealing a happy expression. My true qi has become pure. It's indeed more compatible with my ancestors' inheritance. Mo Ying said happily. Lu Ming looked at the stone pillar and suddenly walked forward. Brother Lu, what are you doing? Mo Ying was stunned. Then she saw Lu Ming stretch out his palm and press it against the stone pillar. Brother Lu, are you going to take the test? But this is our Mo family's testing stone pillar. What's the use of him testing? Mo Ying thought. The other members of the Mo clan were even more dumbfounded. Who is this kid? What was he trying to do? This is the stone pillar that our Mo family uses to test the compatibility of our ancestors' inheritance. What is he doing there? Could it be that this kid also wants to test the compatibility of the ancestors' inheritance? What a joke, an outsider. Brat, quickly stop. On the side, the people of the Mo clan spoke out one after another, and some people even revealed mocking smiles. But in the next moment buzz. The testing stone pillar started to shake violently, emitting a bright light. The dazzling light was even more intense than the one caused by the ink. Then, the light condensed into stars in the sky. 1 2 gu. 8 stars. In the end, a total of 8 stars were formed. This. The eyes of all the members of the Mo clan almost popped out of their sockets. They were filled with disbelief. All of them trembled and pointed at Lu Ming, unable to say a word for a long time. Mo Ying's reaction was similar. Her small cherry lips were so wide open that they could swallow a duck egg. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. 8 stars, 8 stars. This kid's compatibility with our ancestors' inheritance has reached 8 stars. How is this possible? How is this possible? I'm dreaming, I must be dreaming. Pa! A crisp slap was heard. Why did you hit me? I was just checking to see if you were dreaming, so you weren't. Nest, an outsider actually has a compatibility score of 8 stars with our ancestors' inheritance. It's really blinding. The surrounding Mo family members were already in a state of confusion. This is God's will, God's will. God bless the Mo family, ha! The white-haired old man in the pavilion was so excited that he was trembling. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. I must inform the master of this matter immediately. The white-haired old man muttered, then turned around and left. As expected. In the martial arts practice field, Lu Ming retracted his palm, deep in thought. Previously, he had discovered that the so-called test of compatibility with the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance was actually related to the dragon bloodline. Lu Ming guessed that the Mo family's ancestor also had the bloodline of a cloud dragon or a flood dragon. That was why Mo Ying had such a high compatibility. On the other hand, Lu Ming had the bloodline of the 9 dragons and could be said to be the ancestor of all dragons, so the compatibility was naturally high. He had reached 8 stars. It's a pity that Brother Lu is an outsider. Mo Ying sighed in her heart. Moing, let's go. Lu Ming smiled. Mo Ying nodded and returned to the courtyard with Lu Ming. At the same time, an urgent discussion was going on in a secret room of the Mo family. 2 days later, a middle-aged man came to Mo Ying's courtyard. Greetings, Patriarch. Mo Ying and the others quickly saluted. This middle-aged man was the Mo family's head. Little Ying, tomorrow, you will go and inherit the ancestors' inheritance. The head of the Mo family did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Tomorrow? So soon? Mo Ying was stunned, obviously a little surprised. A long night is fraught with dreams. The sooner you inherit the ancestors' legacy, the sooner you carry it forward, the sooner I can rest assured. The head of the Mo family smiled and was very kind. Thank you, Master. Mo Ying bowed excitedly. She was originally just a branch family member of the Mo family. It was already very difficult for her to reach this stage. Furthermore, she was going to inherit the ancestors' inheritance tomorrow. This was a supreme honor in the Mo family. At this moment, she was deeply grateful to the family head and the Mo family. No need for such formalities. The head of the Mo family laughed heartily. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, You must be young hero Lu Ming, right? That's me. Greetings, Mo family head. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, You don't have to be so polite, young hero Lu. 2 days ago, you resonated with the testing stone pillar. This news has long spread throughout the Mo family. It's a miracle indeed. The head of the Mo family sighed and changed his tone. Here, I still need young hero Lu's help with one more thing. You need my help? May I know what's the matter? Lu Ming was a little curious. I want to invite young hero Lu and Moing to go to the land of the ancestors' inheritance and help Moing get the inheritance. The head of the Mo family said. Me. This time, not only Lu Ming, but even Mo Ying was a little surprised. That's right. To be honest, it's not easy to inherit the ancestors' inheritance. There might be some obstacles along the way. Young hero Lu's compatibility with the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance is as high as 8 stars. With you following and helping Mo Ying, nothing will go wrong. I hope young hero Lu can agree. The head of the Mo family cupped his fists and said, Mo family head is too polite. Since I can help Mo Ying, I will not refuse. Lu Ming said. That was good. Lu Ming wanted to see what it was that made the 9 dragons' bloodline so excited. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, the head of the Mo family was elated. He chatted with the 2 of them for a while before leaving. Brother Lu, I'll have to trouble you again. Mo Ying slightly bowed, her eyes as clear as water. A day's time quickly passed. The next day, the Mo family head sent someone to pick Mo Ying and Lu Ming up. Following the person who led the way, the 2 of them walked into the depths of the Mo clan estate. Chapter 327. 327. The person at the bottom of the blood pool. As expected, it's in the depths of the Mo family. Lu Ming's expression changed. The Mo family mansion was built in layers and layers, with countless palaces. The 2 of them walked around for half an hour before they arrived at a dilapidated stone house. In front of the stone house, the head of the Mo family and a few white-haired old men had already arrived. Lu Xiaoxia, you're here. The place where our ancestors left their inheritance is under this stone house. You can go in when we open the door. The head of the Mo family smiled. Lu Ming and Mo Ying nodded. Let's start. The head of the Mo family nodded to the elders. The old men moved and spread out around the stone house. They shot out beams of light into the stone house. The stone house began to tremble slightly, emitting rays of light. The stone house was covered in inscriptions. The inscriptions were bright, and with a few shouts from the elders, a stone door in front of the stone house suddenly opened. The moment the door of the stone house opened, Lu Ming seemed to see a blood-colored ocean surging toward him. The 9 dragon bloodline seemed to be so excited that it was about to roar at the sky. This place is not simple. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Mo Ying didn't seem to feel anything unusual, and she looked at the stone house with anticipation. All right, Mo Ying, young Master Lu, the stone door is open. You can go in. The head of the Mo family said. Many thanks to the patriarch and the elders. Mo Ying sincerely thanked the Mo family head and the elders, then stood up and walked towards the stone house. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he followed Mo Ying in. After the two of them walked in, the stone door of the stone house automatically closed. Great things have come to pass. This time, my Mo family will have made a great contribution. After the stone door closed, the head of the Mo family laughed excitedly. However, his smile did not have the slightest bit of kindness. Instead, it seemed a little ferocious. In the stone house. After the stone door was closed, the stone house was not dark. The walls of the stone house were inlaid with luminous stones. There was a big hole on the floor of the stone house, and a stone ladder slanted down the big hole. The head of the Mo family had told them that the inheritance of the Mo family's ancestors was deep underground. The two of them did not hesitate and walked down the stairs. The stairs were very long and they kept going down. After walking for about 1,000 meters, they saw a stone door. The stone door was flowing with inscriptions, and it was bright and colorful. In the middle of the stone door, there was a pit. Mo Ying took out a jade tablet and shone it into the pit. Gotcha! Immediately, the stone door made a creaking sound and opened automatically. Behind the stone door, there was another stone ladder that went down. The stone ladder was getting more and more steep, almost vertical. After walking for a while, they saw another stone door. Mo Ying did the same thing and opened it with a jade card. This time, there was a passage behind the stone door. On both sides of the passage, there were stone rooms. Lu Ming furrowed his brows slightly. He could sense a chilly aura from the stone rooms. How can this place be so eerie? Obviously, Dang had also felt it and said with a slight frown. Perhaps it's because no one has been here for too many years. Lu Ming said. Mo Ying nodded and didn't say anything. The two of them continued walking. After walking for a while, the stone chamber disappeared and the passage continued forward. After walking for about 1,000 meters, they reached the end of the tunnel. In front of them, there was a huge underground cave. In the cave, the cold yin qi was even thicker. In the middle of the cave, there was a huge pool. The two of them were stunned when they saw the pool. This pool was not filled with water at all, but bright red blood. That's right, the entire pool was filled with blood, and the smell of blood filled the entire underground cave. What was this? Could this be the ancestors' inheritance? Mo Ying said in shock and disbelief. Walala. At this moment, the blood in the pool churned violently. Then, the blood gushed into the air and actually condensed into two blood-colored dragons, which pounced at Lu Ming and Mo Ying. Roar! The two blood-colored flood dragons roared, and the smell of blood assailed their nostrils. The flood dragon's claws were as sharp as knives as they clawed at the two people. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. The demon-subduing spear appeared and he thrust it forward. Chi-chi! Two spear lights burst out and shattered the two blood dragons. Roar! However, the water in the pond churned and the blood water in the pond condensed into 8 blood-colored dragons. 8 blood-colored flood dragons pounced toward the two of them. How did this happen? At this moment, Mo Ying finally reacted. She waved her hands to resist the blood-red dragon. Lu Ming's long spear trembled and he thrust it forward, crushing the blood-colored flood dragons one by one. However, these blood-colored flood dragons were not destroyed. They gathered together in the air and formed another blood-colored flood dragon. At the same time, more blood-colored flood dragons continued to form in the pool and pounced at Lu Ming and Mo Ying. There was no way to kill them all. In a short while, Mo Ying was scratched by a blood-red dragon's claw, leaving a deep wound. Boom! The aura on Lu Ming's body exploded violently. He swept his long spear out and dozens of blood-colored flood dragons exploded in the air. However, it was useless. After a while, it would reform. Since I can't kill it, I'll just destroy this blood pool. Lu Ming strode forward, intending to blow up the pool full of blood. Clang! Clang! At this moment, the sound of metal clashing could be heard from the blood pool. It sounded like iron chains were colliding with each other. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the collision became louder, and the blood in the pool of blood surged more violently, making a loud noise like a stormy sea. Roar! The blood-colored flood dragons roared repeatedly. They stopped attacking Lu Ming and Mo Ying and flew back into the blood pool. Boom! Under the pool of blood, a violent explosion suddenly sounded. The entire underground cave shook violently, as if there was a prehistoric giant beast in the pool that was about to break free. I'm not willing. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the bottom of the blood pool. Lu Ming and Mo Ying's expressions changed drastically. There was actually someone at the bottom of the blood pool. I can't accept this. The Dark Moon royal family is despicable and shameless. The entire Mo family is despicable and shameless. You've set me up. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. A loud roar came from the blood pool. The voice was filled with pain and unwillingness as well as hatred. Clang clang. The sound of the chains clanging became even more intense. The next moment, the blood pool suddenly churned violently. As the blood churned, it actually formed the shape of a human. This humanoid figure was dozens of meters tall and extremely huge. It looked like a burly old man. He roared at the sky and tried to break free, but the endless blood around him wrapped him up. Roar! With an earth-shaking roar, the endless blood water condensed into a 100-meter-long giant flood dragon, which wrapped around the old man's body. Chapter 328. 328. It's all a conspiracy. I'm not willing. The old man roared and struggled with all his might. Blood filled the air and the underground cave kept shaking. Lu Ming and Mo Ying looked at this scene in shock. The strange movement of the 9 dragons' bloodline came from this blood pool. From the looks of it, there should be flood dragon blood and even flood dragon soul inside. Lu Ming's mind was racing. But what's with that old man? Lu Ming could not figure it out, but he was certain that this was not the ancestors' legacy that the Mo family had mentioned. Looking at Mo Ying's expression, it was obvious that she didn't know that he and Mo Ying had been deceived. The huge old man's struggle became more and more intense, as if he could break free at any time. Buzz! Buzz! At this time, 2 old men with almost bald heads and wrinkled faces suddenly appeared on both sides of the cave. As soon as the 2 old men appeared, bright lights flew out of their hands. The lights flew into the walls of the cave, and inscriptions appeared on the walls. Countless inscriptions interwove together to form an inscription formation. It condensed into a band of light that flew into the blood pool. Immediately, inscriptions appeared on the surface of the blood water and the huge blood dragon. This caused the power of the blood water dragon to increase greatly, and it suppressed the figure of the huge old man. Arg! Despicable Mo family, I'm not willing to accept this. The huge old man's figure let out an unwilling roar. Suppress! The 2 elders from the Mo family shouted. Their bodies glowed as they controlled the inscription formation to suppress the giant elder's figure. Boom! 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 No matter how hard the huge old man struggled, it was still useless, and his movements became smaller and smaller. Start the condensation. One of the elders from the Mo family shouted and the other nodded. The 2 of them moved their palms and dozens of blood water dragons flew out of the blood pool. They roared and pounced at Lu Ming and Mo Ying. What was different from before was that these blood water dragons had inscriptions flowing on their bodies, and they were obviously more powerful. 2 elders, what are you doing? I'm a disciple of the Mo family. Mo Ying was shocked. However, the blood water dragon did not stop attacking, so Mo Ying could only resist. Bang! But with just one move, Mo Ying was sent flying. Then, a blood water dragon wrapped around Mo Ying, trying to drag her into the blood pool. Elder, what are you doing? My Mo family's disciple Mo Ying is here to accept our ancestors' inheritance. Let me go. Mo Ying shouted in fear. Kill! The Lu Ming shouted and swept his long spear repeatedly. The bloody water dragons exploded one after another. Then he grabbed the bloody water dragons on Mo Ying's body and squeezed them with force, crushing them. On both sides of the cave, the two Mo family elders' expressions changed. They looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Blood refining formation, kill. The two elders from the Mo family bellowed. The light from the inscription formation in the cave became even more dazzling. In an instant, hundreds of bloody water dragons flew out and pounced at Lu Ming. Of course, these blood water dragons were only a few meters long and could not compare to the huge water dragon that was entangled with the huge old man. Ah, Mahist girl, don't expect to get out of here alive. What ancestors' inheritance? I just want to use you to refine the Inyue demonic chief. At this moment, the laughter of the old man came from the blood pool. Boom, boom, boom. These words were like thunder, exploding in Mo Ying's heart. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she screamed, "You want me to refine the Yin Moon Devil Chief? No, this can't be true. I don't believe it." You don't believe me? The truth is right in front of you. Little girl, just accept your fate. You've been deceived by a group of hypocrites. The old man in the blood pool said, "No, this is impossible. Two elders, is this true?" Mo Ying looked at the two elders of the Mo family. As a disciple of the Mo family, it's your honor to make a sacrifice for the Mo family. Surrender now. The two elders of the Mo family spoke. Their faces were extremely cold and emotionless. Mo Ying felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her body staggered backward, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. The Mahist is despicable. They want to use the blood and soul of a dragon and the two of you as a catalyst to refine me into a puppet without a soul that only listens to orders and only knows how to kill. No way, I won't yield. The old man roared in the blood pool. It's useless even if we don't yield. This time, not only is there a little girl with the cloud dragon bloodline, but there's also a kid who is more compatible with the flood dragon. With the two of them, we're 100% sure that we can refine the Yin Moon demonic chief. The heavens are blessing our Mo family. Yen Quan, this is your fate. Quickly yield. An elder of the Mo family shouted. I'll fuck your head. The old man roared. Mo Ying's body trembled and her eyes were listless. It was as if her soul had been drawn out of her body. It was fake. It turned out that everything in the past was fake. What genius of the Mo family? What do you mean by focused training? What ancestors' legacy? They were all fake. The purpose of all this was to refine the Inyue devil chief. The reason was probably the cloud dragon bloodline in her body. It was no wonder that the Mo family had invited Lu Ming in and said that he would help her. It was all nonsense. It was nothing more than Lu Ming's blood meridian. Everything made sense. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming kept waving his long spear, blocking the blood water dragons. Moing, pull yourself together. We don't need such a family. At most, we'll rebel. Lu Ming shouted. Mo Ying's body trembled, and she finally recovered a little. She gritted her teeth and said loudly, I decide my own fate. I will not listen to arrangements. Rebellious and stubborn, become a part of the family's glory. Kill. The two elders of the Mo family roared and controlled the inscription formation. More blood water dragons flew out and attacked the two. A bunch of hypocrites, kill. Lu Ming shouted. Boom. The aura on his body erupted like a volcano, and a huge stone tablet with 4 Esilavir chakras appeared, shining brightly. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength. Boom. The power of wind and fire gathered, and with a sweep of the long spear, a large number of blood water dragons exploded. A 4th-level king bloodline. Who is this kid? An elder of the Mo family shouted in shock. As far as he knew, there were no geniuses with 4th-level king-level bloodline in the entire Dark Moon Empire. Where did Lu Ming come from? Could he be a peerless genius from some mid-tier empire? Who cares who he is? There's no way out today. Let's kill this brat first. Another elder of the Mo family shouted, "Good attack." The two elders of the Mo family formed hand seals. Roar! The huge blood water dragon that was initially wrapped around the elder let go of the elder and pounced at Lu Ming with a furious roar. The aura was so powerful that it shook the heavens and earth. He gave off the feeling that he was much stronger than an ordinary 9th-level martial arts grandmaster. It couldn't be blocked. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He was about to retreat when he suddenly stopped. Buzz! A blood-red light flashed behind his back, and the 9-dragon bloodline appeared. Chapter 329. 329 Devouring the Flood Dragon Soul. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared into the sky. Although the 9-dragon bloodline seemed to be only a dozen meters long, it was very small in front of the 100-meter-long blood-water dragon. However, the blood-water dragon suddenly stopped in the air and looked at the bloodline with fear in its eyes. The huge flood dragon's body trembled violently. It roared and turned to run. However, it was too late. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared and a powerful devouring power burst out of its mouth. At the same time, the bloodline dragon twisted its body and, like a bolt of lightning, appeared on the head of the bloodwater dragon in an instant. A powerful devouring power enveloped it. The bloody water dragon was extremely frightened. It kept roaring and its huge body kept twisting. However, the bloodline of the 9 dragons stopped firmly on the head of the blood-water dragon and continued to burst out with devouring power. Roar! The bloody water dragon roared. A dragon soul was extracted from the body of the blood-water dragon. The first thing that appeared was the head of the flood dragon soul. It kept roaring and tried to shrink back, but it was useless under the devouring of the 9-dragon bloodline. It was being pulled out bit by bit. What's going on? What's going on? An elder of the Mo family shouted in disbelief. Kill, kill. The 2 elders of the Mo family gritted their teeth and tried their best to activate the inscription formation in an attempt to get rid of the 9 dragons' bloodline and kill Lu Ming. Unfortunately, when the giant blood-water dragon touched the bloodline of the 9 dragons, it was like a mouse meeting a cat. It did not dare to resist at all. The dragon's soul in the blood-water dragon was continuously extracted. Soon, more than half of it was extracted. Kid, what are you doing? Still not stopping? Hurry up and stop. You're trying to ruin the Mo family's 1,000-year plan. Do you know that? Quickly stop. The 2 elders of the Mo family cried out hysterically. Ha, are you 2 old dogs? You've lived so long, have you wasted all your time on dogs? Stop. And then use my own life to complete the Mo family's 1,000-year plan? Have your fucking brains been eaten by dogs? Also, what's your Mo family's 1,000-year plan? What does it have to do with me? In my eyes, they're all dog shit. Lu Ming let out a long howl. The words of the 2 Mo family elders were too laughable. Fuck you, you're looking for death. The 2 Mo clan elders' shriveled old faces flushed red, and they were so angry that they almost bled. They were the Mo family's grand elders and were usually high and mighty. When had anyone dared to scold them like this? I'll kill this brat first. An elder of the Mo family shouted. He slowed down his control of the inscription formation and was about to pounce on Lu Ming. However, the moment he stopped controlling the inscription formation, the elder in the pool of blood went berserk, and the entire underground cave started to shake. Detestable! The elder of the Mo family was unwilling, but he could only fly back and continue to control the inscription formation. Roar! At this time, the 9-dragon bloodline let out a deafening roar. Its devouring power suddenly increased, and the dragon's soul in the blood-water dragon was pulled out. The flood dragon's soul roared in fear and struggled with all its might. Don't! Stop! The 2 elders of the Mo family shouted. However, the bloodline of the 9 dragons opened its mouth and sucked the flood dragon's soul into its mouth, disappearing without a trace. The 9-dragon bloodline revealed a satisfied expression and flew back into Lu Ming's body. The 2 elders of the Mo family started to scream like mad ghosts. Let him go? You guys are thinking too much. Lu Ming sneered. Boom! At this moment, the underground cave began to shake violently. In the pool of blood, the blood water surged and churned. Clang clang. The sound of iron chains colliding rang out. Not good, quickly suppress old monster Yanquan. The two elders of the Mo family screamed in fear as they tried their best to control the inscription formation to suppress the old man in the blood pool. Badash. Bang. The next moment, there was an explosion and a figure shot up from the blood pool. It was an old man in his 60s. He had a long beard and a burly figure that was more than 2 meters tall. The figure that was tens of meters tall earlier was not his real body. It was a humanoid figure formed by true energy. Several arm-thick chains were wrapped around the elder's body and extended out of the blood pool. As the burly old man moved, the iron chains clanged. Not good, Yanquan is about to escape. The two elders of the Mo family shouted in fear. Ha, even the heavens are helping me. Mo family, if I, Yanquan, don't destroy your Mo family today, I'm not a human. The burly old man laughed madly. Kill him quickly. The two elders of the Mo family roared and gave up on controlling the inscription formation. A combat sword appeared in their hands and they slashed at Yanquan. The sword chi whistled through the air in an extremely shocking manner. Martial Ancestor 8 Dan Peak. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The cultivation of the two Mo family elders was terrifyingly high. They were both at the peak of the 8th level of the Martial Ancestor realm. A mere Martial Ancestor 8 Dan wants to kill me? You're overestimating yourself. Yanquan laughed and waved his hands. Two terrifying palm forces were sent out toward the two elders of the Mo family. Bang! Bang! With two loud bangs, the two elders of the Mo family let out a blood-curdling screech as their bodies were sent flying like cannonballs. They crashed heavily into the wall of the cave and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Clang clang. Yanquan waved his palm, causing the iron chains to collide. There were a total of 4 iron chains that locked him. He was too strong. Even when he was chained up, he was still able to injure two elders of the Mo clan who were at the peak of the 8th level of the Martial Ancestor realm. His strength was so strong that it was shocking. You want to lock me up with a few pieces of scrap metal? Break! Break! Yanquan shouted. A terrifying true chi burst out of his body and he pulled with great force. Boom! 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 The entire cave began to shake violently, and the ground continued to shake, giving off a deep rumble. Not good, Yanquan is about to break free, quickly go. The two elders of the Mo family were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They turned around and ran towards the exit. Break! Yanquan suddenly shouted as he grabbed a chain and pulled it. Buzz! The iron chain that was as thick as an arm was broken into 2. This was not an ordinary iron chain, but a rare black iron with inscriptions engraved on it. However, it was still broken. You want to leave? Yanquan let out a shout and waved his arm. A broken chain flew out toward the two Mo family elders. It was so fast that it caught up to the two elders in an instant. Block it! The two elders of the Mo family roared and each used their strongest move. But the difference was too great. Bang! Bang! With 2 loud bangs, all the attacks of the two Mo clan elders were dispersed, and a section of the iron chain hit them. Kachachi! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The two Mo family elders cried out in pain and flew out. They fell heavily on the ground and were no longer breathing. At this moment, the entire Mo family was in chaos. When Yanquan pulled out the iron chain, the entire Mo family's land shook violently as if there was an earthquake. What happened? Many disciples of the Mahist were panicking. The head of the Mo family and a few elders had been standing guard in front of the stone house. Other than them, there were a few more people. One of them was the young prince, Yin Jiufeng. Beside him, there were a few elders with powerful auras. At this moment, the Mo family head's expression changed drastically. Not good, there's a problem underground. The head of the Mo family cried out. Chapter 330. 330 Chapter 330 Escape, Battle. Quick, gather the experts of the family and prepare for a change. The head of the Mo family roared and his voice spread throughout the entire Mo family. Buzz. Woo. Many figures flew over from every corner of the Mo family. These were all martial arts Grandmaster Realm experts. As one of the top 10 families in the Inu Empire, the Mo family's strength was not to be underestimated. In addition to these martial Grandmaster powerhouses, there were also some martial Grandmaster Realm martial artists gathered. In an instant, the stone house was filled with people. In the underground cave. Break! The Yen Quan roared. His true energy burst forth like an ancient beast struggling. Clang, clang, clang. With 3 consecutive crisp sounds, the remaining 3 chains were all broken by the hot spring. I've been trapped for more than 10 years, and I've finally escaped. Mo family, accept my revenge. Yen Quan laughed crazily, his face revealing an extremely ferocious expression. After a while, he turned to look at Lu Ming and Mo Ying. Whoosh! He moved his body and appeared a few meters in front of Lu Ming and Mo Ying in an instant. Mo Ying was so scared that she gasped and took 3 steps back. Lu Ming's figure did not move, but his pupils shrank. He held the long spear horizontally in front of him, ready for a great battle. Little girl, what are you afraid of? You guys saved me, why would I make things difficult for you? Yen Quan grinned at Mo Ying, then looked at Lu Ming with surprise in his eyes. Little brother, this time, it's all thanks to you that this old man was able to escape. This is a great favor and I can't not repay it. However, now is not the time to talk about this. After this old man has destroyed the Mo family, we will talk about this again. Yen Quan laughed and strode toward the exit. Let's go out too. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He then followed the old man out with Mo Ying. When he passed by the corpses of the 2 Mo family elders, Lu Ming had silently devoured their blood essence. The 3 of them continued forward. Soon he walked out of the underground and returned to the stone house. Boom! Yen Quan's palm struck out, and the stone door of the stone house exploded. Broken stones flew everywhere, and a burst of exclamations came from outside. It seems that they are all waiting outside. Good, I don't need to go and find them. Yen Quan grinned, his eyes filled with killing intent as he strode out. Lu Ming and Mo Ying followed. Lu Ming's expression changed the moment he walked out of the stone house. There were hundreds of people outside. All of them had powerful auras and were all experts. Even the weakest among them was at the martial Grandmaster realm. Flame Spring. Seeing the 3 of them come out, the Mo family head and several elders' expressions changed drastically, and they cried out. Set up the formation, quickly set up the formation. One of the elders shrieked. Buzz! Buzz! Their figures flashed wildly. At least a few dozen martial grandmasters moved and formed a battle formation. At the forefront of the battle formation were the Mo family head and a few elders. Huing, how dare you release the demon that the family has been suppressing? You are unforgivable. The head of the Mo family shouted. Mo Ying's body trembled when she heard this. They had lied to Mo Ying and wanted to use her as a guide to refine her into the Yin Moon demonic chief. But now, as soon as she came out, the head of the Mo family pinned the crime of releasing the demon suppressed by the Mo family on Mo Ying's head. He was really shameless. Family head, you lied to me. There's no inheritance of our ancestor down there. You want to kill me? Mo Ying said in a trembling voice. Shut up, little bitch. You're wrong. If you still dare to talk back, kneel down and accept your death. The head of the Mo family shouted, not allowing Mo Ying to talk back. He was no longer as kind as before. Mo Ying's face was pale, and her delicate body trembled non-stop. She bit her lips so hard that it bled, and she didn't even know it was bleeding. Initially, she still had a glimmer of hope for the Mo family, but now, she had lost all hope. Old man, you lied to your own disciples, saying that you want to pass on the ancestors' legacy, but it's actually just for the order of the younger disciples to refine some bullshit Inyue demonic chief. Now you're still making it sound so grand. Are you a fucking dog? Don't you have any shame? Lu Ming laughed loudly, pointing at the Mo family head and berating him. Little bastard, what did you say? How dare you talk to me like that? The head of the Mo family roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. Who the hell are you? Do I have to give you face when I speak? Don't flatter yourself. Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked at the head of the Mo family in disdain, as if he was looking at a pile of dog shit. This kind of gaze almost made the head of the Mo family spit out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. Ah, little brother, that was a good scolding. The entire Mo family is a pile of dog shit, huh? Yanquan laughed. Damn it. Lu Ming, you've ruined the refinement of the Dark Moon demonic chief and the great plan of the Dark Moon imperial family. Even if you die 10,000 times, you won't be able to make up for it. At this moment, a sharp cry filled with resentment rang out. It was Yin Jiufeng. Oh, isn't this the young prince? Why don't you go home and drink your milk? Do you want to get beaten up again? Lu Ming pursed his lips. One sentence almost caused Yin Jiufeng to suffer internal injuries. Lu Ming, if I don't kill you today, I'm not a human. Yin Jiufeng shouted in a furious voice. If I remember correctly, you called me that last time. But are you still human? Lu Ming revealed a mocking smile. Arg. Fuck you. Kill him. Yin Jiufeng's face turned ashen, and he almost exploded in anger. Kill. The two elders behind Yin Jiufeng shouted and were about to pounce on Lu Ming. Who can he kill? Yan Quan coldly shouted as he threw a punch. Bang. Bang. The two old men exploded, scaring Yin Jiufeng so much that he screamed repeatedly. Under the protection of the remaining two old men, he retreated frantically. Let's attack together and suppress old demon Yan Quan. The head of the Mo family roared. Suppress old demon Yan Quan. Everyone from the Mo family shouted. More than 30 martial grandmaster powerhouses set up a large array and charged toward Yan Quan. I'll settle the score with the Mo family today. Yan Quan shouted as he charged towards the Mo clan. Kill. Yan Quan shouted with a shocking aura, like a demonic god. He threw out a punch, and a brilliant fist force shot out toward the Mo family. Lu Ming could sense that the aura from the flame spring was not any weaker than the sect leaders of the 5 major sects of the Blazing Sun Empire. This was the limit of Zhongshe realm, known as Half-Step King Realm. 100 Swords Formation, suppress and kill. The people from the Mo family did not dare to be careless. More than 30 people joined forces, and their auras merged together to form a giant sword that was hundreds of meters tall, slashing down at Yan Quan. Boom! The huge sword and the fist radiance collided, producing a shocking boom. The entire Mo family shook violently, and some of the nearby buildings were blown to pieces by the shockwave. This attack was evenly matched. Kill. Immediately, Yan Quan and the Mo family members began to fight again. Kill this little bastard now. Yin Jiufeng shouted. Buzz. Behind Yin Jiufeng, the remaining 2 elders charged towards Lu Ming, exuding a powerful aura. Martial Ancestor 8th Stage. The 2 elders were both in the 8th level of the Martial Ancestor realm. Chapter 331. 331 Bloodline Evolution again. Now, let's see who can save you. Yin Jiufeng revealed a malevolent expression. However, a smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He stood there without moving. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar came from the sky. A tall and burly figure descended from the sky and landed heavily between Lu Ming and the 2 elders, leaving a huge pit in the ground. Golden-eyed Blood Corpse. This tall figure was actually the Golden-eyed Blood Corpse. We've finally arrived. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Just now, when he came out of the stone house, he noticed the demon suppressing token's abnormality. He noticed that the golden-eyed blood corpse was near Su Tiancheng and was probably looking for him. He wasn't surprised that the golden-eyed blood corpse was able to escape from the Inu Empire's assassins. The golden-eyed blood corpse had already reached the early stage of martial ancestor realm level 9, and its body was like Vajra. If it wanted to escape, even a half-step king warrior might not be able to kill it. When Lu Ming discovered that the golden-eyed blood corpse was nearby, he immediately used the demon suppressing token to summon the golden-eyed blood corpse. He also deliberately talked to Yin Jiufeng and the others to stall for time. Finally, the golden-eyed blood corpse arrived. "Golden-eye, kill them," Lu Ming ordered. "Roar!" The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and pounced forward. Bang! Bang! In just one exchange, the two 8th-grade martial ancestor realm elders that Yin Jiufeng had brought with him screamed and flew back. On each of their bodies, there was an additional claw wound. Where the claws had scratched, the flesh and blood had disappeared, revealing the white bones. It was extremely horrifying. This scene was too sudden, and Yin Jiufeng was immediately stunned. Mo Ying, who was beside Lu Ming, was also stunned. She realized that she could not see through Lu Ming at all. Since the first time she saw Lu Ming and heard him call out Qi is divided into Yin and Yang, Lu Ming had brought her a series of surprises. In her opinion, Lu Ming was a mystery, an unfathomable mystery. Now, there was actually a 9th-level martial arts grandmaster taking orders from him. "Monster, run! Take the young prince away!" An old man roared. He wanted to rush over and take Yin Jiufeng away, but it was already too late. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and rushed out. It waved its claws and the claw rays were like heavenly blades. Poochie! In just a few moves, the two old men were torn into two by the golden-eyed blood zombies and died an unnatural death. "Ah!" Yin Jiufeng screamed in fear, his face as white as paper and his body trembling. The 4 experts his father had sent to help him had been killed just like that, leaving him all alone. "Now it's your turn." Lu Ming looked at Yin Jiufeng with a smile. However, in Yin Jiufeng's eyes, Lu Ming's smile was more terrifying than a demon's. "Mo family head, quickly save me, quickly save me." Yin Jiufeng shouted with all his might. However, the head of the Mo family did not even look at him. What a joke, to save him. Right now, everyone from the Mo family was locked in a battle with the flame spring. They could not even take care of them slaviers, so how could they have the time to save him? "It seems that no one will come to save you." Lu Ming smiled again and walked towards Yin Jiufeng step by step. "No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. My father is the Duke of the South, and he has a large number of soldiers. If you kill me, you'll die too. And the referee." Yin Jiufeng shouted. "What else is there? Last time, I let you off for the sake of the Mo family. Are you going to use the Mo family to threaten me this time? Besides, you've tried to kill me many times. How can I let you go?" Lu Ming's expression finally turned cold. "Don't." Yin Jiufeng roared, turned around, and ran. However, Lu Ming flicked his fingers and a spear ray shot out, piercing through Yin Jiufeng's back. Yin Jiufeng screamed and fell to the ground. He screamed repeatedly, but he didn't die. Lu Ming walked over and squatted down to look at Yin Jiufeng. "Save me, save me." Yin Jiufeng struggled with all his might, blood flowing out of his mouth. "Save you? I'll tell you another secret, and you won't ask me to save you anymore. I have another name, and that is Tian Yun." Lu Ming smiled faintly and whispered in Yin Jiufeng's ear. "What?" Yin Jiufeng's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a look of despair. He growled, "Champion." Before he could even say the word Ho, he had already died. The Blazing Sun Empire's champion, Ho Tianyun, was known by all in the Inu Empire. He killed several powerful legions of the Dark Moon Empire and shocked the Dark Moon Empire. Upon hearing that it was Tianyun, Yin Jiufeng lost all hope and took his last breath. The Mo family's Grandmaster Realm martial artists looked at Lu Ming in horror and did not dare to attack him. Boom! Boom! Between heaven and earth, Only the sound of Yen Quan and the Mo family's battle reverberated. The battle between Yen Quan and the Mo family was still ongoing. It had to be said that the 100-sword battle formation set up by the Mo family was indeed very powerful. Even with more than 30 martial ancestor realm experts and the Mo family head's 9th-level martial ancestor realm cultivation, they were still able to fight to a draw with Yen Quan, who was at the half-step king realm. Roar! At this moment, the golden-eyed blood corpse growled beside Lu Ming, its gaze constantly looking in the direction of the stone house. You're going to absorb the blood. Lu Ming understood what the golden-eyed blood corpse meant. The golden-eyed blood corpse was very thirsty for the flood dragon blood in the underground cave. Go! Lu Ming muttered. Buzz! After receiving Lu Ming's order, the golden-eyed blood zombie rushed toward the underground cave. On the other hand, Lu Ming stood still, refining the blood essence while watching the battle. Lu Ming's body had devoured the blood essence of a few 8th realm martial arts grandmasters. It was too thick. The blood essence was constantly converted into energy and refined into true qi. Lu Ming started to aim for the 4th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, Lu Ming's body let out a dull sound. He had broken through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Just as Lu Ming broke through to the 4th-tier martial ancestor realm, the 9 dragon bloodlines suddenly let out a long howl. It rushed out of Lu Ming's body and howled towards the sky. At the same time, the body of the 9 dragon bloodlines changed rapidly. It was originally a python that was more than 10 meters long, but it was now rapidly growing longer and thicker. The scales on its body became more crystal clear. Then, 4 claws grew out of the python's belly, like dragon claws. On the top of its head, there were 2 horns. A flood dragon. This was the image of a flood dragon. The bloodline of the 9 dragons had evilevered. After devouring an astonishing amount of blood essence and a flood dragon's soul, the bloodline of the 9 dragons finally began to evilevere. From the python form, it had evilevered into the flood dragon form. Oh! The flood dragon of the bloodline of the 9 dragons roared into the sky, and a bright Esilavir chakra appeared on its body. King-level bloodline. The great martial masters of the Mo family and Mo Ing were all dumbfounded. Even the Mo family's martial arts grandmasters in the battle and Yen Quan looked at Lu Ming in shock. Bloodlines could actually evilevere? From ordinary to king level. This was too shocking, simply unheard of. He had never seen such a record in the ancient records. This young man is too extraordinary. Yen Quan's eyes were bright, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 332. 332 The Terrifying Devouring Power. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. The evolution of the 9 dragons' bloodline was too sudden and he could not control it at all. If possible, he would never choose to let his bloodline evilevere at this time. Retreat quickly and spread this news to the Duke of the South and the imperial family. This man is a monster. He must be killed. The head of the Mo family shouted at the martial grandmasters. A bloodline that could evilevere was simply unheard of. It was too shocking. Since they were already enemies, they couldn't let such a person live. This was what the head of the Mo family thought. Let's go. There were more than 100 martial grandmasters, and they all rushed in all directions. If that's the case, then all of you can stay. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes exuding a terrifying murderous intent. The bloodline of the 9 dragons must not be exposed. Although this place was far away from the headquarters of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, it would be a disaster if the characteristics of the 9 dragon bloodline were to be passed to Martial Emperor D. These people must die. Lu Ming soared into the sky, and the 9 dragon bloodline appeared behind him. A worm dragon that was 100 meters long was floating above Lu Ming's head. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared into the sky, and a powerful devouring power burst out of its mouth. The devouring power was dozens of times stronger than before it evilevered. The mouth of the 9 dragon bloodline was like a black hole, and a terrifying devouring power spread out, shrouding more than 100 martial grandmasters. The 100 or so great martial masters seemed to have been frozen in place, and then they showed extremely frightened expressions. The power of my bloodline is being lost. Not good, I feel like my blood essence is about to be drawn out. More than 100 people let out terrified screams. Devour! A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he shouted. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons suddenly cried out, and the devouring power in its mouth became even stronger. Then a terrifying scene happened. All kinds of bloodlines floated above the heads of more than 100 great martial master realm warriors. These bloodlines wailed and actually left their masters, flying towards the 9 dragon bloodlines and being swallowed by them. My bloodline power has been devoured. He screamed, but then the scream stopped abruptly. That was because 9 drops of blood essence flew out of each person's body and were swallowed by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. More than 100 people fell to the ground stiffly, without a trace of life. The scene was silent. Even the battle between the Mo clan's martial arts grandmasters and Yen Quan had stopped for a short while. Everyone looked at Lu Ming with their mouths agape. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The roar of the bloodline had actually devoured the bloodline power and blood essence of more than 100 people. What kind of ability was this? He was simply a demon. Demon, you're a demon. Someone from the Mo family shouted. What demon? In my opinion, your Mo family is the real demon. All of you should die, kill. Yen Quan roared and charged towards the Mo family again. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle again. Mo Ying looked at Lu Ming with fear in her eyes. I didn't expect the devouring power to be so terrifying after the 9 dragon bloodline evil levered to king class. It can directly devour a living person. Even Lu Ming himself was a little shocked. In the past, it could only devour the blood essence of the dead. Now that his 9 dragon bloodline had evil levered to the king tier, he could even devour living people. Those were only great martial master realm warriors. I wonder if they have any effect on warriors above the martial ancestor realm? At the thought of this, Lu Ming cast his gaze at the Mo family's martial arts grandmasters. I'll try. Immediately, Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragon bloodline. The terrifying devouring power enveloped the Mo family's martial arts grandmasters. Immediately, some of the martial grandmaster powerhouses with low cultivation levels trembled, and the power of their bloodlines became somewhat unstable. What the hell is this power? The martial arts grandmasters roared and their essential qi exploded wildly to resist Lu Ming's devouring power. It's more effective for martial artists below the 4th level of martial arts grandmaster. It can affect the stability of their blood vessels. It's also effective for martial artists above the 4th level of martial arts grandmaster, but relatively speaking, it's less effective. Lu Ming came to a conclusion in an instant. For martial artists with lower cultivation than him, it was still very effective. It could affect the circulation of blood vessels, but it could not directly devour blood essence and the power of blood vessels like a great martial master. It would be blocked. Those with higher cultivation levels than Lu Ming would also be of use, but the effect would be relatively smaller. However, this effect should not be underestimated. If he were to affect his opponent's bloodline or even blood essence in a great battle, his combat power would definitely be greatly reduced. Be careful. At this moment, the head of the Mo family shouted. Due to the influence of the devouring power from Lu Ming's bloodline, the Mo family's 100-sword battle formation became unstable. Yen Quan seized the opportunity to attack and was immediately at a disadvantage. The Mo family will be destroyed today. Yen Quan roared, his attacks like a tide. Hold on. Yen Quan has been suppressed for more than 10 years and has been seriously injured. This is only a temporary eruption and he can't hold on for long. When he can't hold on any longer, it will be our time to counterattack. At that time, everything will still be under our control. The head of the Mo family roared. Everyone from the Mo family was determined and used all their strength to stabilize the situation. Yan Quan's face was a little gloomy. His situation was indeed as the Mo family head had said. He had been suppressed and tortured for too long. He had many internal injuries. Now, he could only use a secret skill to burst out his peak combat strength, but he couldn't hold on for long. Once the secret skill's time was up, he would be in a passive position. Immediately, Yan Quan used all his strength and attacked with all his might. Yan Quan can't hold it in anymore. It's just as I guessed, we'll hold on. The head of the Mo family laughed and revealed a happy expression. Boom! At this moment, a loud boom came from the ground behind the stone house. Then, a blood-red pillar of light shot out from the ground and broke through the clouds. Buzz! Then, a burly figure rushed out of the blood-red light pillar. Golden-eyed blood corpse. This figure was the golden-eyed blood corpse that had gone to the underground cave to absorb the flood dragon blood. But now, the golden-eyed blood corpse's aura was extremely terrifying, not any weaker than the flame spring. This was the aura of a half-step king. He didn't expect the golden-eyed blood corpse to advance from the martial ancestor 9 Dan to the half-step king realm after absorbing the flood dragon's blood. And in such a short time. After being stunned for a moment, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Goldeneye, kill them. Lu Ming pointed at the Mo family. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and pounced towards the Mo family members. Not good, block it, block it. The Mo family head's expression changed drastically. This is the will of the heavens to destroy your Mo family. How could Yan Quan miss this opportunity? He laughed as he charged towards the Mo family members. Devour! Lu Ming once again controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline. The powerful devouring power was used on the Mo family members. Boom! Boom! There were 2 explosions. Immediately after, screams of pain were heard. Some of the Mo family's warriors who were only in the first and second realm of the martial ancestor realm were killed by the terrifying energy. Even those with high cultivation were shocked. The 100-sword battle formation was broken. Chapter 333. 333 The Mo family, destroyed. Under the combined attacks of Yan Quan, the golden-eyed blood corpse, and Lu Ming, the Mo family's 100 swords battle formation fell apart. 7 or 8 first and second grade martial ancestor realm experts were instantly killed. Not good, go, quickly go. At this moment, the head of the Mo family was extremely frightened as he roared madly. The 100-sword battle array had been broken, and the enemy had 2 half-step king warriors. There was no need to fight. If they stayed here, they would definitely die. After the Mo family head finished shouting, he turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. No one can escape if they want to. Yan Quan roared and was the first to chase after the Mo family head. Within a few breaths, he had caught up to the Mo family head. Flame spring. The head of the Mo family roared in shock and launched a frenzied counterattack. However, the difference between a normal martial ancestor realm warrior and a half-step king was extremely obvious. In just a few moves, the head of the Mo family was already coughing up blood. Die! Yan Quan shouted as he grabbed the head of the Mo family's head and twisted it off. Kill, kill, kill. Yan Quan laughed and continued to chase after the others. Whoosh, whoosh. On the other side, Lu Ming's long spear kept stabbing out. The spear's radiance burst out and a few Mo family warriors in the 3rd and 4th grade martial arts grandmaster realm were pierced into sieves. The golden-eyed blood zombie moved around and its body flashed rapidly. It waved its claws and tore the Mo clan martial arts grandmasters into pieces. This was a massacre. In front of the golden-eyed blood corpse and Yan Quan, the many Wuzongs of the Mo clan were as weak as babies, unable to resist at all. Even if they managed to escape, they would be caught and killed. Lu Ming did not feel sorry for her. The Yin Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire were at war. They were enemies. Moreover, it was the Mahist who wanted his life first. Since they were mortal enemies, There was no need to show mercy. Being kind to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Kill. Lu Ming held his long spear and fought a bloody battle. Now that he had broken through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm, any martial artist below the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm would not pose much of a threat to him. Little bastard, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. A 7th grade martial arts grandmaster elder from the Mo family roared and charged towards Lu Ming. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared, and the terrifying devouring power acted on the old man's body, causing his body to slow down slightly. Whoosh! Lu Ming dashed past him and the long spear pierced through his heart, blasting a huge hole. Killed in one move. Then, the blood essence and the power of the bloodline all flew into the mouth of the 9 dragons. In the sky above the Mo family, screams rose and fell. Not far away, the Mo family's martial masters, warriors, and even those with lower cultivation bases were fleeing in all directions. Lu Ming did not kill these people. These people did not see the evolution of Lu Ming's blood meridian. They were not a threat to him and there was no need to kill them. At this moment, Su Tiancheng fell into a deathly silence. Countless people hid in their homes, shivering. After a while, the screams stopped. The dozens of martial arts grandmasters from the Mo family were all killed. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse howled as its blood chi rose. Its body was red, but its eyes were even more golden. Mo Ying stood there in a daze and looked around. The corpses reflected in her eyes, and her eyes were extremely complicated. In this short period of time, her life had experienced a tremendous change. These people used to be the elders of the family whom she respected, but now she suddenly found out that they were just using her. For a moment, she really found it hard to bear. Lu Ming did not say anything. He just stood there quietly. Miss Ming, I'm leaving. What are your plans? Lu Ming spoke after a while. Although Mo Ying had also seen his bloodline evolution, he could not kill Mo Ying to silence her. Mo Ying's body trembled as if she had come back to her senses. She squeezed out an ugly smile and said, Brother Lu, I'm planning to leave the Inu Empire and travel the world. That's good. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming knew that Mo Ying more or less held a grudge against him. No matter what, Mo Ying was a member of the Mo family and Lu Ming had killed so many of their members. It was normal for Mo Ying to bear a grudge against him. Therefore, Lu Ming did not invite Mo Ying to go with him. Brother Lu, I'll see you again if fate allows it. Mo Ying said softly. She glanced at the Mo family, then turned into a rainbow light and disappeared into the sky. How, little brother, I can't bear to. At this moment, Yan Quan appeared beside Lu Ming. No, I'm just sighing. Sometimes, fate is really unpredictable. Lu Ming smiled faintly. That's right. Fate is unpredictable, so we must cultivate martial arts to break the shackles of fate and fight against the heavens. Yan Quan grinned and immediately said, Little brother, it's all thanks to your help that I was able to escape this time. If you have any requests, just tell me. As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely do my best. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. You're too kind, senior. It was just a coincidence. That won't do. I've always been a person who repays kindness with kindness and hatred with hatred. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel at ease. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, not only would I not be able to get out of this trap, but I would also be refined into a Yin Moon demonic chief and be trapped in it forever. This is a great favor that I have to repay. Yan Quan stubbornly said. This? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. To be honest, Yan Quan's combat power was extremely strong. It would be a lie to say that he didn't want to ask Yan Quan for help. Senior, please stay by my side and help me for a while. Is that possible? Lu Ming said after a moment of silence. Okay, then I'll stay by your side and help you for 10 years. After 10 years, we'll be even. How about it? He said. Yan Quan opened his mouth and said. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Many thanks, senior. The current situation in the Blazing Sun Empire was complicated. With Yan Quan's help and the golden-eyed blood corpse, Lu Ming finally had the ability to protect himself. He could then become a true overlord in the Blazing Sun Empire and have the power to compete with the omnidirectional sword school. One had to know that in the Blazing Sun Empire, half-step kings were the strongest. The Blazing Sun Empire had not produced a true king for hundreds of years. Yan Quan grinned. In fact, Yan Quan was also very curious about Lu Ming. He was so young, but not only was he very powerful, but he also had a powerful existence like the golden-eyed blood zombie by his side. Yan Quan had lived for many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Senior, to tell you the truth, I'm not from the Inu Empire, but from the Blazing Sun Empire. Moreover, the Blazing Sun and Inu empires are currently at war. I wonder if Senior would mind? Lu Ming said. A war between two countries? The royal family of the Dark Moon Empire is despicable and tried to harm me. I'm going to get even with them. I'm going to the Blazing Sun Empire and kill the experts of the Dark Moon Empire. That's what I want. Yan Quan laughed. All right, let's go. Lu Ming said. Soon after, he, the golden-eyed blood corpse, and Yan Quan turned into a rainbow and disappeared in the direction of the Moonview City. On the way, Lu Ming briefly explained his identity and the current situation. Lu Ming also had a rough idea of the experience at the Flame Spring. Chapter 334. 334 Chapter 334 Return. Something big has happened. Yan Quan was not a native of the Dark Moon Empire, but a foreign cultivator who had traveled to the Dark Moon Empire more than 10 years ago. In the meantime, he got to know a top expert of the Inue royal family and the previous master of the Mo family. At that time, the three of them had a very good relationship. Who would have thought that the previous master of the Mo family and the existence of the Inue royal family would have the ambition of Walevers? They had secretly poisoned the Flame Spring and then suppressed it under the Mo family in order to refine it into the Inue demonic chief. This suppression had lasted for more than 10 years. If Lu Ming had not encountered this by chance, he would not have been able to escape the fate of being refined into the Inue demonic chief. On the way, Yan Quan's expression suddenly changed slightly, revealing a bitter smile. I've been suppressed for more than 10 years, and I've been seriously injured. I've also forcefully activated my secret skill earlier, and now that the time limit is up, I need to find a place to heal. Senior's healing is more important, Lu Ming said. Immediately, the two of them found a hidden place. Yan Quan sat cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. Lu Ming had the golden-eyed blood corpse patrol the surroundings while he sat cross-legged. Previously, he had devoured a large amount of blood essence, and now he was just about to start refining. Half of it was absorbed by the bloodline, while the other half was converted into true qi. There were dozens of Mo clan's martial arts grandmasters. Among them, there were a few in the 8th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm and the head of the Mo clan, who was in the 9th level of martial arts grandmaster realm. How strong was the power of blood essence? Lu Ming's cultivation level rose rapidly again. After a day, Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the peak of the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. However, at this point, no matter how hard Lu Ming tried, he could not break through. Lu Ming knew that his cultivation level had increased too quickly, causing his essential qi to be impure and his foundation to be unstable. He needed a period of time to polish it before he could continue to improve. Lu Ming then used the remaining blood essence to improve his blood meridian. However, after refining all the blood essence, the 9-dragon bloodline was still king class and did not improve. It was too difficult to improve one's bloodline. At this time, Yan Quan was still circulating his energy to heal his injuries. His entire body was suffused with waves of scarlet-red aura. It was incomparably hot as he recuperated his body. Yan Quan's healing took 7 days. 7 days later, Yan Quan opened his eyes. Senior, how do you feel? Lu Ming asked. After being suppressed for more than 10 years, I have too many hidden injuries. It will be difficult to heal them in a short time. However, I have stabilized them for the time being. If I go all out during the war, it will not be a problem. As for the other hidden injuries, I will slowly recuperate. It will not take long for them to recover. Yanquan said. That's good. Lu Ming said with a smile. Then, the three of them continued their journey. With the speed of the three of them, it only took half a day to return to Moonview City. Of course, on the way, Lu Ming put on his mask again and returned to Tianyun's appearance. Lord Marquis has returned. The blood-red cavalry in charge of patrolling the camp shouted in surprise when they saw Lu Ming. Immediately after, the news of Lu Ming's return spread throughout Moonview City at a crazy speed, causing a huge sensation. Buzz! Buzz! Two figures flew over at high speed. They were Qiu and Xianxia. Young Master. Qiu was extremely excited when she saw Lu Ming. She was not afraid of being embarrassed and threw herself into Lu Ming's arms. Her tears flowed like pearls and she cried like a pear blossom bathed in rain. Young Master, you're finally back. We saw the traces of a battle at the Golden Eyes cultivation place and thought you. Woo, it's great that you're back. Qiu burst into tears and her eyes rolled down, wetting Lu Ming's clothes. Silly girl, your young master is very lucky. How could something easily happen to him? Besides, I can't bear to leave my Qiu. Lu Ming stroked Qiu's hair and said softly. Qiu felt better and left Lu Ming's arms. However, her eyes were red and tears were still welling up. Xianxia gritted his teeth and remained silent. You're so comfortable. You're so sweet and soft the moment you come back. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Little Qing, my arms are free now. Do you want to try? Lu Ming blinked and smiled. Try your head. It's good that you're not dead. Xianxia continued to snort. I still owe you one thing. How can I die before I finish it? Lu Ming laughed. It's good that you remember. Xianxia continued to sneer. At this moment, Hua Ying and the other blood-red cavalry generals appeared one by one. Then, it was Ming Meng, the three Ming siblings, and the others. Greetings, Lord Marquis. When they saw Lu Ming, they saluted him. No need to be so polite. Let's go back to the camp. Lu Ming waved his hand. On the way, Yanquan saw the majestic and powerful blood-red cavalry, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. He was quite shocked. However, Lu Ming frowned. This was because he realized that the entire military camp was on high alert and the atmosphere was very heavy. Could it be that another war had occurred recently? Hua Ying, how's the situation recently? Could it be that another battle is about to take place? The atmosphere in the camp doesn't feel right. Lu Ming asked as soon as they arrived at the camp. Lord Marquis, something big has happened. This was Hua Ying's first sentence, and her face was extremely serious. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and swept his gaze across the room. He noticed that Ming Meng, Ming Cheng, and the rest all had grave expressions. Lu Ming had a bad feeling and asked, Tell me, what happened? Lord Marquis, the Ghost Moon Saber sect has been destroyed. Hua Ying replied. What? Even with Lu Ming's mental fortitude, his body trembled violently at this moment, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. The Ghost Moon Saber sect was one of the 5 great sects of the Blazing Sun Empire. It dominated the north of the Blazing Sun Empire and was an overlord. It was extremely powerful. How could such a powerful force be destroyed just like that? Even if the 10 Directions Sword School attacked with all their might, they might not be able to take down the Ghost Moon Saber sect. What's going on? Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Master Ho, 10 days ago, the Dark Moon Empire dispatched 2 million troops to attack the Ghost Moon Saber sect's territory. The Ghost Moon Saber sect sent out a large number of experts to resist, but they never expected that at this time, a large number of experts from the 10 Direction Sword sect would suddenly attack the Ghost Moon Saber sect. At the same time, a portion of the Ghost Moon Saber sect's people had long surrendered to the 10 Direction Sword sect and attacked the Ghost Moon Saber sect from the inside. Cooperating from the inside and from the outside, they broke through the Ghost Moon Saber sect's sect in one fell swoop, and a large number of Ghost Moon Saber sect disciples were slaughtered. After that, Shifang Jian sent out a large number of experts, and together with the experts of the Dark Moon Empire, they surrounded and killed the experts of the Ghost Moon Saber sect. The Ghost Moon Saber sect was caught off guard, and the experts were all killed and injured. The Ghost Moon Saber sect was completely destroyed. Huang explained. So that's how it is. I understand. This is a trap that was set up from the start. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. It was obvious that the 10-Direction Sword School had been working with the Dark Moon Empire for a long time. That was why the In Moon Empire's army had decided to attack. Their goal was to attract the powerhouses of the Ghost Moon Saber sect and make preparations for their attack. Unfortunately, the Dark Moon Empire suffered heavy losses due to Lu Ming's sabotage last time and did not attract many powerhouses from the Ghost Moon Saber sect. Therefore, there were assassins who tried to kill Lu Ming. Moreover, there were people from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion among them. After thinking about it, everything was clear. 10-Direction Sword School, you 10-Direction Sword School. Lu Ming muttered. Chapter 335. 335 Chapter 335 Before one wave settled, another wave rose. Lord Marquis, the Ghost Moon Saber sect has been destroyed, and the entire Blazing Sun Empire has been shaken. We're in the north, not far from the Ghost Moon Saber sect. We're afraid that the 10-Direction Sword School will make a move on us, so we're so heavily guarded. Huang explained. The Ghost Moon Saber sect has been exterminated, and the army of the Inu Empire has moved south and occupied a large area of the Burning Sun Empire's territory. I guess this is the benefit that the 10-Directional Sword sect has promised the Inu Empire. They're really a bunch of traitors. Ming Meng said through gritted teeth. Has the 10-Direction Sword sect made any new moves during this time? Lu Ming asked. Not yet. Huang said. Keep an eye on the news from the outside world. The 10-Direction Sword sect's move has shaken the entire country. The other sects will definitely not remain indifferent. They will definitely join forces. This is not good news for the 10-Direction Sword sect. Therefore, the 10-Direction Sword sect will definitely make a big move next. Lu Ming analyzed. At this moment, Ming Meng's expression changed slightly. He moved his hand and a jade tablet appeared. This was a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman, and most generals would have one in their hands to transmit messages. When Ming Meng saw the message from the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman, his body trembled violently, and his face instantly became extremely pale, without a trace of blood. How did this happen? Ming Meng roared, his eyes filled with disbelief. Brother Ming, what happened? Lu Ming asked hurriedly, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. The Heavenly King of Suppression revolted and led the army to break into the capital and raze the palace. His Majesty the Emperor was killed. Ming Meng was practically trembling as he called out. What? Ming Meng's words were like a bolt of lightning on a clear day. It rang in the hearts of most of the people present, including Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Huang, and the rest turned pale. Heavenly King Suppression, 10-Direction Sword School. Lu Ming roared, his killing intent surging like a tide. Heavenly King Jin couldn't have done this alone. Without thinking, the one controlling everything was definitely the 10-Direction Sword School. Traitor, traitor, how dare the Heavenly King, this traitor? How dare he? Huang shouted hysterically, her eyes red. He was a member of the imperial family, and he almost went crazy. Heavenly King Jin Tian's banner is to get rid of the fatuous ruler and build a strong and powerful Burning Sun Empire. How shameless, how shameless. Ming Meng laughed from extreme anger. Father, mother. The first people that came to Lu Ming's mind were Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. How were Lu Yuntian and Li Ping doing in the General Star Hall? At the thought of this, Lu Ming was burning with anxiety. Young master, young master, old master and madam. At the side, Chiu Yu clutched Lu Ming's arm tightly. Her entire body trembled slightly and she was extremely worried. Brother Ming, is there any more news? Did anyone from the imperial family survive? Lu Ming forced himself to calm down. It had already happened, so there was no point in worrying. Only by getting more information could he decide what to do next. According to the news, Heavenly King Zhentian actually attacked. His Majesty and the experts of the royal family fought back with all their might, and in the end, the 8th prince managed to escape with a group of people. However, after the 8th prince and his group escaped from the imperial city, there was no news of them at all. Ming Meng said, Hua Qi has escaped. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he had a glimmer of hope. If it was possible, Hua Qi would have definitely brought Lu Yuntian and Li Ping with him when he escaped. That way, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping might still be fine. 10 Direction Sword Sect, if anything happens to my parents, I swear I'll kill all of you. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with endless cold killing intent. Lord Marquis, what should we do now? From now on, the entire mountain-suppressing army will listen to Lord Marquis's orders. Ming Meng cupped his fists and knelt on one knee. All right. Lu Ming did not decline and agreed immediately. In terms of rank, the Marquis champion was higher than Ming Meng, so it was normal for him to lead the mountain-suppressing army. All generals, hear my order. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and began to give orders. Lord Marquis, please give your orders. Huang, Ming Meng, and the others all knelt on one knee. Full Moon City is located in the north. To the north is the Yingyue Empire, and to the south is the Shifang Sword School. It's very disadvantageous for us, so we shouldn't stay for long. Ming Meng, lead the mountain guarding army to the east and head to the Forgotten Immortal Pass. The Forgotten Immortal Pass is easy to defend and hard to attack. It's a natural stronghold and has always been under the command of the royal family. We will never ally our Slaviers with the 10 Direction Sword Sect. Moreover, after we reach the Forgotten Immortal Pass, we can form a corner with the Mystical Sword Sect and join forces with them to resist the 10 Direction Sword Sect. Lu Ming instructed. He knew that the Blazing Sun Empire was about to fall into chaos, and a great war was about to break out. Your subordinate obeys. Ming Meng said. In addition, 30,000 blood-red cavalry, come with me to the imperial capital and save the 8th prince. Lu Ming ordered, his eyes filled with killing intent. Yes. Huang and the others acknowledged the order loudly, their killing intent soaring. Lord Marquis, you can't. There are many experts in the Shifang Sword Sect. This trip is too dangerous. Ming Meng's expression changed drastically as he opposed. Although the blood-red cavalry were strong, they could only charge and break through enemy lines. If the omnipresent sword sect sent a top expert to assassinate Lu Ming, it would be dangerous. The others also hesitated. It's fine. I'll kill anyone from the 10 Direction Sword Sect I see. Lu Ming said coldly. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a loud rumble came from outside. Report, there's a large army coming from outside. A soldier came to report. It must be the 10 Direction Sword School. The 10 Direction Sword School is finally here. I knew they wouldn't leave a nail like us here. Ming Meng's expression changed. Good, blood-red iron cavalry, follow me to kill the enemy. Lu Ming ordered. Yes. Huang and the others accepted the order. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, Lu Ming rode the blood-scaled Wolf King, followed by Xianxia, Chiu Yu, the golden-eyed Blood Corpse, Yin Quan, Huang, Ming Meng and the rest. He led 30,000 blood-red cavalry out of the camp and arrived outside Moonview City. In front of him, dust filled the air as a majestic army appeared in sight. Black warhorses, black armor, black weapons, and a flood of pitch-black steel surged through the world. A huge flag with a divine sword embroidered on it fluttered in the wind. That's the Ghost Moon Saber Sect's Ghost Metal Army. It seems like the Ghost Metal Army has already joined the 10-Direction Sword School. Ming Meng's expression changed. That flag was the flag of the 10-Direction Sword Sect. Lu Ming nodded. The Ghost Moon Saber Sect had been annihilated. It was normal for some of the legions under the Ghost Moon Saber Sect to join the Omnidirectional Sword Sect. Boom, boom, boom. The Ghost Metal Army stopped a few miles away. They had a strong aura and were densely packed. Judging from their numbers, there should be no less than 100,000 people. Buzz. Buzz. A few figures flew out from the Ghost Metal Army and hovered above Lu Ming and the rest. There were a total of 3 people, 1 old man and 2 middle-aged men. They all carried swords on their backs and were obviously experts from the 10-Direction Sword School. The 3 of them exuded extremely powerful auras. 1 is at the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm, and 2 are at the peak of the 7th level. Ming Meng cried out in alarm, his expression extremely ugly. Chapter 336. 336 Chapter 336 One slap to death. The 3 men from the Omnidirectional Sword Sect swept their gazes across Lu Ming and his group before finally stopping on him. "You're Tian Yun?" the leading old man asked. "Not bad," Lu Ming said calmly. He wanted to see what the other party was selling. "Tian Yun, you've repeatedly opposed my 10-Direction Sword School and killed our geniuses and experts. Do you admit your crimes?" The old man in the lead glared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. "Admit to your crimes? I haven't even said that killing a few dogs hit things from your Shifang sword sect would dirty my hands, and you want me to admit to my crimes? What crime?" Lu Ming replied indifferently. He did not take the other party seriously at all. "You." The leading old man's face turned ashen, and he exuded an ice-cold killing intent. After a long time, he calmed down, waved his sleeves, and said in a deep voice, "Tian Yun, there are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests. Today, I can give you a chance to atone for your sins. As long as you lead the blood-red cavalry and pledge your loyalty to the 10-Direction Sword Sect, and make a blood oath, I can consider letting you go. All the crimes you've committed in the past can be written off." After the old man finished speaking, everyone understood what the other party meant. Now that the Red Blood Army was powerful and famous in the Sun Nation and the Moon Nation, the Omnidirectional Sword Sect was planning to recruit Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered. "I want you to let me go? Who the hell do you think you are, you old thing? Do you really think you're some big shot? All right, are you done with your nonsense? If you're done, you can go and die." Lu Ming glanced at the other party and lost his patience. "Little bastard, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Then I will kill you today. After I kill you, the Red Blood Legion will still belong to my 10-Direction Sword Sect. Die." The old man's face completely darkened. He shouted angrily and slashed out with his sword. This sword fully displayed the elder's strength of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. It had the power to split mountains and break rivers, which was extremely shocking. "Not good, be careful," Ming Meng roared. "Young master! Dodge!" Lord Marquis, Xiao Yu, Xianxia, Huaying, and the others were all shocked. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to be a match for a martial arts grandmaster at the peak of the 8th level. However, Lu Ming was still riding on the crimson-scaled Wolf King. "Die!" The old man's expression was ferocious. The sword light became even more dazzling and quickly slashed at Lu Ming's head. Seeing that it was about to hit Lu Ming's head, the old man was overjoyed. He was screaming in his heart. What peerless genius! If he hadn't grown up, what kind of genius was he? "You're still going to die in my hands." However, as soon as he had this thought, he saw a slap coming from Lu Ming's side. Bang! This slap was on his sword light. The sword light was like tofu and instantly shattered. The old man was stunned. Ming Meng, Xiao Yu, and the others were also stunned. "It's just a fly making a big fuss here. It's so annoying." Yan Quan appeared beside Lu Ming and said indifferently, The slap just now was, of course, from Yen Quan. For you. I'm an elder of the 10 Direction Sword School, you dare. The elder from the 10 Direction Sword sect was stunned for a moment before he shouted. However, before he could finish, Yen Quan's palm struck again. Pa! No one could clearly see how this slap was swung. It was too fast. They only felt their vision blur, and then they heard a clear slap. Then, the elder from the 10 Direction Sword sect let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying. In the air, his head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white matter flew everywhere. This. Ming Meng and the others almost bit their tongues, their eyes almost popping out. An expert at the peak of the martial ancestor 8 Dan was considered a top-notch expert in the Blazing Sun Empire. In the 5 major sects, he was definitely a high and mighty existence. His status was even higher than that of an ordinary golden-robed elder. The average golden-robed elder was only at the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. A peak martial ancestor 8 Dan expert had actually been killed by a single slap. This was too shocking. The elder beside Lu Ming was actually such a terrifying expert. Previously, when Ming Meng and the rest saw Yen Quan, they had only guessed that he was an ordinary martial arts grandmaster. They had never expected him to be so terrifying. Following that, they looked at Lu Ming with even more respect. Lu Ming could actually get such a person to follow him. How did he do it? The 2 remaining men from the 10 Direction Sword sect were scared out of their wits. They roared and turned to run. How is it possible for you to escape in front of me? Yen Quan coldly smiled and threw a punch. Boom! Boom! 2 fist forces shot out. The 2 burly men at the peak of martial ancestor 7 Dan were directly drowned by the fist energy. When the fist energy disappeared, not even dregs were left of the 2 burly men. To be able to deal with 2 experts at the peak of the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm so easily, it once again left everyone dumbfounded. Lu Ming was the only exception. What a waste, what a waste. Lu Ming's heart ached terribly. Yen Quan's punch had even burned his blood essence clean. How could Lu Ming not feel heartache? These were 2 experts in the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. The commotion here naturally shocked the ghost metal army several miles away. Not good. Tianyun has made his move. Kill them all. Of course, there were also experts from the omnidirectional sword school in the ghost metal army. They roared and led the army to charge at Lu Ming and the others. Charge, crush them. Lu Ming shouted coldly. The blood-red scaled wolf howled madly, and its roar shook the sky as it charged towards the ghost metal army. The power of the aura was earth-shaking. Not good, the mount is frightened. Charge, animal, hurry up and charge. The 30,000 scarlet blood-scaled Wallevers howled, causing the ghost metal army's mounts to be frightened, and their formation to become unstable. And in this short moment, the blood-red scaled wolf had already arrived. Boom! The 2 armies collided with each other. At this moment, the winner was decided. The ghost metal army was like a piece of paper, while the blood-red cavalry were like a blade. As soon as they touched, a hole was torn in the ghost metal army, and this hole was rapidly expanding. Hold on, you trash. An expert from the 10 Direction Sword sect shouted. What are you shouting for? At this moment, Yen Quan's figure appeared beside him. Arg! Help me! Just as he was about to shout, Yen Quan's head was cut off with a wave of his hand. Yen Quan leaped through the tens of thousands of soldiers and killed the martial grandmaster expert. No one could stop him. Half-step kings were also something that only half-step kings could block. Fighting against an army of 10,000 was simply cheating. Because the difference was too great, it was no longer something that could be so levered with numbers. Unless they had the Mo family's battle formation and dozens of martial arts grandmasters, they would not be able to fight back. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons hovered above Lu Ming's head. With a loud roar, a terrifying devouring power erupted. Immediately, The bloodline power and blood essence of hundreds of Ghost Iron Legion soldiers were forcibly devoured. Lu Ming left behind a trail of corpses wherever he went. This was a one-sided battle. The Ghost Iron Army could not stop the Red Blood Army at all. The battle cries shook the sky, corpses were strewn all over the ground, and blood chi filled the air. Chapter 337 337 Chapter 337 Yutong Pass. I surrender, I surrender. Finally, someone from the Ghost Iron Army shouted, threw away his weapon, and jumped off his horse. I'm also going. After the first one, there would naturally be the second, third, 10th, and 100th. The Ghost Metal Army was originally an army of the Ghost Moon Saber sect. It was already good enough that they didn't have any enmity towards the 10-direction sword sect. How could they have any loyalty? Once they saw that the situation was not right, they naturally surrendered. We won't kill those who surrender. Lu Ming roared loudly, his voice spreading throughout the entire area. We won't kill those who surrender. Ming Meng, Hua Ying, and the others also shouted. This time, even more people from the Ghost Iron Army surrendered. Large numbers of people dismounted and knelt on the ground. In the army, the people from the Omnipresent Sword sect saw that they had lost the battle and wanted to escape. However, they were all killed by Lu Ming and the others. In this battle, they had destroyed the Ghost Metal Army of 100,000 without much effort. Ming Meng, I'll leave the surrendered Ghost Metal Army to you. Bring them to the Forgotten Immortal Pass. They will be a powerful force in the future. Lu Ming instructed. Yes, Lord Marquis. Ming Meng cupped his fists and accepted the order. At the side, the three siblings, Ming Cheng, Ming Zhu, and Ming Feng, had complicated expressions on their faces. This young man who used to cultivate with them in the General Star's Hall had now completely surpassed them. Even their father had to listen to Lu Ming now. However, they did not feel jealous at all. They were only happy for Lu Ming and encouraged them Slaviers. Blood Red Cavalry, come with me to the capital and save the 8th prince. Do you dare? Lu Ming waved his long spear and shouted. I dare. He dared. I dare. The 30,000 Blood Red Cavalry roared. All right, since you dare, then we'll break through all the obstacles and kill our way to the imperial capital. We'll kill any god or Buddha that blocks our way. Lu Ming roared. I'm willing to chase whoever my lord is. I'll kill whoever stands in my way, even if God or Buddha blocks my way. The 30,000 Blood Red Iron Cavalry felt their blood boil as they waved their weapons and roared. At this moment, even Ming Meng, who had been a veteran for many years, felt his blood burning. He could not wait to follow Lu Ming and kill to his heart's content. However, he knew that he had more important things to do. Charge! Lu Ming waved his spear. The blood-scaled Wolf King howled and charged forward like a gust of wind. On the side, Qiu Yu, Xianxia, Yan Quan, and the golden-eyed blood corpse followed closely behind. Charge! The howls of the Wallevers continued as the 30,000 Blood Red Cavalry charged forward with Lu Ming, carrying a crazed aura. The wind is blowing. Ming Meng muttered to himself as he looked at the 30,000 Blood Red Cavalry. After which, he also started to move. He gathered his men and picked out his items. Then, he led an army of more than 100,000 soldiers toward the gazing Immortal Pass. The blood-red-scaled wolf's speed was as fast as the wind, and it could easily travel 1,000 miles in an hour. In a few hours, they had galloped for thousands of miles. The cities along the way did not dare to stop the blood-red cavalry when they saw them. The journey was unimpeded, and they passed through dozens of big cities. Soon, they were close to Yutong Pass. Yutong Pass was a famous pass in the north of the Burning Sun Empire. This place was surrounded by continuous precipitous mountains, thousands of meters high, and Yutong Pass happened to be in the middle of the two peaks. It could be said that on Yutong Pass, one man could hold the pass, but 10,000 could not open it. In history, the Innu Empire had also captured many cities in the north, but they were all blocked outside Yutong Pass. Now, the general in charge of Yutong Pass was called Wan Xiu. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. He led 120,000 soldiers and guarded Yutong Pass. He ruled over dozens of big cities in the vicinity. He could be said to be a big shot with great power. Moreover, he had long since joined the 10-direction sword school. As such, his reputation had grown even more glorious, and he was considered a top figure in the entire Blazing Sun Empire. Wan Xiu had a hobby, which was to hold banquets on the walls of Yutong Pass and invite famous people. Standing on the walls of Yutong Pass, looking down at the vast land and listening to others' flattery, he felt like he was the king of the world and had thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. He was fascinated by this feeling. Today, on the city wall of Yutong Pass, he set up a banquet and invited the city lords and martial arts powerhouses of more than a dozen nearby big cities to attend. On the city wall, there were several tables. "Congratulations, General Wan. Congratulations, General Wan." A middle-aged man with a big belly raised his glass and congratulated Wan Xiu. "Patriarch Xin, what's the joy?" Wan Xiu asked despite knowing the answer. "Ha, General Wan is really humble. Everyone knows the current situation. A while ago, the 10 Directions Sword School destroyed the Ghost Moon Saber sect in one fell swoop. A few days ago, the Heavenly King broke into the imperial capital and killed Hua Jingxing. Now, the change of dynasty is already set in stone. Now, the Heavenly Fiend sect and the Omnipresent Sword sect have joined forces and occupied the imperial capital, ruling the world. Now, only the Mystical Sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley can rival the Omnipresent Sword sect. However, in my opinion, the Mystical Sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley are no match for the Omnipresent Sword sect. By then, the Omnipresent Sword sect will unify the Blazing Sun Empire and rule the world. General Wan, as the confidant of the Omnipresent Sword sect, won't you be thriving? Isn't this worthy of congratulations? The big-bellied middle-aged man laughed. "That's right, Patriarch Chen is right. When General Wan rises to the top, don't forget about us." At the banquet, the others also began to flatter him. This made Wan Xiu feel a little smug. She stroked her sparse beard and grinned from ear to ear. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the ground let out a deep rumble. The wine on the table started to shake. Everyone's expression changed. "Report." At this moment, an armored soldier quickly came to report. "What happened?" Wan Xiu asked. "Reporting to the general. There might be an army coming from the north." The armored soldier reported. "An army is coming? How was that possible? The Ghost Moon Saber sect has already been destroyed, and the north is now completely under the control of the 10 Direction Sword sect. Could it be the great army of the Yin Moon Empire?" Wan Xiu's eyes moved as she thought. "Impossible. I heard that the Yin Empire and the Shifang Sword School have an agreement that they won't attack us now. Whose army is it?" Wan Xiu's eyes kept moving. "General Wan, there's another army in the north. It's the Red Blood Legion led by Marquis Champion Tianyun and Ming Meng's mountain-suppressing army. Could it be them?" A city lord of a big city guessed. As soon as he said that, the others' expressions changed drastically. "Tianyun? Could it really be Tianyun?" It said that the blood-red cavalry led by Tianyun are incredibly powerful and invincible. In front of them, the Inuit cavalry are as fragile as tofu. If it really is Tianyun's blood-red cavalry, then we should run for our lives. Another city lord cried out in fear. "Why are you panicking? In my opinion, Tianyun and his blood-red cavalry have been exaggerated. What, invincible? They've only won a few battles by luck. Besides, so what if he's really as strong as the rumors say? Tianyun's blood-red iron cavalry can only obediently retreat in front of our Jade Tong Pass. If he wants to force his way in, I'll make sure he dies without a burial ground. Men, set up the defense." Wan Xiu was calm and composed. She sneered and then gave the order. Very quickly, Yutong Pass was filled with armored soldiers. That's right, Yutong Pass can't be broken. I've been overthinking. The city lord heaved a long sigh of relief. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbling grew even louder, and the entire world seemed to be shaking. Oh! In the distance, the howls of Wallevers rose and fell, connecting into one. Chapter 338. 338 Chapter 338 News of Huaqi. There were countless crimson-scaled Wallevers, and each one of them was majestic and tall, and each one was filled with a baleful aura. The aura of 30,000 blood-scaled Wallevers and 30,000 Master Realm cavalrymen gathered together and galloped on the ground. This kind of aura was simply earth-shaking. It was like a tsunami that was a few hundred meters tall, sweeping through the world as if it could destroy everything. Wan Xiu's pupils dilated rapidly, revealing an extremely frightened expression. These are the blood-red cavalry? His voice trembled, his face pale and cold sweat flowing. Some of the other city lords were also trembling, and their faces were pale. They had been confident that Yutong Pass was unbreakable, but their confidence crumbled when they saw the situation in front of them. The blood-scaled wolf's aura was too terrifying. Before, Wan Xiu had said that the outside world was exaggerating about the blood-red cavalry. Now, they only wanted to roar. What exaggeration! They had clearly underestimated him. Block it, we must block it. But Wan Xiu shouted with all his might. Then he turned around and ran. Wait for me. The other city lords also turned around and left. With all the generals gone, there was no suspense in this battle. The dangerous terrain of Yutong Pass was not enough to stop the blood-red-scaled wolf. One had to know that the blood-red-scaled Wallevers lived on the highlands and ran through the dangerous terrain as if they were on flat ground. Half an hour later, Yutong Pass was razed to the ground. The blood-red cavalry whizzed past, heading straight for the imperial capital. The blood-red cavalry had great endurance, and after galloping for half a day, they would stop to rest. 3 days later, the blood-red iron cavalry had already galloped tens of thousands of miles and were getting closer and closer to the imperial capital. Boom, boom, boom. There was a violent explosion in front of them. There's cavalry coming, Huang said. Could it be that the 10-direction sword sect sent people to surround us? Someone guessed. However, the answer was soon revealed. The neighing of horses could be heard in front of them. The aura of the blood-scale wolf cavalry had shaken them, and they were thrown off their horses. Lu Ming and the group were speechless. The combat ability of this army was really not that good. Moreover, there weren't many of them, probably only about 10,000. Were they really sent by the Shifang sword sect to surround them? You must be joking. Lu Ming led the blood-red cavalry and stopped. They did not attack. After a long time, the troops in front were organized, and a few burly men in iron armor galloped out on green-scale horses. Who are you people? You dare to block our path? A short and fat man glared and shouted angrily. It turned out that they had not recognized the blood-red cavalry. That's right, unless there were soldiers at the border, it was normal for the soldiers near the capital to not recognize the blood-red cavalry. I still want to ask. Who are you people? You dare to stand in my way? Lu Ming rolled his eyes and shouted. We are the army under the Heavenly King. We are ordered to capture the rebels of the royal family. Get out of the way now. If you delay the Heavenly King's plan, even if you have 10 heads, it won't be enough. The short and fat man shouted. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Capture the rebels of the royal family? Could it be Huaqi? Do you know where the 8th prince is? Lu Ming asked. The short and fat man's eyes revealed a vigilant look, and he said, Speak, who are you? Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Kill. Leave the general in front alive. The short and stout man had just finished speaking when Lu Ming roared loudly. Awoo! Wolf howls rang out as the blood-scale wolf cavalry began to charge. Without the slightest suspense, the blood-red cavalry only needed to charge to cause this army of 10,000 to fall apart. Those who died in battle died, those who fled, and those who submitted. The few generals in the lead were all captured alive. What? You guys are blood-red cavalry? At this moment, the short and fat man seemed to have remembered something and shouted in horror. Your reaction isn't too slow. Alright, tell me, where are the 8th prince and the others? Lu Ming stared at the stout man and asked coldly. What the hell are you? You're Tianyun? The short and fat man's body trembled nonstop, and his eyes were filled with fear. Speak. Lu Ming shouted coldly. I'll tell you. Please spare my life. The short and fat man screamed. Speak. Lu Ming's killing intent burst out and it was extremely cold. I'll tell you. We received news that the 8th prince has taken his men to hide in the East River mountain range. We were ordered to send our army into the mountain range to surround and annihilate them. We're just one of the many armies. Many other armies have set off before us. The short and fat man shouted. The Eastern River mountain range. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anxiety as he shouted, Lead the way. Let's set off for the Eastern River mountain range. The short and stout man naturally did not dare to disobey. He immediately led the way, and the blood-red cavalry galloped towards the East River mountain range. The East River mountain range wasn't far from here. With the blood-red scaled wolf speed, it would only take an hour to cover the distance of 1,000 li. The Eastern River mountain range wasn't very famous. Although this mountain range was vast, its peaks weren't high, and it wasn't very dangerous. There weren't any powerful demonic beasts either, and even ordinary people could enter. A small hill was surrounded by an army of at least tens of thousands of people, so tight that not even a drop of water could pass through. In the air, there were also more than 20 powerhouses standing in the air. Hua Qi, I advise you to surrender. Don't make any pointless struggles. You've lost, and your fate has been decided. In the air, a big man with fluttering sleeves and a sword on his back shouted. That's right, Hua Qi and the others were on the hill. There were about 2,000 of them, and all of them were in tattered clothes. There were still some blood stains that had not dried up. It was obvious that they had experienced a fierce battle during this period of time. Hua Qi stood at the forefront of the hill. Beside him, there were more than a dozen middle-aged men and elders. Each of them had a powerful aura that was as large as a mountain. This was the imperial family's only remaining expert. Behind them were 2 figures. They were Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. At this moment, the 2 of them were extremely haggard, their faces pale, and their bodies weak. Lu Yuntian had already lost his cultivation base while Li Ping was just an ordinary person. One could only imagine how much suffering the 2 of them had gone through to escape with Hua Qi and the others. 8th Prince, you should run away first. With these seniors leading you, there's still a chance for you to escape. When you find Minghe, ask him to take revenge for us. Lu Yuntian said to Hua Qi. Uncle Lu, I, Hua Qi, am not the kind of person who would drag out an ignoble existence. Furthermore, since Brother Lu has entrusted you to me and he is fighting alone at the border, I must ensure your safety. Otherwise, how can I face him? Hua Qi smiled and stood up straight. Lu Yuntian sighed. Brother Tian. Li Ping grabbed Lu Yuntian's hand tightly. Ping, I'm already satisfied to be able to see you again. It's a pity that I've implicated you. Lu Yuntian looked at Li Ping and asked. Brother Tian, I'm not afraid. As long as I'm with you, it doesn't matter whether I live or die. Li Ping said. Lu Yuntian looked at Li Ping with pity and said, I believe that Minghe will avenge us. One day, Minghe will flatten the 10-direction sword school. I also believe that. Li Ping nodded. Chapter 339. 339 Chapter 339 Kill Without Mercy. You really refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Hua Qi, then I'll send you to accompany your dead imperial father. The middle-aged man from the 10-direction sword sect was instantly enraged when he saw Hua Qi ignore him. A sharp killing intent exploded from his body. 10-direction sword sect, traitor. As long as I don't die today, I'll definitely flatten the 10-direction mountain. You're courting death. Seeing the other party insult his father, Hua Chi's eyes gleamed with cold, killing intent. Haha, you think you can flatten the 10-square mountain? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in all my decades of life. The middle-aged man laughed. And do you think you can escape today? The area within several li has already been completely surrounded by an army of 100,000 soldiers, and the experts of my 10-direction sword school have sealed off the sky and the ground. You can't escape, and no one can come in, huh? The middle-aged man laughed mockingly. Oh, really? Then how did I get in? Suddenly, a cold voice came from above their heads. Who is it? The swordsman suddenly raised his head and looked up. High up in the sky, 3 figures stood in the air. One was a young man, one was an old man, and the other was a burly man who was covered in a black robe and a bamboo hat. On the hill, Hua Chi, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping shuddered when they heard the voice. They hurriedly raised their heads and cried out in alarm. Lu Ming! Ming-oh! The 3 people in the sky were Lu Ming, Yan Quan, and the golden-eyed blood corpse. As they neared the eastern river mountain range, Lu Ming led Yan Quan and the golden-eyed blood corpse to search for Hua Chi and the others in the sky, pointing out the direction for the blood-red cavalry. He quickly found Hua Chi and the others. With their cultivation, the experts from the 10-direction sword school did not notice them at all when they approached from the sky. Who are you? This place has already been occupied by my 10-direction sword sect. You came here without permission. Are you looking for death? The swordsman roared. He had never heard of Lu Ming. Just now, he had just said that no one could enter and Lu Ming and the rest had appeared. It was as if he had slapped his own face. This made him angry from embarrassment. However, Lu Ming did not even spare him a glance. With a flash, he appeared on the hill and went to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Father, mother, are you all right? I'm late. Lu Ming's voice trembled. When Lu Ming saw Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, he heaved a sigh of relief as the huge rock in his heart was finally lifted. Before he met Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, he was truly worried that something would happen to the 2 elders. Ming, oh, you were fine. Why are you here? Don't worry about us. Hurry up and leave. Li Ping said anxiously. Mother, don't worry. Since I'm here, they won't be able to touch a single hair on your head. Wait a moment, we'll leave together. Lu Ming smiled. At this time, the sword-bearing man from the 10-direction sword sect was so angry that his mouth almost twisted. Boom! An aura as deep as the ocean erupted from his body, terrifying beyond compare. 9th level of martial arts grandmaster. This burly man with a sword on his back was actually a peerless expert of the 9th level of martial arts grandmaster. Kid, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? The swordsman coldly said. Who do you think you are? You asked me and I have to answer? Lu Ming cast a faint glance at him. You're looking for death. Lu Ming's indifferent expression almost made him explode in anger. With a loud roar, he unsheathed the huge sword on his back and a terrifying sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. The entire hill would be reduced to ashes if this sword were to land. Be careful. Block it. The dozen or so martial arts grandmasters behind Hua Chi immediately roared and unleashed their powers, preparing to block the sword light. There was even a 9th level martial ancestor realm expert among them who was only injured and his aura was a little weak. This person must be a peerless expert of the imperial family. However, there was a figure that was faster than them. The golden-eyed blood corpse flashed and appeared in front of everyone. With a wave of its hand, a claw radiance shot out. Boom! With a loud sound, the golden-eyed blood zombie didn't move at all, but the swordsman's body was sent flying 100 meters away. How can he be so strong? Who are you? The swordsman shouted in disbelief. Even though he had not used his full strength in that attack, there were not many people in the entire Blazing Sun Empire who could force him back with a single strike. However, the golden-eyed blood corpse did not move. It was too lazy to bother with him. Tunyon. East Tunyon. A shocked roar came from the army at the foot of the mountain. Obviously, someone had recognized Lu Ming. Lu Ming had stayed in the imperial capital for such a long time. It was normal for someone to recognize him. Tianyun? You're Tianyun? The swordsman's face suddenly changed. He then revealed a malevolent expression and shouted, Tianyun, so what if it's you? I admit that the person you brought is very strong, but do you think he can save more than 2,000 people by himself? I have 100,000 soldiers here. As long as I give the order, the 100,000 soldiers will charge together. How many people can you save? As soon as you leave, I'll exterminate them all. Oh, Lu Ming replied faintly. As for Hua Qi and the others, their expressions were extremely unsightly. On the hill, the other 2,000 or so people had heavy expressions. Eighth Prince, you should leave with Marquis Champion first. Don't worry about us. We're members of the royal family when we're alive, and we'll be ghosts of the royal family when we die. That's right, Eighth Prince. Marquis Champion is a peerless genius. As long as you escape, with the help of Marquis Champion, you'll definitely be able to take revenge for us in time. Eighth Prince, you can go first. On the hill, more than 2,000 people shouted, letting Hua Qi go first. If we're leaving, we'll leave together. I definitely won't abandon everyone and escape alone. Hua Qi sternly said, his expression firm. Haha. Seeing this, the swordsman laughed arrogantly. Since I'm here, I'll definitely bring everyone out of here alive. Suddenly, Lu Ming spoke. His voice was firm and everyone heard it. Tunyon, with that expert you brought with you, it's true that I can't stop you from taking a few people away. However, you're dreaming if you think you can take more than 2,000 people away. Haha. The swordsman laughed in disdain. Who said I only brought 2 people? Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? The swordsman was stunned. Awur. Right at this moment, wolf howls rang out, reverberating through the clouds. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, a violent rumble came from the ground. What's going on? The swordsman's expression changed drastically. What is this? Hua Qi was startled, but then he seemed to think of something and revealed a look of ecstasy. Kill. In the forest, the earth rumbled and the sounds of battle could be heard. Not good. These are the blood-red cavalry. Tianyun's blood-red cavalry. Block them. Block them. At this moment, the swordsman seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically as he roared. Blocked? Can it be blocked? Blood-red cavalry, hear my order, kill without mercy. Lu Ming gave a long whistle and issued an order. Kill without mercy. The blood-red cavalry roared, their killing intent surging. In the next moment, heaven-suppressing battle cries came from the forest. The 100,000 soldiers in the forest were completely stunned by the sudden charge of the blood-red cavalry and were unable to form an effective counterattack. In an instant, a large number of people died. Chapter 340. 340 The Secret of the Duanmu Family. The blood-red-scaled wolf was able to walk through the forest as if it was flat ground, and its combat strength did not decrease at all. It was a completely one-sided battle. The swordsman's face turned pale and he growled, "Damn it, let's retreat." Retreat? Where are you going? A cold voice sounded. Yen Quan appeared behind the swordsman. Old man, you think you can stop me? You really think I'm a pushover? The swordsman was furious, and he violently slashed his sword forward. An extremely bright sword light slashed towards Yen Quan. It was even stronger than the previous one. He wanted to kill Yen Quan with one sword strike and escape as soon as possible. He was afraid that the golden-eyed blood zombie would catch up with him, which would be troublesome. But the next moment, his pupils rapidly contracted. Yen Quan's fist shot out, and a fist force, vast and scorching, bombarded towards him. Bang! The fist force hit the sword light and directly shattered it. The fist force did not stop and continued to hit the sword-carrying burly man. How could this be? How can he be so strong? The swordsman cried out in horror, his voice full of disbelief. He had already used all his strength in that sword attack just now. He had originally planned to kill Yan Quan with one sword attack, but he never dreamed that it would be shattered by Yan Quan's fist. Why would Tianyun have so many experts by his side? I have to stop it. We must inform the sect leader of this matter first. The swordsman growled and blocked with his sword. Clang! The terrifying fist force hit his combat sword, causing it to shake continuously. His body shook violently and was sent flying backward like a cannonball, blood spurting from his mouth. Half-step king. It's a half-step king. The swordsman was scared out of his wits. Without thinking, he turned around and ran. I told you, you can't leave. Yan Quan sneered, his figure was like lightning. In a few breaths he caught up to the sword-carrying man. Boom! Boom! After a few consecutive punches, the swordsman screamed as a few big holes appeared on his body. He died on the spot. Kill! Let's attack together! Hua Qi shouted. More than 2,000 people on the hill attacked at the same time, charging toward the experts of the 10-direction sword school and the army. Corpses were everywhere, truly everywhere. The smell of blood was so thick in the forest that it was like a living hell. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and tore apart a few martial grandmasters from the 10 Directions sword sect with a wave of its hand. With a roar, the golden-eyed blood corpse devoured the surging blood qi and condensed a dense blood qi on its body. Lu Ming did not make a move. He stood beside Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. There was no need for him to take part in this great battle. Not long after, the mountain forest was covered with corpses. Other than a small portion of the 100,000 troops that the 10 Direction Sword sect had brought, most of them had remained here. The experts of the 10 Direction Sword sect had all been killed, and not a single one was left. Lu Ming, I knew you would come. Hua Qi did not make a move. He walked to Lu Ming's side and said. No one else heard their conversation. Hua Qi, I didn't expect the 10 Direction Sword School to be so bold. When I heard the news, it was already too late. Lu Ming sighed. Since things have come to this, we can only move forward. Sooner or later, I will make the 10 Directions Sword sect pay with their blood. Hua Qi said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming patted Hua Qi's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Don't worry. Your problems are my problems. I will definitely destroy the 10 Direction Sword School. This time, Hua Qi had brought Lu Yuntian and Li Ping along even in the midst of danger. Lu Ming was very touched by this and had already treated Hua Qi as a brother who would live and die for him. I believe you. Hua Qi revealed a smile, but in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something. He said, Lu Ming, I have something important to tell you. What is it? Lu Ming asked. It's about the mystical sword sect. Hua Qi said. Mystical sword sect. Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. Not long ago, my father received news that the Duanmu family of the Mystic Essence Sword sect has long since joined the 10 Direction Sword sect. They've been working for the 10 Direction Sword sect in secret all these years. If my father hadn't planted a chess piece in the 5 major sects, I'm afraid he wouldn't have discovered it. Hua Qi solemnly said. What? Lu Ming was shocked. Lu Ming, this should be true. My father was planning to inform the sect leader of the mystical sword sect about this, but before he could, the Heavenly Suppression King, that bastard, started his rebellion. Hua Qi said through gritted teeth. The Duanmu family actually sided with the 10 Direction Sword School? I should have thought of it. Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil as he muttered in his heart. He had been suspicious since a long time ago. He had learned from Hua Qi that the Silavir Wolf Pavilion was an assassin group trained by the 10 Direction Sword sect. However, the head of the Duanmu family had repeatedly sent assassins from the Silavir Wolf Pavilion to kill him. However, he had previously thought that the Duanmu family had hired the Silavir Wolf Pavilion assassins. Now, it seemed that they had not been hired with money at all. Not good. The mystical sword sect is in danger. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. Lu Ming, I'm worried about this too. The 10 Direction Sword sect has the ambition of a wolf. We don't know when they started to set up. First, it was the Ghost Moonsaber sect, and they had a spy from the 10 Direction Sword sect. Then it was my royal family. The Heavenly Suppression King has long been a member of the 10 Direction Sword sect. Now, the Omnipresent Sword sect will definitely use the same method to defeat the Mystical Sword sect. Once the Mystical Sword sect is destroyed, the Blazing Sun Empire will only have one Crimson Cloud Valley left. It will be difficult for one tree to hold the fort alone, and it will be destroyed sooner or later. At that time, the Omnipresent Sword sect will unify the Blazing Sun Empire, and we will really be defeated. Hua Qi said, his voice filled with worry. We must stop this from happening. No matter what, the Mystical Sword sect cannot be destroyed. I'll send you all to the Gazing Immortal Pass and head to the Mystical Sword sect immediately. I hope we can make it in time. Lu Ming said. Wangxian Pass? All right, once I get to Gazing Immortal Pass, I'll announce the crimes of the 10 Direction Sword School and Heavenly King Zhen. I'll call on the geniuses to oppose the power and army of the 10 Direction Sword School and fight them together. Hua Qi said with a nod. The two of them came to a decision. At this time, the battle had also ended, and the army had assembled. Let's go to Wangxian Pass. Lu Ming waved his hand. With Lu Ming and the blood-red cavalry escorting them, their journey was smooth. The strange thing was that the Omnipresent Sword sect did not make any moves. They did not send out any experts to hunt them down. This made Lu Ming and Hua Qi frown. Not a single person from the 10 Directions Sword sect was sent out to pursue them. It was very likely that the 10 Directions Sword sect's people were used for other purposes and could not spare time. If they couldn't spare any manpower, then what could they do? Now, there were only the Mystical Sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley. Everyone galloped at top speed, and 3 days later, they were not far from the Gazing Immortal Pass. At this time, Ming Meng had already sent an army to welcome them. Hua Qi, then we'll split into two groups. Lu Ming said to Hua Qi. All right, Lu Ming. I'll definitely lead the army to support you as soon as possible. Hua Qi said. Ming, or be careful, he warned. Li Ping said worriedly. Father, mother, don't worry. I will be fine. Lu Ming nodded and bade farewell to everyone. Blood-red cavalry, follow me. Lu Ming shouted. Let's go. The 30,000 blood-red cavalry shouted, their auras soaring as they followed Lu Ming towards the east. Chapter 341. 341 The Battle of the Mystical Sword Sect. The Mystical Sword Sect had already fallen into the flames of war. Each of the 5 great courtyards was in an intense battle. Countless people roared as sword chi swept across and blood scattered. At every moment, there were people dying in battle. Outside the 5 great academies, the battle cries shook the heavens. Countless soldiers in iron armor were fighting, and corpses were strewn all over the ground. Boom! Tens of thousands of meters above the Mystical Sword Sect, 2 extremely bright sword radiances were clashing, as if they could split the sky. Tens of thousands of sword chi swept out, and the collision of their forces was terrifying. Duanmu Canghai, why did your Duanmu family betray the Mystical Sword Sect? The Mystical Sword Sect has treated you well. The sect leader Lin Shui howled towards the sky, her voice filled with grief and indignation. The 2 people in the sky were Lin Shui and the old ancestor of the Duanmu family, the father of the White Tiger Hall's headmaster, Duanmu Pejuan, Duanmu Canghai. It's simple. The Duanmu family has been working hard for the Mystical Sword Sect for almost 1,000 years, but we can only live in a corner. The Mystical Sword Sect should have belonged to the Duanmu family long ago. On Duanmu Canghai's aged face, a cold smile could be seen. So the 10 Direction Sword School made such a promise to you. But Duanmu Canghai, do you think that the 10 Direction Sword School will keep their promise after this? How can you still be so naive at your age? Lin Shui smiled bitterly. There's no need for you to worry about that. Rest in peace. The mystical sword sect will definitely flourish with each passing day in my hands. Also, don't even think that the Scarlet Heaven Valley will come to your rescue. A large number of experts from the Shifang sword sect and the Heavenly Devil cult have gathered in the Scarlet Heaven Valley. Now, the Scarlet Heaven Valley can't even take care of itself. As long as I kill you all and combine all our forces, I can flatten the Scarlet Heaven Valley in one fell swoop. Duanmu Songhai sneered. Boom. Boom. The two of them exchanged a few moves in a row, and the space was shaking wildly. This was a life and death battle between half-step kings. Screams of pain came from all over the mystical sword sect, causing Shui Lin's eyes to turn red. Every scream could mean the death of a mystical sword sect disciple. Lin Xue's heart was bleeding. When the Ghost Moonsaber sect was in trouble, Lin Xue already knew that something was wrong and had called back most of the mystical sword sect's experts in case of an accident. They had also mobilized hundreds of thousands of elite troops from the major cities to guard the mystical sword sect. Sure enough, 5 days ago, the 10-Direction Sword School had launched a large-scale attack. Apart from hundreds of thousands of troops, there were also a large number of martial arts powerhouses. The mystical sword sect was caught in a great war. However, the mystical sword sect had the home ground advantage. With the 5 great academies as the base of the formation, they activated the 5 ultimate formation. With the 5 ultimate formations, the 10-Direction Sword sect would not be able to enter. After 4 days of intense battle, the mystical sword sect was as stable as Mount Tai. However, Lin Xue and the rest did not expect that the Duanmu family would rebel at this moment. They destroyed the 5 ultimate arrays in one fell swoop and attacked the mystical sword sect crazily with the help of the 10-Direction Sword sect. The mystical sword sect was caught off guard and suffered countless casualties. In the end, under Lin Xue's leadership, they fought back and barely stabilized the situation. In the sky not far away from the two of them, there were also 2 people engaged in an intense battle. The shockwaves from the battle between the two were not any smaller than Duanmu Songhai and Lin Xue. These were also 2 half-step king warriors. One was from the 10-Direction Sword sect, and the other was from the mystical sword sect. The Mystic Essence Sword sect originally had 3 half-step kings, but now that Duanmu Songhai had betrayed them, only 2 were left. In addition to the peak battle in the sky, fierce battles were also taking place in other places. In the Vermilion Bird Hall in the south, the Vermilion Bird Hall's director Yan Lan was engaged in a fierce battle with the White Tiger Hall's director Duanmu Pejuan. They would not rest until one of them was dead. In the Vermilion Bird Hall, Mulan let out a long cry. Sword light surged and killed an expert from the 10-Direction Sword sect. By now, Mulan's cultivation had already broken through to the martial arts grandmaster realm. Moreover, it had reached an extremely profound level. In the Azure Dragon Court of the East, Zhang Myun was one with his sword as he fought with an expert from the 10-Direction Sword sect. Duanmu family, I swear to my death that I will never associate with you. Ling Kong bellowed from the White Tiger Hall in the west. Ling Kong bellowed as he charged out of the White Tiger Hall, his body covered in blood. In the sky above Qilin Court, the battle between the 2 young men attracted a lot of attention. Many of the people in the battle looked over from time to time. This was because these 2 people were too famous in the mystical sword sect. Feng Wuji, one of the 6 heroes. The other person was actually Duanmu Lin. At this moment, Duanmu Lin and Feng Wuji were engaged in an intense battle. The 2 of them continued to bombard each other with terrifying power. Duanmu Lin is too shocking. He actually managed to fight to a draw with Feng Wuji? Feng Wuji has already broken through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm a while ago, but Duanmu Lin is not any weaker than him. This is shocking, too shocking. Many of the elders and deacons of the mystical sword sect could not help but feel shocked during the battle. Duanmu Lin was a rare genius with an astonishing cultivation speed. The others were also constantly improving, but he had actually caught up. Feng Wuji, is this your true strength? You've really disappointed me. If I was born a few years earlier, I would have already trampled you under my feet. Duanmu Lin let out a long hiss and was extremely arrogant. Duanmu Lin, no matter how strong you are, you're just a traitor. You'll be punished by the world. Feng Wuji howled. What a joke, Feng Wuji, you're really a joke. The winner is the king and the loser is the villain. History is written by the winner, don't you know this? Duanmu Lin laughed. The two of them continued to battle, and it was extremely intense. In the sky, Lin Shui and Duanmu Canghai's battle was getting more and more intense. Duanmu Canghai, you're too naive if you think you can destroy us with just your abilities. Lin Shuilin shouted angrily. Who said it's only them? At this moment, a domineering voice came from the distance. Hiss hiss hiss. Then, a hissing sound spread out. Upon hearing this voice, Duanmu Canghai was overjoyed and he laughed. Haha, we've finally arrived. Whoosh! In the distance, a fiery red light flashed like lightning. The next moment, the light disappeared and a huge, ferocious centipede appeared in the air. This centipede was really huge. It was more than 100 meters long and its body was red. The most shocking thing was that it had 3 pairs of huge wings. The 2 sides of its body were covered with dense claws. The claws cut through the void like blades. On the back of the centipede, there were dozens of people. Each of them had a strong aura, like a mountain. The person in the lead was dressed in iron armor, and his aura was as deep as the ocean. 1,000-foot giant centipede, Yin Moon's south-conquering king. Lin Shui roared in disbelief. On the back of the giant centipede was the Yin Empire's Lord Jinan, Yin Tianjue. Ah, Lin Shui, how about we join forces and destroy the mystical sword sect? Yin Tianjue laughed. Despicable! How dare you collude with the Dark Moon Empire? Lin Shui roared in anger. What collusion? No wonder he was defeated. Duanmu Canghai's shriveled face revealed a sinister smile that was extremely horrifying. Chapter 342. 342 Chapter 342 Experts. Benefits, Yin Tianjue, what benefits did the 10-direction sword sect give you? Aren't you afraid that the 10-direction sword sect will unify the Blazing Sun Empire and become stronger, and then target the Yin Moon Empire? Lin Shui looked at Yin Tianjue and asked. There's no harm in telling you. It turns out that the territory of the Ghost Moon Saber sect belongs to my Yin Moon Empire. Yin Tianjue laughed. What? The 10-direction sword sect is betraying our country. Lin Shui roared. The 10-direction sword sect had actually given the Ghost Moon Saber sect's territory to the Yin Moon Empire, which was equivalent to 1/5 of the Blazing Sun Empire's territory. The 10-direction sword sect was using all their means. Lin Shui, this is a win-win situation. All right, your mystical sword sect is destined to be destroyed. Kill! Yin Tianjue ordered. Buzz! Buzz! Dozens of figures flew out from the back of the giant centipede and charged toward the mystical sword sect. Instantly, dozens of mystical sword sect disciples were killed. These people were all top-notch experts. The weakest of them was at the 6th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, and 3 of them were at the 9th level. As soon as he made his move, the situation changed drastically, and the mystical sword sect was at a disadvantage. Yin Tianjue didn't make a move, his target was Lin Shui. Duanmu Canghai, why don't we join forces and kill Lin Shui? Yin Tianjue sneered. Just what I wanted. Duanmu Canghai's murky eyes revealed a cold glint. Boom! Boom! Their auras exploded and swept across the world. The clouds in the sky were turned into dust by their auras. Buzz! Lin Shui's upper lever 4 combat sword let out a soft cry, and a beam of sword chi shot up into the sky. He looked at Duanmu Canghai and Yin Tianjue with a serious expression. Facing 2 half-step king warriors, he had no confidence at all. He knew that he had to go all out today, or else the mystical sword sect would be in danger. Kill! Kill! Duanmu Canghai and Yin Tianjue shouted in unison, each of them launching a move. Duanmu Canghai used a sword while Yin Tianjue used a battle spear. The two attacks advanced side by side and headed towards Lin Shui. Profound heavenly sword technique. Lin Shui let out a long cry, and her entire body seemed to have transformed into a divine sword. Sword intent filled the air, and a brilliant sword light seemed to have come from beyond the heavens as it violently slashed out. Boom! Boom! Two earth-shaking rumbles spread out for hundreds of miles. If one looked up from below, one could see that the entire sky was covered in sword chi and spear light. The space trembled, and it was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! The next moment, a figure retreated frantically. Due to its speed, it created an air wave that was thousands of meters long. It was Lin Shui. She retreated a few thousand meters, groaned, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Shui, you are no match for the two of us. Today, you are dead. Yin Tianjue sneered. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Lin Shui's eyes flashed with madness. Drag us down with you? Ha, Lin Shui, you think too highly of yourself. Yin Tianju laughed loudly, his aura like a mountain as he charged towards Lin Shui. At the same time, Duanmu Canghai also attacked Lin Shui. Boom! Boom! Another two earth-shaking rumbles sounded, and Lin Shui was forced back again. She coughed out blood and her face was pale. He was completely outmatched by two experts of the same realm. He was completely suppressed. They were both half-kings, and they had both cultivated their controlling force to the extreme. They were both at the peak of the Blazing Sun Empire and the Inue Empire. Who could be worse than the other? It was impossible for Shui Lin to be a match for the two. Haha, Lin Shui die. Yin Tianjue howled as his battle spear pierced through the air, turning into a huge spear that was a few hundred meters long as it flew towards Lin Shui. Lin Shui, let this old man send you off. Duanmu Canghai laughed coldly as his sword light shook the sky. Boundless energy burst forth from his aged body. A sword light slashed towards Lin Shui. At this moment buzz! Heaven and earth shook violently as a saber flare slashed over from the void in the distance. The blade light was hundreds of meters long and black in color. The most shocking thing was that when the blade light cut through the void, a series of shrill screams rang out, as if countless evil ghosts were screaming. The target of this blade light was Yin Tianjue. Ghost King Purgatory / Yin Tianjue cried out in alarm as his expression changed. He immediately shouted and forcefully changed the direction of his battle spear to attack the blade light. With a loud boom, Yin Tianjue's body trembled slightly as he took a few steps back. Every step he took caused a loud boom in the air. Buzz! The blade light dissipated and an old man wearing a black robe with a black moon embroidered on it appeared in the air. Shangguan, it's you. Yin Tianjue's face was dark. Ghost Moon Saber Sect's old ancestor, Shangguan Ming. Lin Shui's face was filled with joy. He had thought that the Ghost Moon Saber Sect had been destroyed and Shangguan Ming had died in battle. Now it seemed that Shangguan Ming had not died. Old Shangguan, I didn't kill you last time. This time, you've come to die. This is the will of heaven. Yin Tianjue sneered. Yin Tianjue and the 10 Direction Sword Sect, even if I have to risk my life, I will not let you succeed. Shangguan Ming's face was full of hatred. The Ghost Moon Saber Sect had been annihilated, and he had always wanted to take revenge. Shangguan Ming, you're an old bag of bones. You should go earlier. At this moment, a cold voice came from the distance. Then, a slender figure with his hands behind his back stepped through the air. In an instant, it appeared in front of him. Qiu Wuyang. Lin Shui and Shangguan Ming's expressions changed. Qiu Wuyang, the head of the 10 Direction Sword Sect, was actually nearby. Shangguan Ming, I knew that you would not give up and would always want to take revenge. That's why I didn't make a move just now. I wanted to lure you out and get rid of you both at the same time. Qiu Wuyang said lightly. His body flashed, and together with Duanmu Canghai and Yin Tianjue, they formed a triangle and surrounded Lin Shui and Shangguan Ming. Lin Shui and Shangguan Ming were leaning against each other, their expressions extremely ugly. Qiu Weiyang had planned everything out, and the mystical sword sect had no chance of survival. Ah! At this moment, a long howl came from below, piercing through the sky. Lin Shui and the others couldn't help but look in that direction. Over there, Feng Wuji and Duanmu Lin were fighting. But at this moment, Feng Wuji was no match for Duanmu Lin. He was covered in blood, and one of his arms was broken by Duanmu Lin's palm. Ha, Feng Wuji, you're not the strongest man in the mystical sword sect, you're just a piece of trash. If I was born a few years earlier, you wouldn't even be able to stand out. Duanmu Lin laughed loudly. His aura was wild, and his cultivation had actually reached the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Boom! Duanmu Lin's saber slashed out, and Feng Wuji barely managed to block it. He was sent flying for over 1,000 meters as blood spurted out of his mouth. Wuji! In the sky, Lin Shui was extremely worried. Hee Lin Shui, you've already lost. Even among the younger generation, the Duanmu family's geniuses are enough to crush you. The mystical sword sect should have been ruled by someone else a long time ago. Duanmu Canghai laughed coldly. Chapter 343. 343. The arrival of the Marquis Champion. Lin Shui's face was extremely gloomy. Lin Shui, I heard that Feng Wuji is the disciple you're most proud of. I'll let you watch your disciple die in front of you. Qiu Weiyang sneered. At this moment, they were not in a hurry to attack. They wanted Lin Shui to watch as Feng Wuji was killed. This way, Lin Shui's mind would be crushed and it would be easier to kill her. Feng Wuji, today will be your doomsday. Duanmu Lin's long hair fluttered in the wind, and he was in high spirits. His entire person was filled with an aura of supremacy. His eyes were bright and full of arrogance. Boom! Duanmu Lin slashed out another saber, and the saber light was extremely sharp. Feng Wuji tried his best to defend, but he was heavily injured and was no match for Duanmu Lin. His body was sent flying like a cannonball, and a long gash appeared on his chest. Wuji! Senior brother Wuji! Countless people from the mystical sword sect shouted when they saw this. They wanted to rush over to help, but everyone had an opponent. They were entangled by their opponents and couldn't help at all. Haha! High up in the sky, Qiu Weiyang, Duanmu Canghai, and Yin Tianjue laughed out loud. Below Feng Wuji and Duanmu Lin's battlefield, a few figures were looking up. One of them, with a graceful bearing, was Lu Yao. The others were experts from the Duanmu family and were responsible for protecting her. Lu Yao was here to witness the rise of Duanmu Lin. At this moment, Lu Yao's eyes had a hint of complexity. She was also a little stunned by the Duanmu family's betrayal of the mystical sword sect. But on second thought, she felt relieved. That's even better. If the Duanmu family replaces the mystical sword sect, my status will be even higher in the future. I've already cultivated to the 6th grade Great Martial Master realm, and it won't be long before I can break through to the Martial Ancestor realm. At that time, I must awaken a king rank bloodline. That way, I can live together with Brother Lin and become a legend. Lu Ming, did you see that? Now, Brother Lin had even trampled on Feng Wuji, one of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun sect. Even if you have some talent, how can you compare to Brother Lin? How can you be worthy of me? It's a pity that you're not in the mystical sword sect, so you won't be able to see this. If you were to see this, how would you feel inferior? Lu Yao looked at Duanmu Lin, who was in high spirits in the sky. His eyes were bright, full of pride and anticipation. Feng Wuji, you are the first one among the 6 heroes that I've fought. Today, I will step over your dead body and rise to the top. It's your honor to be my stepping stone. In the air, Duanmu Lin looked at Feng Wuji with disdain and was in high spirits. Duanmu Lin, you won't have the chance to do so. At this moment, a clear voice came from the distance. Who is it? Duanmu Lin's eyes turned cold as he looked into the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, 3 beams of light shot toward them. Who's there? You're looking for death. An expert from the 10 Directions Sword School shouted and charged toward the 3 beams of light. A few claw lights flew out and several 6th-grade martial ancestor realm experts from the 10 Directions Sword School were torn into pieces. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSP, the rainbow light vanished, and 3 figures appeared in the air. It's you? The champion, Ho Tianyun. As soon as the 3 figures appeared, someone shouted. Everyone in the mystical sword sect who was in the middle of a battle felt their hearts skip a beat as they couldn't help but look over. The champion Marketanyun was famous throughout the Blazing Sun Empire. However, why was he here? The 3 people who had suddenly appeared were Lu Ming, Yen Quan, and the golden-eyed blood corpse. The gazing immortal pass wasn't far from the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming led 30,000 blood-red cavalry. After more than a day of travel, they finally neared the mystical sword sect. At this moment, Lu Ming, Yen Quan, and the golden-eyed blood zombie had arrived at the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming could not help but speak up when he saw Duanmu Lin's arrogant look. Duanmu Lin's expression could not help but turn grave as he looked at Lu Ming. Duanmu Lin naturally knew of marquee champion Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming had killed Xiao Changlai, a genius from the omnipresent sword sect. He was extremely powerful, and Duanmu Lin did not dare to underestimate him. This fellow actually managed to rush here. Where his blood-red cavalry? Qiu Wuyang's expression changed slightly. Qiu Wuyang knew that Lu Ming had led the blood-red cavalry to the north of the Blazing Sun Empire to rescue Huaqi. However, he had not sent anyone to deal with Lu Ming during this period of time because he had to deal with the mystical sword sect. In his eyes, Lu Ming was just a small fry. After he dealt with the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley, he could kill Lu Ming and his blood-red cavalry with a flip of his hand. It's him. Lin Xue's eyes moved, revealing a complicated expression. Tianyun, what are you doing here? Qiu Wuyang's voice came from the sky. I'm naturally here to kill you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. As soon as he said that, everyone's hearts trembled. To kill Qiu Wuyang and the others? What an arrogant tone. Haha, Champion Ho Tianyun, you are indeed full of pride. But in my opinion, you must have been blinded by your pride. That's right, you've achieved so much at such a young age. It's normal to lose yourself. It's ridiculous that you want to kill us. How about this? I can see that you are a talent. If you join me now, I can consider putting you in an important position. In the future, you can become the Grand Marshal of the world's army and guard the Burning Sun Empire. It's not a bad idea. Qiu Wuyang said. What bullshit Grand Marshal? Do you think I care? Qiu Wuyang, to be honest, I'm more interested in your head. Lu Ming sneered. Impudent. You're looking for death. Qiu Wuyang's face turned cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He waved his hand and a shocking sword radiance slashed toward Lu Ming. Qiu Wuyang, you're shameless. Lin Xue's face changed and she was about to help. Lin Xue, your opponent is mean. Duanmu Canghai's figure moved and blocked Lin Xue. On the other side, Yin Tianjue was also staring at Shangguan Ming, preventing him from helping. What marquee champion? How dare you oppose this lord? You overestimate your own abilities, die. Qiu Wuyang's eyes were cold. However, facing Qiu Wuyang's sword radiance, Lu Ming's expression was very calm. He stood there without moving. It's over. The champion Ho Tianyun, a hero of his generation, is going to be killed just like that? Many people in the surroundings sighed. No one thought that Lu Ming would survive. Qiu Wuyang was a half-step king, and only a half-step king could block his attack. However, how many half-step kings did the Burning Sun Empire have? There were only a dozen of them. Who could save Lu Ming now? Then, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. Yen Quan, who was beside Lu Ming, stepped forward and threw a punch. Boom! The space trembled violently. Then, a terrifying fist radiance burst out. Chapter 344. 344 Lu Ming is back. Boom! A deafening sound rang out as the fist force and the sword radiance collided and cancelled each other out. Half-step king. That's a half-step king. Someone shouted. Many people were shocked. They did not expect that Lu Ming would have a half-step king following him. Who are you, sir? Qiu Wuyang's face turned serious. Half-step kings were all extremely famous and were the overlords of their own territories. He was very clear about the appearance of each of them, but he didn't know Yan Quan. Who am I? There's no harm in saying it, I am Yan Quan. Yan Quan parted his mouth and smiled. What, you are Yan Quan? Then this little bastard is the one who destroyed the Mo family and killed my son. As soon as Yan Quan finished speaking, In Tianjue roared and looked at Lu Ming with a dark expression. During this period of time, he had sent people to investigate thoroughly, but they could not find the murderer at all. They only knew that Yan Quan had escaped. Now that the flame spring had appeared here, the answer was already obvious. In Tianjue, what's your name? Your Dark Moon Imperial family is despicable and shameless. Today, I will settle this with you. Yan Quan looked at In Tianjue with killing intent. He took a step forward and stood opposite Qiu Wuyang and the rest. The auras of the 6 half-step kings formed a huge domain that prevented anyone below the half-step king level from approaching. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Duanmu Lin and smiled faintly. Duanmu Lin, I've just said that you don't have the chance to rise again. You'll die today. Tenyun, if you and I fight, both of us will suffer. I advise you to join the 10-Direction Sword School. Now that the school has formed its power, even if you have a half-step king protecting you, it won't be able to affect the overall situation. Duanmu Lin said as he stared at Lu Ming. With Tianyun's reputation right there, unless it was absolutely necessary, he was not willing to exchange blows with him. Both sides are injured? You really think too highly of yourself. Lu Ming revealed a mocking smile. I can defeat you in one move. Lu Ming took a step forward and closed in on Duanmu Lin. Arrogant. Let's see how you can defeat me in one move. Great Sun Thunder Blade Slash. Duanmu Lin bellowed in rage and slashed his saber. The terrifying saber radiance was even more scorching than the sun as it flew toward Lu Ming. Beast Palm. Lu Ming said softly and struck out with his palm. A huge beast claw appeared and charged toward Duanmu Lin. Bang! The beast claw collided with the blade light, and the blade light was snuffed out like a wisp of smoke. The beast Dao Palm didn't stop, and it continued toward Duanmu Lin with an astonishing power. How did this happen? Duanmu Lin cried out in disbelief. Then he frantically activated his bloodline and used all his strength to slash out. Block it! Block it! Duanmu Lin let out a deep roar as his sharp blade light condensed into a sun. However, this sun was like a bubble that was destroyed by the beast Dao Palm. Bang! Following that, the beast Dao Palm slapped onto Duanmu Lin's body. Duanmu Lin let out a blood-curdling screech and was sent flying over 1,000 meters away. Blood continuously spurted out of his mouth as his body trembled. His clothes were in tatters, and it was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken. Linja! In the sky, Duanmu Canghai shouted worriedly. So strong. Even overlords like Yin Tianjue and Shangguan Ming were shocked. Lin Xue's eyes were even more complicated. So strong. Tianyun is too strong. In all directions, Yan Lan, Mulan, and the others exclaimed in shock. The battle continued, but everyone's attention was drawn to this side. As martial arts grandmasters, they could see the battle from dozens of miles away. I've said it before, I'll defeat you in one move. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Impossible, impossible. Duanmu Lin roared, finding it hard to bear. He had prided himself as a peerless genius, but he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. It was a huge blow to him. Below, Lu Yao also had a look of disbelief on her face. In her eyes, Duanmu Lin, who had been unrivaled, had actually been defeated by Tianyun in a single move. There's actually such a genius in this world? Even Duanmu Lin was defeated in one move. The title of Marquis Champion is indeed well-deserved. Lu Yao thought to herself as she looked at Lu Ming with a strange glint in her eyes. The second move will kill you. Lu Ming chuckled and took another step forward. At the same time, a cold, killing intent burst out from his body. Tianyun, you dare? Duanmu Songhai roared and wanted to help. Duanmu Songhai, I'm your opponent. Lin Xue's aura locked onto Duanmu Songhai. Tianyun, there's no enmity between us in the past, nor has there been any enmity between us recently. Why must you kill me? If you kill me, my Duanmu family will never let you off. Why must you seek trouble for yourself? Duanmu Lin cried out in fear. Ha, no grudges? No complaints? Duanmu Lin, your memory isn't that good. I've said that I'll definitely return to the mystical sword sect within 2 years and kill you. You've already forgotten? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly laughed out loud. His voice also changed, returning to his original voice. What? You're the referee. Duanmu Lin's pupils rapidly contracted and his mind was greatly shaken. Lu Ming reached out and wiped his face. He took off the disguise mask and revealed his handsome face. At the same time, the bones in his body moved and he returned to his original appearance. Lu Ming, why are you here? Duanmu Lin shrieked hysterically when he saw Lu Ming's face. This was too hard for him to accept. The champion, Marketing, was Lu Ming, the Lu Ming that he looked down on. He would rather defeat his Tianyun than Lu Ming. This was a blow to his heart that was 10 times, no, 100 times worse. Lu Ming has returned. In the distant sky, Yan Lan, Mulan and the rest were shocked when they saw this. Then, it was ecstasy, unbelievable ecstasy. Haha, this kid is actually Tianyun? This old man is too shocked. Yan Lan laughed. How did this happen? Duanmu Pejuan, who was fighting against Yan Lan, let out a roar of disbelief. Lu Ming, you're finally back. I knew that you'd come back. You'd come back to fulfill your promise. Mulan's eyes were filled with joy. Lu Ming is back. Lu Ming is the Marquis Champion, Tianyun. All the disciples and elders of the mystical sword sect could not help but shout. The news quickly spread throughout the entire mystical sword sect and the entire battlefield. No one would have thought that the renowned champion, Ho Tianyun, was actually Lu Ming, the man who had stormed the White Tiger Hall, killed Lu Yunxiong, and killed dozens of people from the Duanmu family a year ago. In the end, he had been forced to withdraw from the mystical sword sect by the Duanmu family. Many of them even remembered the determination Lu Ming had when he left the mystical sword sect and the promise he made. He would definitely return within 2 years and kill Duanmu Lin. It had been less than 2 years. It had only been slightly more than a year and Lu Ming had returned. Duanmu Lin had been defeated by him in one move. The return of the king. A true king, no matter where he went, no matter what identity he used, was destined not to be buried. He would always shine. Lu Ming is back. I'm indeed not as good as him. Azure Dragon Hall, Zhang Muyun sighed. I knew he would come back. At the foot of the White Tiger Hall, Ling Kong, who was covered in blood, laughed heartily. Chapter 345. 345 Killing Duanmu Lin. It's him indeed. In the sky, Lin Xue revealed a bitter smile. At this moment, Lin Xue was filled with regret. Back then, he had chosen the Duanmu family over Lu Ming. The facts proved that he was wrong. The entire Duanmu family had rebelled, but at the crucial moment, Lu Ming had come to their rescue. His feelings were extremely complicated. Damn it, I should have killed him with all my strength back then. Duanmu Songhai's face was extremely gloomy. Of all the people present, The one with the most complicated feelings and the most difficult to accept was Lu Yao. At this moment, Lu Yao's body was trembling violently as she looked at the familiar figure in the sky in disbelief. No, no, it's impossible. It can't be Lu Ming's. How can Lu Ming be Tianyun? Lu Yao called out incoherently. Not long ago, she was still thinking that it was a pity that Lu Ming was not here. She could not see the gap between him and Duanmu Lin and was proud that he had chosen Duanmu Lin. However, in the blink of an eye, Tianyun had appeared and defeated Duanmu Lin with a single move. Now, he was telling her that Lu Ming was Tianyun. This was a huge blow to her. No, no, impossible. It's fake. All of this is fake. Lu Yao shrieked, her beautiful face contorted into a hideous and terrifying expression. She couldn't accept all this. In the sky, Lu Ming casually glanced at Lu Yao and no longer paid attention to her, as if she was just a stranger. Duanmu Lin, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said softly. No, no, I can't die. Duanmu Lin cried out in horror as he desperately flew backward. Lu Ming, stop. Duanmu Xianxia roared and a powerful aura burst out from his body, wanting to save him. However, he was being held back by Lin Shui. Yan Lan, get lost. On the other side, Duanmu Pejuan also roared loudly. He wanted to save Yan Lan, but how could Yan Lan allow him to do so? Duanmu Pejuan, we haven't decided who's going to win yet. Where are you going? Yan Lan laughed coldly as he blocked Duanmu Pejuan's way. Stop him! Yin Tianjue shouted. Buzz! Buzz! A few of the experts he had brought with him charged toward Lu Ming. Die! A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. With a stab, the spear's gleam burst out and the two 7th-grade martial arts grandmaster experts were instantly killed. At the same time, Lu Ming devoured the blood essence. Lu Ming did not stop as he charged toward Duanmu Lin. Stop him and let young Master Lin escape. The other Duanmu family experts rushed over, but the strongest was only in the 7th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. They were all killed by Lu Ming. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of Duanmu Lin. I'm not afraid. Duanmu Lin shouted in fear. Die! Lu Ming muttered and thrust his spear. Puchi! The spear pierced through Duanmu Lin's heart. Duanmu Lin's eyes immediately popped out like a dead fish's. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and regret. Immediately after, the life in his eyes quickly dissipated. Never in his dreams did he expect that he would die in Lu Ming's hands. More than a year ago, when Lu Ming left the mystical sword sect, he said that he would return to the sect to kill him within 2 years. At that time, he did not take it seriously. He did not think that Lu Ming could catch up to him. However, the truth was often very different from what you expected. Duanmu Lin was dead. Bang! Lu Ming swung his long spear and Duanmu Lin's corpse flew out like a piece of trash. No, Lu Ming, you should die. You should die. In the sky, Duanmu Xianxia screamed hysterically. His voice was as shrill as a ghost. Duanmu Lin was the hope of the Duanmu family, and now that his hope had been snuffed out, Duanmu Xianxia simply couldn't bear it. Old man, what are you shouting for? After I left the sect, you sent people to assassinate me. I once swore to trample your Duanmu family to the ground. Now it's your turn. Golden Eye, go and kill that old man. Lu Ming berated Duanmu Xianxia and then instructed the golden-eyed blood corpse. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse let out a deafening roar as it emitted a dense blood-red light and pounced towards Duanmu Xianxia. You're looking for death. Duanmu Xianxia roared and slashed at the golden-eyed blood corpse. A sharp sword light burst out, trying to cut the golden-eyed blood zombie in half. However, the result shocked everyone. The golden-eyed blood corpse waved its claws and tore Duanmu Xianxia's sword light into pieces. The golden-eyed blood corpse continued to attack Duanmu Xianxia with lightning speed. Half-step King Warrior? Why is it half-step King Warrior again? Duanmu Xianxia let out a cry of disbelief. There was another half-step king beside Lu Ming. How was that possible? Could it be that half-step kings were cabbages? Even Lin Shui and the other half-step kings were stunned. Boom! Duanmu Songhai circulated his sword force and burst out with all his strength. Just now, he thought that he could kill the golden-eyed blood corpse with a casual strike, so the sword ray was easily destroyed by the corpse. Kill! At this moment, Lin Shui shouted coldly, and a terrifying sword aura burst forth, and a peerless sharp edge stabbed towards Duanmu Songhai. Arg! Lin Shui, you sneaked an attack on me, you're despicable. Duanmu Songhai howled in fear as he used all his strength to resist. Don't even think about it. Qiu Weiyang and Yin Tianjue roared and wanted to save him, but Shangguan Ming and Yan Quan had also made their moves. A battle between half-step kings suddenly erupted. The entire heaven and earth was in an uproar. Ah! An earth-shattering scream reverberated through the entire mystical sword sect. It was Duanmu Songhai. He was no match for the golden-eyed blood corpse and Lin Shui. Furthermore, Lin Shui had launched a sneak attack. With one move, a piece of flesh was torn off from his chest by the golden-eyed blood corpse. Even his bones and internal organs could be seen. His right hand had disappeared. Lin Shui's sword light had cut off one of his arms from his shoulder, almost cutting him in half. But even if he dodged it, he was already half dead. Ah, Lin Shui, you're despicable. How dare you sneak attack me? Duanmu Songhai shouted. There's no need to kill traitors in broad daylight. Kill. Lin Shui's killing intent was like a tidal wave. She hated the Duanmu family to the core. She unleashed her full power and charged towards Duanmu Songhai. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse also roared and charged towards Duanmu Songhai. Save me! Duanmu Song's sea urchin was scared out of its wits as it fled for its life. Unfortunately, even if Qiu Wuyang and Yin Tianjue wanted to help, they were powerless. Their opponents weren't any weaker than them. Duanmu Songhai was already heavily injured and his combat strength was greatly reduced. How could he escape? The next moment, another scream was heard. He dodged the claw of the golden-eyed blood corpse, but he couldn't avoid Lin Shui's sword and was cut in half. After all, he was a half-step king with a strong life force. Duanmu Songhai was still alive, and he started to scream in fear. Sect leader, please spare my life. Please spare my old bones. For the sake of all the years I've fought for the sect, please spare me. Duanmu Songhai pleaded loudly. And NBSP, he actually called him sect leader again. He was really shameless. Indeed, the older a person was, the more afraid he was of death. Fight for the sect? I think you've been working hard for yourself all these years. Duanmu Songhai, I'll send you on your way personally. Lin Shui coldly shouted. Buzz! The sharp sword chi burst out. Duanmu Songhai let out a cry of despair as the sword chi sliced through his head, splitting him into two. Duanmu Songhai, a half-step king, was dead. Chapter 346. 346 Chapter 346 Turning the Tables. Father! In the distance, Duanmu Pejuan shouted. Bang! He was distracted for a moment, and Yen Lan's palm landed on his chest. Duanmu Pejuan retreated as blood spurted out of his mouth. Die! Yen Lan chased after him, and the violent attack tilted down. Duanmu Pejuan, who was seriously injured, could only block a dozen moves before his heart meridian was shattered by Yen Lan's palm. With a loud cry, he died unwillingly. Not good, let's go. Seeing that Duanmu Songhai had been killed, Qiu Weiyang let out a long howl and turned to leave. Qiu Weiyang, you can stay here today. Lin Shui roared as she charged at Qiu Weiyang with her sword. The dazzling sword chi filled the void and blocked Qiu Weiyang's way out. Buzz! Buzz! Yan Quan and the golden-eyed blood corpse flashed and appeared on the other two sides of Qiu Weiyang. Qiu Weiyang's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with anxiety. Damn it. I can't believe I've fallen into such a situation today. I never thought that this Tianyun, no, Lu Ming, would have 2 half-step king warriors with him. It's all Lu Ming's fault. Damn it. Qiu Weiyang kept roaring in his heart as he rolled his eyes, trying to think of a solution. With Duanmu Canghai's death, the only half-step king warriors on their side were him, Yin Tianjue, and another expert from the 10 Direction Sword School. On the Mystic Essence Sword sect's side, there was Lin Shui, a half-step king, Shangguan Ming, Yan Quan, and the Golden-Eyed Blood Corpse. In terms of peak combat strength, they were already at a complete disadvantage. They could only retreat for now. Otherwise, they would all have to stay here. Boom! Let's go! On the other side, Yin Tianjue and Shangguan Ming exchanged a blow. He roared and called for the powerful cultivators he had brought with him, planning to escape. Yin Tianjue, let's settle this today. Where are you going? Seeing that Yin Tianjue was about to leave, Yan Quan gave a loud roar and abandoned Qiu Weiyang to charge towards Yin Tianjue. Detestable! Yin Tianjue howled in anger as he burst forth with all his might. Buzz! As soon as Yan Quan left, Qiu Weiyang's sword Qi soared into the sky. The battle sword in his hand slashed out, its sharpness unparalleled. Boom! Even the powerful golden-eyed blood corpse was sent flying thousands of meters. Qiu Weiyang seized the opportunity and was about to run away. However, on the other side, another sharp sword Qi was coming at him. It was Lin Shui. Qiu Weiyang, you won't be able to escape. Lin Shui's voice was cold. Damn it. Qiu Weiyang roared and fought back with all his might. However, after a few moves, he was already spitting out blood. At this moment, the howls of Walevers could be heard from the distant land. Boom, boom, boom. The earth rumbled as countless blood-red scaled Walevers charged over. Lu Ming's red blood cavalry had arrived. Kill! The blood-red cavalry roared and charged at the army of the 10 Direction Sword sect. The omnipresent sword sect immediately sent out a powerful army to stop the blood-red cavalry. Although this army was very strong and was the elite of the 10 Direction Sword School, it was not enough to face the blood-red cavalry. The red blood cavalry was armed to the teeth. What they wore and what they held in their hands were all the best items that Lu Ming had taken from the Martial King's storage ring. Together with the crimson-scaled wolf, they were an army that was born for war. After a few charges, the army of the 10 Direction Sword sect was scattered. The blood-red cavalry charged past, leaving corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river. Qiu Weiyang, your plan today is destined to fail. It's impossible for the 10 Direction Sword sect to rule the Burning Sun Empire. Lin Shui glared at Qiu Weiyang. Qiu Weiyang's face was extremely dark and his eyes were filled with anger. He didn't say anything as he tried to block Lin Shui and the golden-eyed blood corpse's attacks while looking for an opportunity to escape. Sect leader, let me help you. At this time, a loud roar was heard. A tall figure rushed over and exchanged a blow with the golden-eyed blood corpse. This person was the other half-step king of the 10 Direction Sword School. I'm your opponent. The half-step king from the mystical sword sect had also caught up. Sect leader, run. The 10 Direction Sword sect can't do without you. Leave this to me. The half-step king from the 10 Direction Sword School roared. His body emitted a strong purple light, and his originally tall body expanded again. He's burning his blood essence. He's going to risk his life. Stop him. Lin Shui shouted. Kill, kill, kill. The half-step king from the 10 Direction Sword School roared and slashed out 3 times. The power of these 3 swords was beyond imagination, infinitely close to the attack power of a king. Boom, boom, boom. The golden-eyed blood corpse, Lin Shui, and the half-step king from the Mystic Essence Sword sect were all sent flying thousands of meters away. Buzz! Qiu Weiyang seized the opportunity and turned into a beam of light, disappearing into the horizon in a few breaths. Lu Ming, Lin Shui, Qiu Weiyang, will exterminate your entire family sooner or later. Qiu Weiyang's murderous voice came from the distance. Boom! On the other side, Yin Tianju used some kind of secret technique and lost an arm to fight back Yan Quan and Shangguan Ming's encirclement. He turned into a blood light and rushed out, disappearing into the horizon. Detestable! Lin Shui roared as she turned her attention to the 10-direction sword school's half-step king. Although he had burned his blood essence and increased his combat strength, he couldn't last long. His blood essence was exhausted and he was torn into pieces by the golden-eyed blood corpse. Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared in the air. Looking at the corpse of the 10-direction sword sect's demi-king, Lu Ming sighed in pity. The other party's blood essence had already been exhausted. This was a half-step king. The energy contained in its blood essence was absolutely terrifying. To Lu Ming, it was a supreme treasure. Furthermore, the blood essence of a half-step king was extremely condensed, and its essence dissipated very slowly. Any jade bottle could store it for a very long time. Previously, Duanmu Canghai's blood essence had already been stored in a jade bottle by Lu Ming. He could keep it for later consumption and refinement. After taking a look at his surroundings, Lu Ming wiped his face with his hand and transformed back into Tianyun. Blood-red iron cavalry, hear my order. Kill the people of the 10-direction sword sect without mercy. Lu Ming gave the order heartlessly, his voice spreading far and wide. Kill! Kill! The blood-red cavalry roared, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as well. He wielded his spear and charged at the martial arts grandmaster from the omnidirectional sword sect. At the same time, the golden-eyed blood corpse, Yan Quan, Lin Shui, and the other half-step kings also charged toward the 10-direction sword school. With so many half-step kings joining in, it was simply a massacre. Screams of pain and agony filled the air as a large number of experts were killed. Run, quickly run. The people from the 10-direction sword school didn't have the heart to continue fighting. Even their sect leader had escaped, and the other party had so many terrifying experts. Staying behind to fight was simply an act of courting death. One by one, they began to flee from the mystical sword sect. The attack of the 10-direction sword school this time could be considered a complete failure. Lu Ming was on a killing spree. With a wave of his long spear, a few experts from the Duanmu family were killed. Lu Ming had his eyes on the Duanmu family. In fact, it was the same for the other people in the mystical sword sect. They were also targeting the Duanmu family. Even if the people from the 10-direction sword school were to escape, they could not let the people from the Duanmu family off. Betrayer, only death. Chapter 347. 347 Meeting Lu Yao again. Chaos, the scene was in chaos. Screams and curses were heard. The people from the Duanmu family screamed and fled. Don't leave me. Not far from Lu Ming, there was a shriek. A few figures soared into the sky, trying to escape. Shio! Shio! Lu Ming's long spear shook and the spear's radiance burst out. These 4th and 5th grade martial arts grandmasters were easily killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming appeared in a flash. He looked down and frowned slightly. Below, Lu Yao lay limply on the ground, her face filled with despair. Duanmu Canghai, Duanmu Lin, and Duanmu Pejuan all died. The Duanmu family's higher-ups were killed one after another in front of her eyes. This completely shattered her fantasy and her future. Lu Ming, it's all your fault. You've ruined me. Lu Yao raised her head and looked at Lu Ming with reddened eyes. Her eyes were filled with resentment. I destroyed you? What a joke. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao and chided her coldly. From the beginning to the end, I've never provoked you. You've been lying to me and even deprived me of my bloodline. When I came to the mystical sword sect, it was the Duanmu family who tried to kill me time and time again. Now, you're saying that I destroyed you? So you're saying that I can only let you do whatever you want to me, and I can't fight back? How laughable. Lu Yao, let me tell you, you only have yourself to blame for everything. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao and said slowly, His voice was very calm, and one could not tell any emotional fluctuations. He was just stating a fact. He asked for it? You brought this upon yourself, ha! Lu Yao muttered to herself, then burst out laughing. Buzz! Buzz! At that moment, two figures appeared beside Lu Ming. They were Xianxia and Xianxia. After Lu Yao laughed, she calmed down and looked at Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia and Xianxia, one in a white dress and the other in a black dress, stood in the air like a goddess. Lu Yao had always prided herself on her beauty, but compared to Xianxia and Xianxia, she was still not as good. In addition, Xianxia and Xianxia exuded a powerful aura. Standing beside Lu Ming, they looked like a celestial couple. At this moment, Lu Yao's heart was filled with complicated emotions. There was regret, hatred, and envy. She had brought this upon herself. Yes, Lu Ming was right. She had brought this upon herself. All of this was caused by herself. If she had not thought so much in the past, looked down on Lu Ming, despised him, and even deprived him of his bloodline just because he was dispirited for a moment, and did not pursue geniuses and rich families, but stayed by Lu Ming's side obediently, then the person who was envied by countless people would not be others but her. At this moment, she truly understood the meaning of the phrase, "Don't bully the young for being poor." People would always have their ups and downs. However, the low point was only temporary. As long as he didn't die, he would rise up eventually. I envy the prosperity and brilliance of others, but I ignore the brilliance and potential of the people around me. In the end, it's all for nothing. Perhaps I was wrong. Lu Yao suddenly let out a long sigh. All of a sudden, the true energy in Lu Yao's body went berserk, and streams of fiery red true energy rushed out of her body. Poochie! Then, Lu Yao's body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura rapidly weakened and she finally became like an ordinary person. His cultivation was crippled. In a short period of time, Lu Yao had gone through a great roller coaster ride, and her mental state had also experienced a great roller coaster ride, which actually led to the collapse of her mental state, causing her cultivation to be completely crippled. Lu Yao lay limply on the ground, her eyes unfocused and filled with despair. At that moment, the scenes from her journey to this place appeared in Lu Yao's mind. She suddenly realized that the 3 years that she spent with Lu Ming were the real happiness. Later on, she pursued more and it became more tiring. After a long while, Lu Yao suddenly burst into tears. She looked at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, I'm sorry." "All right." Lu Ming suddenly sighed. One must always look at the side. Although the scenery in the distance is beautiful, it's just an illusion. It's like a dream. It's not a bad thing that you'll be an ordinary person in the future. After that, Lu Ming called over an expert from the blood-red cavalry and instructed, "Take her to an ordinary village nearby and let her spend the rest of her life there." Yes. The blood-red cavalry accepted the order, picked up Lu Yao, and disappeared in a flash. A gentle breeze blew past and a crystal-clear teardrop floated towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming opened his palm and the teardrop landed on it. "This is good too." Lu Ming muttered. "What's wrong? You can't bear to part with your old lover?" Xianxia pouted. "Old lover? Aren't you my old lover?" Lu Ming smiled. "Me? But who's your old lover?" Xianxia rolled his eyes at Lu Ming and said through gritted teeth. However, her face was a little red. Xiaoyu blinked her watery eyes and looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia. She smiled gently and did not say anything. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. In the end, the Duanmu family was almost completely annihilated, and the 10-direction sword school also suffered heavy losses. Only a small number of people managed to escape. As for the dozens of experts that Yin Tianjue had brought with him, all of them had been killed except for himself. The 5 courtyards of the mystical sword sect were covered in ruins and corpses. The ground was dyed red with blood. The atmosphere was heavy. Although the mystical sword sect had won this battle, they had also suffered heavy losses. It could be said that the mystical sword sect's strength had dropped by a large margin after this battle. Due to the Duanmu family's betrayal, the White Tiger Hall was almost crippled. Lu Ming was walking among the ruins. Marquis Champion. Marquis Champion. The mystical sword sect's disciples bowed respectfully when they saw Lu Ming. Their hearts were filled with complicated feelings. Initially, Lu Ming was just like them, a disciple of the mystical sword sect. However, things were different now. Now, Lu Ming was the Marquis Champion, and he was in control of the army. His own strength was extremely powerful, and he had 2 half-step king warriors under him. He had already become one of the overlords of the Blazing Sun Empire, an overlord that could be on equal footing with Lin Shui. Lu Ming nodded in response. Marquis Champion. Lu Ming met Zhang Muyun in the Azure Dragon Hall. He was covered in blood and Zhuo Yirong was by his side. Brother Zhang, you don't have to be so polite. Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming was happy for Zhang Muyun and Zhuo Yirong. Although Lu Ming did not have many interactions with the two of them, he still admired their character. Many people have died. Duan Gang also died in battle. Zhang Muyun sighed, his voice filled with solemnness and sadness. Is Duan Gang dead? Lu Ming muttered. Duan Gang was the #1 genius among the bronze-level disciples of the Onyx Tortoise Hall. He had once competed with them for a place on the bronze ranking. He was a very straightforward young man. But now he had died in battle. After chatting with Zhang Muyun for a while, Lu Ming left the place. He walked around and arrived at the Vermilion Bird Hall. Lu Ming. With a soft cry, Mulan walked toward Lu Ming leisurely, her eyes filled with joy. At this moment, Lu Ming had already returned to his true appearance, and everyone in the blood-red cavalry already knew his true identity. Chapter 348. 348. Chapter 348. Times have changed. Senior Sister Mulan. Lu Ming also smiled and walked towards Mulan. Lu Ming, I was right about you. It's been a long time since we last met. Your achievements have exceeded my imagination. And now that you're the Marquis Champion, should I call you Lord Marquis when I see you? Mulan came to Lu Ming's side with a smile and teased him. It had been more than a year since they last met, and Mulan's figure had become even more voluptuous. She was wearing a tight-fitting black chiffon dress that outlined a shocking curve on her body. The faint fragrance of her body continuously sneaked into Lu Ming's nose. It was filled with endless temptation. It was completely like a ripe peach. Senior Sister Mulan, you've laughed at me. In front of Senior Sister, I'm still that junior brother. Lu Ming said with a bitter smile. A satisfied smile appeared on Mulan's face as if she was saying, at least you know your place. Then, Mulan sized Lu Ming up carefully. A trace of longing flashed across her eyes, but no one noticed it. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure appeared in the air above them. It was a middle-aged man. Marquis Champion, the sect leader has something to discuss with you. He's in the meeting hall. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and saluted. All right, I'll be there immediately. Lu Ming nodded. Many thanks, Marquis Champion. The middle-aged man cupped his fists in thanks and left. Senior Sister Mulan, let's talk another day. Lu Ming said with a smile. All right, Mulan nodded. Then, Lu Ming soared into the sky and headed out of the mystical sword sect's mountain gate. The blood-red cavalry's temporary camp was here. Lord Marquis. The blood-red cavalry saluted Lu Ming the moment he returned. Regardless of whether it was Lu Ming or Tian Yun, the blood-red cavalry would not care. They only recognized one person, and that was the Marquis Champion himself. Then, Lu Ming brought the golden-eyed blood corpse and Yen Quan to the meeting hall of the mystical sword sect. The mystical sword sect's meeting hall was located deep within the 5 great academies. It was the place where the sect leader, golden-robed elders, and golden-ranked disciples cultivated. It was also the core of the mystical sword sect. Back then, Lu Ming had stayed in the mystical sword sect for so long, but he had never come here. Now, he had left the mystical sword sect and came here. Things were really wonderful. The marquee champion has arrived. Lu Ming had just appeared outside the meeting hall when someone announced his arrival. Then, dozens of people walked out of the meeting hall. The one in the lead was Lin Shui, and on the right was the only remaining half-step king warrior of the Ghost Moonsaber sect, Xianxia Ming. On the left was another half-step king from the mystical sword sect. The other dozens of people were mostly the golden-robed elders of the mystical sword sect, as well as the deans of the Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Azure Dragon halls. Feng Wuji was one of them. "Ha, the marquee champion is here. Please come in, and Brother Yen as well." Lin Shui laughed and cupped her fists at Lu Ming and Yen Quan. His tone was very polite and he treated Lu Ming as a person of the same level. "Greetings to Marquee Champion and Senior Yen Quan." The golden-robed elders also cupped their fists and said. Their feelings were complicated. Lu Ming was once a disciple of the mystical sword sect and a proud son of heaven. He had entered the mystical sword sect and created many records. In the end, because of the Duanmu family, they made Lu Ming leave the mystical sword sect. However, it had only been a short while and Lu Ming had made such great achievements alone. Even they had to bow down to Lu Ming. This was simply unbelievable. And NBSP, sect leader Lin, seniors, you don't have to be so polite. Lu Ming smiled. Yen Quan's face was expressionless. Of course, the golden-eyed blood corpse did not have any reaction. It followed Lu Ming closely. A group of people walked into the meeting hall and took their seats. This time, it's all thanks to Marquee Champion's timely arrival. Otherwise, my Mystic Essence Sword sect would have been destroyed by the 10-Direction Sword sect. On behalf of all the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, I would like to thank Marquee Champion. At the head of the hall, Lin Shui stood up and solemnly thanked Lu Ming. Sect leader Lin, you are too polite. I just don't want the 10-Direction Sword sect to unify the Blazing Sun Empire. Lu Ming smiled faintly and his attitude was indifferent. No matter what, I still have to thank the Marquee Champion. Lin Shui cupped her fists again. She sighed in her heart and was a little disappointed. It was obvious that Lu Ming did not have a good impression of them. He had thought that it was possible to get Lu Ming to return to the mystical sword sect. However, looking at Lu Ming's attitude, it seemed impossible. Lin Shui collected herself and continued, I invited Marquee Champion here today to discuss the current situation and what we should do. Lu Ming nodded. This time, the 10-Direction Sword School has been defeated. They will definitely not let it go and will definitely make a comeback. Moreover, the 10-Direction Sword School has joined forces with the Heavenly Fiend sect. In addition, they have occupied the imperial capital. No one is the 10-Direction Sword School's match. Therefore, we must join forces with the Crimson Cloud Valley to have the power to fight against the 10-Direction Sword School. The most important thing now is to rescue the Crimson Cloud Valley. Previously, some experts from the Heavenly Fiend sect and the 10-Direction Sword School were missing, most likely to have gone to deal with the Crimson Cloud Valley. I wonder what Marquee Champion and Senior Xianxia think about this? Lin Shui analyzed and then looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia Ming. I have no objections as long as we don't let the 10-Direction Sword School succeed, Xianxia Ming said. I have no objections either. Lu Ming nodded. No one had any objections, so they immediately sent experts to assist the Crimson Cloud Valley. Lin Shui went personally, Xianxia Ming volunteered and Lu Ming sent Flame Spring. The three half-step kings led a large group of experts and charged toward the Red Cloud Valley. Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and began to devour and refine the blood essence. In this battle, Lu Ming had devoured a large amount of blood essence and used it all to improve his 9-dragon bloodline. His cultivation had improved too quickly, and he still needed some time to polish it. Therefore, all the blood essence was used to improve the bloodline. Now, Lu Ming felt that his 9-dragon bloodline had reached the limit of the first-grade king level. He would soon reach the second-grade king level. With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle appeared. Within the jade bottle, there were 9 drops of blood essence. These 9 drops of blood essence were placed together and did not mix with each other. They were like 9 bright rubies. This was the blood essence left behind by Duanmu Tenghai. With a breath of genuine qi, a drop of blood essence flew out. At the same time, the bloodline of 9 dragons appeared. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and the drop of blood essence was swallowed by the bloodline of 9 dragons. Boom! After a drop of blood essence was absorbed, it was like a volcano had erupted, erupting with terrifying energy. The body of the 9-dragon bloodline actually swelled up rapidly. Roar! The 9 dragon bloodlines roared, and their voices rumbled, shaking the heavens and earth. They began to refine rapidly. The blood essence of a half-step king was too rich. The endless energy was all absorbed by the 9-dragon bloodline. Buzz! Half an hour later, the bloodline of the 9 dragons trembled. Around his body, there was only one Esilavir chakra. At this time, a second, lighter-colored Esilavir chakra also appeared. King Level 2. His 9-dragon bloodline had advanced to the second rank of the king level. The blood essence of a half-step king is indeed terrifying. Lu Ming sighed. Chapter 349. 349 Chapter 349 The War of the Whole Nation. Just a drop of blood essence had elevated the 9-dragon bloodline from the first level to the second level. Continue. Lu Ming took out another drop of blood essence and devoured it. This time, Lu Ming upgraded his second blood meridian. The second bloodline was an ancient stone tablet. There seemed to be some words on it, but they were blurry and unclear. It seemed very mysterious. Moreover, up until now, the second bloodline did not seem to have any other magical effects other than increasing Lu Ming's combat strength when he activated it. This was not in line with the level of king-level bloodline. Lu Ming speculated that this might be because the level of the blood meridian was still too low. As long as the level of the blood meridian increased, the second blood meridian would definitely show some power. A huge stone tablet emerged, and surging blood essence energy was constantly injected into the stone tablet. However, his second bloodline was now at the 4th level of the king tier. The amount of blood essence energy required to upgrade it was too much. 1 drop, 2 drops. After refining a total of 7 drops, his second bloodline had only advanced to the limit of the 4th tier of the king level. Next, Lu Ming refined 2 more drops in a row. Unfortunately, the second blood meridian did not improve. It was still at the limit of the 4th level of the king tier. Right now, the increase in bloodline level is too slow. Even a half-step king can only increase it by this little bit. Usually, 8th or 7th stage martial ancestors have little effect, and 9th stage martial ancestors have a better effect. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and was rather speechless. He really didn't know what kind of blood essence he would need to continue upgrading. Martial King Realm. At the thought of this, Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. A day has passed. Let's go out and see the situation. With a single thought, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine. After he came out, he received news that Lin Shui and the others had returned. So fast. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Yan Quan then told him what had happened. It turned out that when Lin Shui and the others rushed to the Crimson Cloud Valley without stopping, they actually met the people of the Crimson Cloud Valley on the way. They were on their way to the mystical sword sect. When the two sides met, they found out that the 10-Direction Sword School and the Heaven Fiend School had indeed sent a large number of experts to besiege the Crimson Cloud Valley. However, the Scarlet Heaven Valley had not been infiltrated by the 10-Direction Sword School. How could it be so easy to break through when the top and bottom were united? However, the people of the Crimson Cloud Valley could not come out either. They were blocked and could not help the mystical sword sect. Unexpectedly, after 2 days, the 10-Direction Sword sect and the Heaven Fiend sect suddenly retreated. Only then did the Crimson Cloud Valley send people to the mystical sword sect for help. Everyone guessed that the masters besieging the Crimson Cloud Valley retreated because the Ten Direction Sword sect had suffered a crushing defeat at the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming nodded. It was a great thing that the Crimson Cloud Valley was fine. After Lu Ming and Yan Quan chatted for a while, Lin Shui sent someone to invite him to discuss some matters. This time, of course, they were discussing their next move. After the discussion, the mystical sword sect began to gather the various armies and experts around the mystical sword sect. The same was true for the Crimson Cloud Valley. 5 days later, Hua Qi and Ming Meng led their armies to the mystical sword sect. Naturally, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were there as well. Lu Ming arranged for Lu Yuntian and Li Ping to stay in the mystical sword sect. This way, as long as the mystical sword sect remained standing, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping would be safe. On the second day of Hua Qi's arrival, he announced it to the world as a legitimate member of the royal family. In the announcement, Hua Qi pointed out that Heavenly King Jin had colluded with the Ten Direction Sword sect and Heavenly Fiend sect to usurp the throne, kill the Burning Sun Emperor Hua Jingxing, and slaughter the entire royal family. It was a great treasonous act and everyone had the right to punish him. Therefore, they gathered all the righteous men in the world to attack Heavenly King Jin, Shifang Sword School, and Tiansha sect. When the announcement was made, Lu Ming was the first to respond. He was willing to lead an army to attack the omnipresent sword sect. The Marquis Champion and the Blood-Red Iron Cavalry were the first to respond, and the world was shaken. Following that, the supporters gathered. Needless to say, all the armies and forces in the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley's territories obeyed their orders. Many of the Imperial Army's troops also rushed to the mystical sword sect's territory in response to Hua Qi's call. Half a month later, Hua Qi had gathered an army of nearly 1 million. At this time, the mystical sword sect was located in the eastern part of the Blazing Sun Empire, forming a triangular formation with the Crimson Cloud Valley in the southern part of the Blazing Sun Empire. Together with Hua Qi's army, their strength was unprecedented. At the same time, the Ten Direction Sword sect and the Heaven Fiend sect also made their move. They gathered their armies and began to attack. The two forces started a life-and-death battle. This battle lasted for a month. The Blazing Sun Empire did not have a true martial king. The strongest was a half-step king, so the battle between the two sides was not one-sided. Although the omnidirectional sword sect and the malevolent sky sect were slightly stronger than the mystical sword sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, and Lu Ming, they were still too weak. However, since Lu Ming had brought Yan Quan and the golden-eyed blood corpse, they were not at a disadvantage in terms of half-step king warriors. Even if the Ten Direction Sword School was slightly stronger, it was not by much. It was impossible to defeat Lu Ming's side in a short time. The two sides were in a stalemate. The total number of soldiers on both sides exceeded 8 million, and there were constant small and big battles. During this time, the blood-red cavalry were extremely eye-catching and had won every battle. They had made great contributions, causing the expressions of the Ten Direction Sword sect to change. However, there was a flaw, and that was that there were too few of them. There were only 30,000 of them, and as the battle continued, their numbers would decrease. In a battle with millions of soldiers, it was difficult to establish a decisive advantage. In the Dark Moon Empire, in the south vanquishing Prince's mansion, a group of people were discussing some matters. The Duke of the South, Yin Tianjue, was missing an arm. He sat at the head of the table with a gloomy expression, as if he was in deep thought. Your Royal Highness, why didn't we send troops to aid the Ten Direction Sword sect and destroy the mystical sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and Lu Ming in one fell swoop? One of the generals asked. Help the Ten Direction Sword sect? What good would that do us? Duke Zhenan sneered coldly, as if he had everything under control. Isn't it good like this? The internal battle of the 10-directional sword school will exhaust each other. When both sides have suffered heavy losses, we will lead the army and wipe out the Burning Sun Empire in one fell swoop. The entire Burning Sun Empire will come under our command. Your Highness is wise. In the conference hall of Shifeng Mountain, there were dozens of people in the hall. They were all the upper echelons of the 10-Direction Sword sect and Heavenly Fiend sect. Heavenly King Zhen and Qiuwang were also among them. Qiuwang was sitting at the head of the table. How's the situation now? Qiuwang asked. Sect leader, right now the two armies are at war with each other. Neither side can truly suppress the other. A golden-robed elder of the 10 Directions Sword School reported. And the other party is very cunning and heavily guarded. We've repeatedly sent assassins to assassinate their experts, but they've discovered us in advance and killed the assassins we sent. Another gold-robed elder reported. That's right. The most difficult to deal with was Lu Ming's blood-red iron cavalry. They caused a lot of casualties on our side. The gold-robed elder from before sighed. Bang! Qiuwang slammed the table with a gloomy face and shouted, Lu Ming again. Chapter 350. 350 Qiuchangkong's Secret. At the mention of Lu Ming, Qiuwang's face darkened and his killing intent soared. It was all because of Lu Ming that the situation had fallen into such a state and the omnipresent sword sect was in such a passive position. According to Qiuwang's plan, everything should have been perfect, and the Blazing Sun Empire should have been unified by now. It was all because of Lu Ming's interference that his plan was completely ruined. I must get rid of this Lu Ming as soon as possible. Qiuwang gritted his teeth. It's difficult to get rid of Lu Ming. A gold-robed elder sighed. Lu Ming's own combat strength was very strong, and he had a half-step king following him at all times. It was almost impossible to kill him. What about Yin Tianjue? Still no response? Qiuwang asked. No, the messenger he sent said that Yin Tianjue didn't see him at all. Damn it, Yin Tianjue, that old fox. He's waiting for us to both suffer losses so that he can benefit from it. Qiuwang shouted angrily. Sect leader, you don't have to worry so much. It won't take long for us to destroy the mystical sword sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, and Lu Ming. At this moment, a clear voice was heard. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes turned to the person who spoke. This man was in his 20s, and he was Qiuchangkong. Zhangkong, do you have a way to solivere this? Qiuwang asked. Sect leader, and all the seniors present, have you all forgotten that the day of recruitment for the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, which happens once every 5 years, is about to arrive? Qiuchangkong laughed. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace is recruiting Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. Qiuwang was stunned at first, but then he seemed to have thought of something and said ecstatically, that's right. Look at how anxious I am. I've forgotten about this. Changkong, with the help of that person, there's a great chance for you to join the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. As long as you join the Emperor Sky Divine Guards and borrow a little of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace's power, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, and Lu Ming will all be annihilated with the flip of a hand. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Some of the golden-robed elders of the 10-Direction Sword School also laughed in a carefree manner. As for the experts from Heavenly Fiend sect, they were a little puzzled. Brother Qiu, as far as I know, the Detian Divine Guards only recruit once every 5 years. All of them are extremely rare and monstrous geniuses. Furthermore, they're not recruiting from the 36 countries of Emperor Yun, but from the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. The eastern region of the Tianxian region is extremely vast. The Cloud Emperor mountain range that the 36 nations of the Cloud Emperor Empire are located in is merely a small part of it. There are many regions that are larger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range, and it can be said that geniuses are as common as clouds. It's not that I'm looking down on nephew Changkong, but your talent is naturally extremely shocking. However, it's still a long story if you want to join the Emperor's Sky Divine Guards. The sect master of Heavenly Fiends sect said from the side. The Divine Wilderness continent had many large regions. The Cloud Emperor mountain range was located in the Tianxian region. The Tianxian region was extremely vast, and the Cloud Emperor mountain range was just an unremarkable mountain range in the Tianxian region. Even though Qiu Changkong's strength was unparalleled in the Blazing Sun Empire, and countless young geniuses paled in comparison to him, he was nothing in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. On the other hand, Qiu Changkong, Qiu Wuyang, and the elder from the 10 Direction Sword sect seemed very confident. It was no wonder that Xianxia sect leader was confused. There's something that Brothers Wu doesn't know. There's no harm in telling you. Changkong has always been talented and intelligent since young. When he was young, he was taken in as an in-name disciple by a major character from the eastern branch of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. During these years, that major character would occasionally come to the 10 Directions Sword sect to guide Changkong. Qiu Wuyang smiled proudly. What? Nephew Changkong was accepted as an in-name disciple by a major character of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? The sect master of Heavenly Fiend sect stood up from his chair with a loud bang and was practically shouting. The Heavenly King of Suppression and a few other experts from Heavenly Fiend sect had the same expression. Shocking, this was too shocking. A major character in the Eastern Palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? What kind of existence was that? He had actually taken a fancy to Qiu Changkong and accepted him as an in-name disciple. Although he was only an in-name disciple and not a true disciple, it was already shocking enough. No wonder Qiu Changkong could be so much ahead of the other geniuses and enter the Cloud Emperor ranking. He even killed a genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking not long ago. I see. The Tianxia sect master sighed as he looked at Qiu Changkong with envy. We'll pull back our forces now and maintain a stalemate with the mystical sword sect. When Changkong becomes an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard, we'll be able to use a bit of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace's power and annihilate the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley in an instant. Qiu Wuyang laughed. Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, the martial emperor's treasure is mine. Let's see how long you can hide. Qiu Changkong's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Ever since the news that Lu Ming was Lu Yuntian spread, Qiu Changkong had deduced that Lu Yuntian was Lu Ming's father and that Lu Ming was the one who had saved Lu Yuntian. Lu Yuntian has been holding back for so many years because he wants to pass on the secret of the martial emperor's treasure to his son. Lu Ming, you should know about the secret of the martial emperor's treasure by now, right? Well, I'll pry it out of you. Qiu Changkong's eyes flashed with a sinister light. After a short while, Qiu Wuyang gave the order for the Shifang sword sect to withdraw their forces and start defending, waiting for the day when the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace recruited the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. They didn't have to wait long. A month later, both sides stopped fighting at the same time. The higher-ups of both sides issued orders that not even small conflicts were allowed to happen. Anyone who violated this order would be executed. Because on this day, an emissary from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had arrived at the Blazing Sun Empire. Every time the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was about to recruit the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards, they would send out emissaries to patrol the various countries and send out invitations to those geniuses. Only geniuses who received an invitation letter could participate in the selection of the Ditian Divine Guards. With the arrival of the emissary from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, both parties naturally did not dare to start a war, for fear of causing the emissary to be unhappy. Both parties were waiting for the emissaries of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace to send out their invitations. In a secret chamber in the 10-square mountain, Qiu Wuyang and Qiu Changkong were sitting opposite each other. Zhang Kong, Lu Ming's talent is also extremely shocking. If he were to participate in the Ditian Divine Guard selection, he might pose a threat to you. Although this threat is very small, you can't let him off. Qiu Wuyang said. Lu Ming, he won't be able to receive the invitation. Qiu Changkong said with a cold smile on his face. You can't get an invitation? Could he be the master of your Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Qiu Wuyang was overjoyed. Qiu Changkong shook his head. It's just a small matter. There's no need to trouble Master. It's one of my senior brothers. I've already sent him a message. Lu Ming won't be able to receive the invitation. Qiu Changkong laughed coldly and said with a hint of pride. This is great. Qiu Wuyang laughed. Chapter 351. 351 Lu Ming did not. After a few days. In the conference hall of the Mystical Sword Sect, the higher-ups of the Mystical Sword Sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, Lu Ming, Hua Qi, and the others were all gathered for a discussion. The Emperor's Sky Divine Guard selection is an opportunity to break the stalemate between the two sides of the blazing Sun Empire. I reckon that the 10-Direction Sword Sect will definitely seize this opportunity and let Qiu Changkong participate in the Emperor's Sky Divine Guard selection. Once Qiu Changkong successfully joins the Emperor's Sky Divine Guard, we'll all be in danger. The first to speak was Lin Shui. That's right. The Emperor's Sky Divine Guards have great authority. When the time comes, even a little bit of their power will be terrifying. With Qiu Changkong's talent, although he might not be able to join the Emperor's Sky Divine Guards, the truth is hard to predict. Even if he becomes a reserve Emperor's Sky Divine Guard, he'll still be a great danger. The Valley Master of the Scarlet Cloud Valley, Ling Patian, nodded and said, We also need someone on our side to become a Ditian Divine Guard before we can fight against Qiu Changkong. Someone sighed. The next moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. On their side, only Lu Ming's talent was unparalleled, and he had the potential to fight Qiu Changkong. The Ditian Divine Guards. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It was reasonable to say that he should stay away from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, because the Palace Master of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Martial Emperor Du, was his destined enemy. However, Martial Emperor Du was still far away from the Tianxian region, so he didn't have to worry about it for the time being. Moreover, Lu Ming also yearned to become an Emperor's Sky Divine Guard. It was said that the Ditian Divine Guards were all peerless geniuses from all over the world, and they were unimaginably powerful. Only by constantly clashing with these monsters could he become stronger, stimulate his potential, and improve quickly. Seeing that Lu Ming was deep in thought, everyone looked at him without saying a word. If Lu Ming did not wish to participate in the Ditian Divine Guard selection, they would not force him. I'm willing to go, but I don't know how to go, Lu Ming said. The others were overjoyed to see Lu Ming nodding. It's very easy to participate. The emissary of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace is currently patrolling the blazing Sun Empire. It won't be long before he sends out an invitation letter to the geniuses of the blazing Sun Empire. Only with an invitation letter can one participate in the selection of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. The Valley Master was overjoyed. Oh, so that's how it is. Lu Ming nodded. Marquee Champion, with your talent, you'll definitely receive an invitation. Although the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards will be facing the endless eastern territory of the Tianxian region, where there are countless geniuses, it's not impossible for you to get a reserve position for the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards with your talent. At that time, you'll have the confidence to fight against Qiu Changkong. Lin Shui stroked her beard and her face revealed a happy expression. Preparing for the Ditian Divine Guard? It might not be? Lu Ming was stunned. Could it be that Lin Shui thought that he couldn't even get into the reserve Ditian Divine Guard? Lin Shui seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind and explained, Marquee Champion, the eastern part of the Tianxian region is too vast. The Cloud Emperor mountain range we are in is just a corner of the region. Beyond the Cloud Emperor mountain range, there are many other regions that are even larger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Each region has many powerful empires. For example, there is a region near the Cloud Emperor mountain range called the Thousand River region. There are more than 100 empires in this region. The strongest one is a high-level empire. It is 100 times stronger than the Burning Sun Empire. There are many geniuses and monstrous talents. This is only the Thousand River region. There are other stronger regions, so the competition is too strong. Lin Shui finished and sighed. That's right. In the past, even when all the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor's list were annihilated, none of them became Reserve Emperor Sky Divine Guards. The geniuses on the Cloud Emperor's list this time are much stronger. However, I predict that there will be no more than 3 who can become real Emperor Sky Divine Guards and no more than 10 who can become Reserve Emperor Sky Divine Guards. The Valley Master also sighed. Lu Ming was speechless. Less than 3 of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor's list could become official Ditian Divine Guards. The competition was really terrifying. However, the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes were burning with flames again, and his blood was boiling. Wasn't this what he wanted? To fight with geniuses and heroes, to break the shackles, to realize self-ascension, and to constantly surpass. Looking at Lu Ming's burning fighting spirit, Lin Shui and the rest looked at each other. They saw hope in each other's eyes. Given the situation in the Blazing Sun Empire, they could only pin their hopes on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lin Shui's expression suddenly changed. She waved her hand, and a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman appeared in her hand. He was overjoyed when he saw the message in the talisman. The emissary from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace has sent someone over. He's probably here to issue an invitation. Let's go and welcome him. The group hurriedly walked out of the hall and flew outside. In the sky outside the mystical sword sect, a young man stood alone with his hands behind his back. The young man was about 26 or 27 years old. He wore a purple robe and was filled with a noble aura. I am the sect master of the mystical sword sect, Lin Shui. Greetings, emissary of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. I am the Valley Master of the Scarlet Cloud Valley, Ling Patian. Greetings, emissary of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lin Shui and Ling Patian hurriedly cupped their fists and saluted. The young man in purple nodded his head and glanced at Lin Shui and Ling Patian. It's good that the Crimson Cloud Valley is here. It saves me the trouble of making an extra trip. After saying that, 2 golden invitation letters appeared in the purple-robed young man's hands. With a wave of his hand, the 2 invitation letters flew towards Lin Shui and Ling Patian. Lin Shui and Ling Patian reached out to receive it. These 2 invitation letters, one for Feng Wuji and the other for Ling Yanqi. Get them to bring the invitation letters to the Cloud Desolate Empire to participate in the preliminaries. The young man in purple said indifferently. The young man in purple turned around and was about to leave. Envoy, please wait. Lin Shui hurriedly called out. What's wrong? Do you have any questions? The young man in purple turned around with a cold expression. Emissary, may I ask why Lu Ming doesn't have an invitation? Lin Shui asked carefully. Lu Ming. The young man in purple sneered and said, what's so strange about not having an invitation? It just means that he's not qualified. All right, there are no other questions. That's it. Emissary. Lin Shui gritted her teeth and shouted again, Messenger, did you make a mistake? With Lu Ming's talent and reputation, how could he not have an invitation? Can the messenger help to ask the higher-ups? That's right, Emissary. I think there's really a mistake. How could the marquee champion Lu Ming not have an invitation? Ling Patian also said. Even Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi had invitation letters, how could Lu Ming not have one? One must know that Lu Ming could already kill geniuses at the level of the 6 Scorching Sun heroes. During the battle with the mystical sword sect, Duanmu Lin was even killed by him. One must know that Duanmu Lin had defeated Feng Wuji. In the end, Feng Wuji had an invitation but Lu Ming did not. It was really strange. Dragon Emperor's Infinite Fate. Chapter 352. 352 The Young Half-Step King. What's wrong? Are you guys suspecting me? Or are you doubting the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? The young man in purple's face turned cold as he stared at Lin Shui and Ling Padian with hostility. Lin Shui and Ling Potion's expressions changed. However, whether Lu Ming could participate in the assessment was related to the situation in the Burning Sun Empire and the life and death of the Mystical Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley. He had to be clear about this. Emissary, it's a misunderstanding. However, Lu Ming does not have an invitation. It's really strange. Could you please report this to the higher-ups? Lin Shui gritted her teeth and continued. Impudent. Before Lin Shui could finish her sentence, the young man in purple shouted. At the same time, a terrifying aura burst out from the young man in purple. This aura was as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the ocean. It was extremely powerful and vast. Half-Step King. Lin Shui and Ling Padian exclaimed in unison. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from their bodies to offset this force. However, their bodies couldn't help but sway and retreat 3 steps. Strong, he was too strong. Everyone was shocked and stared at the young man in purple with wide eyes. No one would have thought that this purple-robed youth was actually a half-step king. He looked like he was only 26 or 27 years old. At such a young age, he had already reached the half-step king realm. This was truly shocking. Moreover, it seemed that he was even stronger than Lin Shui. Is this the strength of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Just a random young man who came to the Blazing Sun Empire to deliver an invitation letter is already so powerful. At the side, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and his expression turned grave. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace naturally has their own reasons for doing things. How can I allow you all to be suspicious? Since this is your first offense, I won't pursue it. But if there's a next time, I don't mind killing you all. The young man in purple's eyes were gloomy as he spoke coldly. He was filled with an arrogant attitude. Sect leader Lin, say no more. Lu Ming had sent a voice transmission to Lin Shui. Lin Shui and Ling Padian let out a long sigh and didn't say anything else. Umph. The young man in purple snorted coldly and left with a wave of his sleeve. Just as he turned around, he glanced at Lu Ming with a cold look in his eyes. Although it was just a flash, Lu Ming still caught it. What was going on? I've never seen this person before, and I don't have any grudges with the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Why does this person look at me with a hint of coldness in his eyes? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. What's going on? Why didn't the Marquis Champion receive an invitation? Ling Potion's temper was more impatient, and as soon as the young man in purple left, Ling Padian cried out. That's right, this matter is too strange. Lin Shui's brows were also tightly furrowed, full of worry. Without an invitation, one could not take part in the Ditian Divine Guard assessment. If Qiu Changkong hadn't joined the Ditian Divine Guards, it would have been fine. But if he had joined the Ditian Divine Guards, even if he was only a reserve, they would all be in danger. Sect leaders, Marquis Champion, I have a guess, but I don't know if it's true or not. At this moment, an old voice was heard. An old man with white hair walked out. Senior Hua, do you have any guesses? Lin Shui hurriedly asked. This old man was a senior of the royal family. Even if Hua Jingxing was still alive, he would have to call this man uncle. His seniority was extremely high, and his cultivation was at the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. He was the only 9th level martial ancestor expert left in the imperial family. The old imperial uncle pondered for a moment before saying, I like to make friends with people from all over the world. I even have friends in the 10 Direction Sword Sect. I once heard a secret that when Qiu Changkong was young, he was taken in as an in-name disciple by an important figure in the eastern branch of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. What? Qiu Changkong is an in-name disciple of an important figure in the eastern branch of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? The old imperial uncle's words were like a bomb. causing everyone's minds to rumble. All of them looked at the old imperial uncle in shock. "Senior, is what you said true?" Lin Xue's voice was trembling. The old imperial uncle nodded and said, "There shouldn't be a mistake." "Sisigu." Everyone gasped, and the atmosphere became extremely oppressive and heavy. If that's the case, Qiu Changkong must have done something. Otherwise, with the Marquis Champion's talent, how could he not have received an invitation? Lin Xue said in a deep voice. Her eyes were filled with seriousness. "What should we do? With such a powerful figure backing Qiu Changkong, doesn't that mean that he'll definitely be able to join the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards?" A golden-robed elder said. "That's not necessarily the case. The selection of the Ditian Divine Guards has its own rules. You can't join just because you have a backer. In the end, it still depends on your own strength." Ling Padian said. "Not bad." The others all nodded. Even so, the atmosphere at the scene was still extremely oppressive. "Seniors, there's no need to be so worried. At that time, it'll just be a battle. Who will win? Before the battle, who would know?" At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. There was no sign of dejection on his face. He stood straight, still confident and determined, like a divine spear that could shatter the heavens. So what if Qiu Changkong had a powerful backer? At most, it would just be a battle. Marquis Champion is right. Things haven't reached the worst point yet. We don't have to be discouraged. Right now, the only way is to keep improving our strength. Lin Xue said. After that, everyone returned to the main hall and discussed for a while before leaving. It was just that everyone's heart was weighed down by a huge stone, and it was difficult to let go for a while. Lu Ming returned to the Blood Red Army camp's main tent and entered the Supreme Shrine. He sat down cross-legged. No matter what the situation is, as long as you are strong enough, you can solivere everything. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he waved his hand and a pile of spiritual herbs appeared on the platform. Lu Ming planned to start cultivating the 10,000 spiritual combat body. It had been a while since he had cultivated his physical body. The reason was that he didn't have any high-level spiritual herbs. Those level 1 and level 2 spiritual herbs were not effective in cultivating and were a waste of time. During this period of time, there had been many battles. Lu Ming had killed a large number of martial arts grandmasters and obtained their storage rings. There were quite a number of level 4 spiritual herbs. Previously, Lu Ming had already achieved initial success in the 5th grade physical body. Only level 4 spiritual herbs would have a greater effect on his improvement. With a wave of his hand, 2 level 4 spiritual herbs were caught in Lu Ming's hand. He began to circulate the 10,000 spiritual combat body. Not long after, the 2 spiritual herbs turned into the qi of myriad spirits and seeped into the depths of Lu Ming's body, refining the strength of his physical body. After refining 2, he took out another 2. Time slowly passed as Lu Ming cultivated. Vermilion Bird Hall, Yen Lan's residence. Lan, do you really want to go to that place? Yen Lan looked at Mulan anxiously. Grandfather, is there any other way? Only by going to that place can we get an invitation for Lu Ming and let him participate in the selection of the Ditian Divine Guards. Mulan said with a determined expression. Lan, you have to consider this carefully. Yen Lan sighed. Chapter 353. 353 Lu Ming's invitation. Grandfather, with Lu Ming's talent, joining the Ditian Divine Guards is the best choice. Only then can he fully display his talent and achieve greater achievements. Moreover, only by doing so can we save the mystical sword sect and keep you safe, grandfather. Mulan said. Lanner, are you yourself? I've been wronged. Yen Lan said worriedly. Grandpa, don't you trust Lu Ming? I believe in him. As long as he joins the Ditian Divine Guards, he'll be able to truly return my freedom. At this point, Mulan's eyes glowed. It was the light of her firm belief in Lu Ming. It's difficult. Although Lu Ming is extremely talented, That's only in the Blazing Sun Empire. In the Imperial Sky Divine Guards, he's very ordinary. It's difficult to achieve that. Yen Lan sighed. Grandpa, I believe in my judgment. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll be going now, Grandpa. With that, Mu Lan bowed to Yen Lan and then floated away, disappearing from the Vermilion Bird Hall. Lu Ming naturally knew nothing about this. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In 7 days, Lu Ming had refined more than 500 level 4 spiritual herbs and cultivated his physical body to the perfected 5th grade physical body. However, at this point, no matter how many spiritual herbs Lu Ming refined, his physical body could not break through. He was completely stuck at the perfected 5th grade physical body. It seems that level 4 spiritual herbs are too low. They can't help my body break through to level 6. Lu Ming pondered secretly. Do I need level 5 spiritual herbs or other level 5 treasures? At the thought of this, Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Level 5 spiritual herbs and other level 5 treasures were equivalent to king tiers. If they were treasures that even king tiers could use, how precious would they be? It was something that could only be encountered and not sought. I'll put my fleshly body aside for now. A complete 5th grade fleshly body is enough for now. Even among half-step kings, not many people have a 5th grade fleshly body. Many martial artists who did not focus on cultivating their bodies would not even reach the 5th grade when they reached the half-step king realm. Only after stepping into the martial king realm and going through the power of heaven and earth, as well as the transformation of the true essence unique to kings, could one's body reach the 5th grade. In other words, Lu Ming's current physical body was no longer inferior to those martial kings who did not specialize in physical cultivation. Of course, that was only his physical body. His combat strength was still miles away from that of a martial king. After that, Lu Ming began to study the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. The 9 dragons' sky-treading steps and the last of the 3 palms, the heavenly path palm, were the martial arts techniques that Lu Ming had to comprehend and cultivate every day. However, the cultivation of these 2 martial arts techniques was too difficult. Up until now, Lu Ming had not succeeded in cultivating the 2nd step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. As for the heaven's path palm, he knew nothing about it. Time flew by and another 5 days passed. There were only a few days left before the start of the Ditian Divine Guard's preliminary competition. On this day, Mulan came to look for Lu Ming. Senior sister Mulan, I heard that you've been out during this period of time. Lu Ming asked Mulan with a smile. Mulan hummed softly and looked at Lu Ming, seemingly deep in thought. Senior sister Mulan seems to have something on her mind. Lu Ming's heart stirred. However, since Mulan didn't say anything, he didn't ask. After a long while, Lu Ming's palm glowed and a golden piece of paper suddenly appeared. This is an invitation to the Ditian Divine Guard selection? Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he could not help but blurt out. Mulan nodded. She opened the invitation and revealed the words inside. Blazing Sun Empire, Lu Ming. On the invitation, there were 6 words in gold. Why is it me? Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank and he cried out in disbelief. In the beginning, Lu Ming thought that Mulan had taken out someone else's invitation. It was like the wind, Fearless, and Ling Yanqi. He had never expected his name to be on the invitation. Lu Ming, this is the invitation letter for the Ditian Divine Guard selection. Take it. I hope that you can defeat Qiu Changkong and successfully join the Ditian Divine Guard. Mulan finally revealed a faint smile. Senior sister Mulan, where did you get this invitation? Lu Ming asked, feeling extremely curious. The invitation from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace couldn't be faked because there were special inscriptions carved on it that made it easy to distinguish. No one would dare to impersonate him unless they wanted to die. I, your senior sister, have my own ways. You don't have to worry about that. Take it and perform well. I believe in you. Mulan passed the invitation to Lu Ming and said with a smile. Lu Ming received it in a daze. Lu Ming, I might have to leave the mystical sword sect from today onwards. Suddenly, Mulan sighed. What? Senior sister Mulan, you're leaving the mystical sword sect? Are you going to gain experience, or? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. He felt that things were very strange. None of them. Mulan shook her head and studied Lu Ming carefully. After a while, she said, Lu Ming, as long as you join the Ditian Divine Guards, perhaps we'll meet again. Mulan suddenly stepped forward and pulled Lu Ming into her arms. Lu Ming was stunned. The next moment he felt 2 lumps of meat squeezed on his chest. They were shockingly elastic. Mulan's body fragrance wafted into his nose, making Lu Ming's heart beat rapidly. Mulan hugged Lu Ming tightly. After a long while, she suddenly let go of him. Her face was flushed red. She glanced at Lu Ming, then turned around and left. Lu Ming, join the Ditian Divine Guard. I look forward to seeing you again. The voice came faintly, but the beauty had already disappeared. Senior sister Mulan. Lu Ming stared in the direction that Mulan had left in a daze. He did not come back to his senses for a long time. Lu Ming only came to his senses after a long while. What's going on? Why would senior sister Mulan have an invitation from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Also, where is she going? Lu Ming's heart was full of doubts. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure moved and he appeared in the sky. He looked into the distance and saw that Mulan had already left. He did not know where she went. Dean, yes, go and ask the Dean. Lu Ming thought of Yan Lan. Yan Lan was Mulan's grandfather, so she should know the inside story. After a while, Lu Ming found Yan Lan in the Vermilion Bird Hall. It had been a while since they last met and Yan Lan seemed to have aged a lot. Lu Ming's heart tightened and he felt that something was not right. Lu Ming, take a seat. Yan Lan invited Lu Ming to take a seat and poured him a cup of tea. I knew you'd come looking for me. You want to ask about Lan, right? Yan Lan said. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded and immediately asked his question. Yan Lan was silent. He seemed to have fallen into deep memories. After a while he sighed. Lu Ming, I'll tell you everything. That girl, Lan, is stubborn. She won't say anything. Lu Ming, you know that I'm Lan Er's grandfather, but you've never met her parents, have you? Yan Lan said. Lu Ming was stunned and immediately shook his head. It was true that he had never met Mulan's parents before, nor had he heard Mulan mention them. Lan Er's mother passed away a long time ago. As for Lan Er's father, he's an important figure in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Yan Lan revealed a shocking secret. Chapter 354. 354 Mulan's past. What? Lu Ming was dumbfounded and shocked. Mulan's father was actually a big shot in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. This had completely exceeded his expectations. Since Mulan's father was an important figure in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, why did Mulan stay in the mystical sword sect instead of cultivating in the palace? The cultivation conditions in the palace were definitely not something that the mystical sword sect could compare to. Yan Lan seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind and continued. Lan Er's father is a major character in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. He is extremely tyrannical and acts arbitrarily. Before Lan Er turned 15, she was in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. However, her father tried to control her. After that, without Lan Er's consent, his father arranged a marriage for her. The marriage partner is a peerless genius of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. However, Lan Er didn't like him at all. Therefore, in a fit of anger, she ran out of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and came to my place. Yan Lan's answer cleared up many of Lu Ming's doubts. Lu Ming understood now. Mulan must have helped him get his invitation card when she returned to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. This made Lu Ming even more worried. He said, did senior sister Mulan return to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace this time? Wouldn't that mean we're facing marriage? He did not know why, but he felt a little uncomfortable at the thought of Mulan being engaged to someone else. That's right. In order to obtain that invitation, Lan has already promised her father to stay in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Now, the only person who can save her and prevent her from marrying someone she doesn't like is you. Yan Lan said. Me? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. Lan once made an agreement with her father. Lan said that the person she liked would definitely be stronger than the genius of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. One day, she would bring the person she liked to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and defeat that genius to break off the engagement. That person is you. Yan Lan looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. Me? I'm fucked. Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out. The person Mulan likes? Lu Ming's heart was beating rapidly. He recalled the various things that happened when Mulan left. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Lu Ming said firmly, Principal, don't worry. I'll definitely join the Detian Divine Guards and defeat that genius to return senior sister Mulan her freedom. It's difficult. Yan Lan sighed and said, I heard from Lan that the genius had already broken through to the Martial King realm 3 years ago. Now, I don't even know what realm he has reached. That genius is only 1 year older than Lan. Martial King. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Mulan was not even 23 years old. In other words, the genius of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was only 24 years old. 3 years ago, he was only 21 years old. Breaking through to the Martial King realm at the age of 21 was truly terrifying. Lu Ming was 18 years old now, almost 19 years old. However, he was not confident that he could break through to the Martial King realm at 21 years old. He was indeed a terrifying genius. The geniuses of the Blazing Sun Empire, no, even the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking were a pile of trash compared to him. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes burst with a strong fighting spirit and an unshakable determination. Don't worry, Di. No matter how strong he is, I'll defeat him sooner or later and set senior sister Mulan free. Alright. Lan believes in you, and so do I. However, Lu Ming, with your current cultivation and combat strength, it'll be very difficult for you to join the Detian Divine Guards. I hope you can make another breakthrough. Yan Lan's eyes seemed to reveal a trace of hope. After that, Lu Ming chatted with Yan Lan for a while before he bade farewell and left. A day later, the news that Lu Ming had received an invitation to the Detian Divine Guard selection spread among the higher-ups of the Mystical Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley. This caused those who knew to be shocked, and then they were overjoyed. Although they were curious as to how Lu Ming had obtained the invitation, that was not the main point. The main point was that Lu Ming could participate in the selection of the Detian Divine Guards, which gave them a glimmer of hope. At this time, the preliminaries of the 36 countries of Emperor Yun were getting closer and closer, and it was time to set off. Lu Ming bade farewell to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Qiu Yu said that she had not seen Lu Yuntian and Li Ping for a long time and wanted to stay by their side to take care of them. Naturally, Lu Ming nodded in agreement. On the other hand, Xianxia wanted to go with Lu Ming. The reason was that he wanted to meet the geniuses from the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. 2 days later, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi left the Mystical Sword Sect and headed west. Lu Ming did not bring the Golden-Eyed Blood Corpse or the Flame Spring. The Golden-Eyed Blood Corpse and Yen Quan were important forces in the battle. If they left, it would be bad for the battle. Moreover, Lu Ming had the intention of leaving the Golden-Eyed Blood Corpse behind to protect Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The Cloud Desolate Empire was one of the 8 medium empires in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. However, it was very powerful and was ranked first among the 8 medium empires. This was why the Cloud Emperor mountain range preliminaries were held in the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial capital. Starting from the Mystical Sword Sect, one would have to pass through 8 empires along the way. It was a long journey of more than 700,000 li. However, with everyone's cultivation, if they flew at full speed, it was still quite easy to fly 10,000 miles in an hour. Including the rest time, they used 5 days to rush to the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial capital. The Cloud Desolate Empire was indeed worthy of being the strongest empire among the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Just the imperial capital alone was 10 times larger than the Burning Sun Empire's imperial capital. It was grand and majestic, with no end in sight. On the city wall, rows of armored soldiers patrolled. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed when he saw them. These armored soldiers were actually martial artists of the great martial master realm. Each of them had powerful auras and penetrating gazes. Lu Ming secretly sighed. The #1 empire in the Cloud Emperor mountain range was really powerful. After entering the city gate, the inside was extremely spacious. The street was 200 meters wide, and all kinds of beast roars could be heard. Many people were riding all kinds of mounts and strolling on the streets. Lu Ming even saw a martial artist riding a huge python that was more than 30 meters long and as thick as a water tank wandering on the street. On both sides of the street, there were many shops. A few spirit weapon shops were sparkling with treasure light. In some spirit herb shops, the fragrance of herbs assailed the nose. Lu Ming and the few of them walked as they watched, full of admiration. On the way, they could see young martial artists passing by from time to time, all of them with an imposing appearance and extraordinary aura. One look and one could tell that they were dragons and phoenixes among people. They should all be here to participate in the qualifiers. Brother Lu, Brother Feng, Miss Xie, let's find a place to eat. We've been hurrying on our journey these past few days and haven't had a good meal. I'm so tired of eating. Ling Yanqi touched his stomach and grinned. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The few of them walked around for a while and came to the front of a restaurant. The Drunken Pavilion was the name of this restaurant. It was 7 stories high and covered an area of several acres. Dear guests, please come in. At the entrance of the restaurant, a waiter came to greet them. Chapter 355. 355 The Blue Blade Family. The 4 of them followed the waiter and arrived at the 5th floor of the restaurant. The 5th floor was extremely spacious. On one side, there were private rooms, and on the other side, there was a hall. They didn't choose a private room, but found a seat by the window. From this position, he could see a lake from the window. The lake was clear like a mirror, and when the breeze blew, it was extremely comfortable. Waiter, if there's anything good to eat, bring it all to me. Also, bring me 4 jars of good wine. Ling Yanqi shouted. All right. The waiter replied. It was very fast, and it didn't take long for a table full of food and wine to be served. The 4 of them ate while listening to the conversations of the other people in the restaurant. It's really lively recently. All the great geniuses can't sit still anymore. There's competition from time to time. That's right, I've seen a few battles on the Cloud Emperor board. That level of cultivation is really shocking. The ordinary geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking are still okay, especially those who are ranked higher. They are really terrifying. Half a month ago, Ji Ruffing, the 7th genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking, killed 3 late-stage martial grandmasters in Tianyuan Peak with 1 strike. That's more terrifying. That's nothing. I heard that 10 days ago, a sect angered the 2nd-ranked young master of the Cloud Emperor ranking, Wei Tianxi. Wei Tianxi went to the sect and annihilated the entire sect. That sect had a few 9th-grade martial ancestor realm experts. What? There's actually such a thing? Wei Tianxi is too terrifying. Lu Ming and the other 3 heard the discussions around them. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were shocked. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with solemnness. It was impossible for Lu Ming to kill 3 martial arts grandmasters in the later stage of the 8th level with a single sword strike, let alone annihilate a sect that had a few martial arts grandmaster 9th level powerhouses. The top geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board were indeed amazing. Also, there's a young master Hualing who recently emerged. He defeated Yuan Zhifei, who was ranked 15th on the Cloud Emperor ranking. He's the strongest dark horse. That's right. This person can be said to be the strongest among the rising stars. Don't forget that there's another person who's also a dark horse. Oh, who is it? Qiu Weiyang. He was born in the small blazing Sun Empire, but he rose to power. He was ranked 36th on the Cloud Emperor ranking and killed the genius ranked 22nd not long ago. I heard that 5 days ago, Qian Jun, who was ranked 11th on the Cloud Emperor ranking, also suffered a loss at his hands. What? Qian Jun had actually lost to Qiu Changkong? Qiu Changkong is so terrifying, he's going to make it into the top 10. In the Cloud Emperor mountain range, this generation of young people is indeed very powerful. I wonder if they can compete with the geniuses from other regions. Qiu Changkong has actually become so strong. Feng Wuji murmured, his eyes were filled with shock and fear. As one of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes, the difference between us and him is too great. Ling Yanqi sighed and was also very serious. The stronger Qiu Changkong was, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not say anything and continued drinking. Xian Yanqing's mouth twitched slightly, and he seemed to be a little disdainful. Then, the 4 of them ate while listening. Squeak. At this moment, the door of another private room opened, and 4 young men walked out. These 4 young men were all wearing blue robes, embroidered with a sky blue long blade. This is a person from the Cloud Desolate Empire's Blue Blade family. Could the person in the box be an important figure of the Blue Blade family? I know who it is. It's the second young master of the Blue Blade family, Lan Yunfei. I saw him go in earlier. The 4 blue-robed young men caused a wave of discussion to break out, but the voices were very low, as if they were very afraid. The 4 youths from the Blue Blade family were actually walking towards Lu Ming and the other 3. He walked to the 4 of them, and one of them, a young man in a blue robe, cupped his fists and said, "May I know where the 4 of you are from?" Although he cupped his fists, his tone was arrogant, as if he was giving an order. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He did not like the other party's attitude. "We are from the Burning Sun Empire." Feng Wuji didn't want to offend anyone. He stood up and clasped his fists. The Burning Sun Empire. When the 4 blue-robed young men heard this, their eyes revealed a look of contempt. So it's the Scorching Sun Empire, that godforsaken place. All right, I won't waste my breath on you. My second young master is going to invite a friend to a banquet today. This girl looks quite good, so he wants to invite her to accompany him for a drink. All right, come with me. A young man in a blue robe said scornfully. Then he looked at Xian Yanqing and ordered. It turned out that they were here because they had their eyes on Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming frowned again while Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked anxious. Xian Yanqing's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. He glanced at the 4 blue-robed young men and said, "Your second young master, which dog is he? Are you worthy of this lady accompanying you to drink?" As soon as he said that, the 4 blue-robed young men's expressions changed. The expressions of the other people in the restaurant also changed drastically. "She's finished." A mere woman from the Burning Sun Empire dared to call Lan Yunfei a dog. "She's finished. She's doomed to a miserable fate." The Blazing Sun Empire is too small after all. Other than Qiu Changkong, there are no other geniuses. Their knowledge is so shallow that they even dare to offend the Blue Blade family. The other people in the restaurant lowered their voices and whispered among themselves ears, as if they were afraid that the Blue Blade family would hear them. "Bitch, what the fuck did you just say?" A young man in a blue robe pointed at Xian Yanqing and roared. "What did you just call me? Slap your own mouths, 100 each, or I'll break your legs." Xian Yanqing glanced at them and said coldly. The others were shocked. Crazy, too crazy. The Blue Blade family was arrogant, but Xian Yanqing was even more arrogant. I guess she is a rare genius in the Blazing Sun Empire and is used to being arrogant. However, this is not the blazing sun empire, but the cloud desolate empire, where all the geniuses from the 36 countries of the cloud desolate empire are gathered. How can she be arrogant? Someone in the restaurant shook his head and sighed. What did you just say? Break our legs? Ha, laughable, laughable, a mere piece of trash from the burning sun empire dares to say that he will break our legs. This is too laughable. The 4 blue-robed young men sneered. Little bitch, I originally wanted you to drink with me and forget about it. Now, not only do I want you to drink with me, but I also want you to sleep with me. Get over there. A blue-robed young man clawed at Xianxia's hair. The claw contained a powerful true qi. This blue-robed young man was actually a martial arts Grandmaster 3 Dan expert. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's faces changed drastically. They shouted, "Be careful." Bang! The next moment, a figure flew out. It was the blue-robed young man. He flew more than 10 meters away and crashed into a few tables and chairs. He fell to the ground and screamed in pain. His 2 legs were bent and deformed, having been broken. Chapter 356. 356 Xianxia's rage. The others were stunned. The blue-robed young man was definitely not a weakling. He had reached the 3rd tier of the martial ancestor realm at such a young age. He was definitely an elite that the Blue Blade family had nurtured with great care. His combat strength was definitely not something that ordinary martial artists of the same realm could compare to. However, in the hands of Xianxia, he couldn't even last one move. Many people didn't even see when Xianxia made his move. Only a small number of geniuses focused their eyes and saw how Xianxia attacked. Little bitch, how dare you hit a member of the Blue Blade family? You're looking for death. Let's attack together. Take this bitch down and torture him. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining 3 blue-robed young men roared as powerful auras erupted from their bodies. Each of them had the cultivation of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. When the 3 of them joined forces, their power was terrifying. Feng Wuji's and Ling Yanqi's expressions changed. They were about to help, but Lu Ming smiled at them, telling them not to worry. Slap his mouth. At this moment, Xianxia shouted and waved his hands. Black lotuses appeared one after another. Then, the black petals broke the 3 young men's attacks like divine blades. Buzz! Xianxia moved and appeared in front of the 3 young men. He extended his palm. Put, put, pa! 3 loud slaps were heard and the 3 blue-robed young men were sent flying. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before the 3 young men could land on the ground, Xianxia waved his hand and lotus petals flew towards the legs of the 3 young men. Stop! A furious shout came from the private room. However, Xianxia didn't care at all. The black petals didn't stop. The black petals all hit the legs of the 3 blue-robed young men. By the time they fell to the ground, their legs were already covered in blood and wounds. Even their bones could be seen. CSI! Gasps could be heard all around. What a powerful battle strength, what a ruthless method. If he said he would break their legs, he would immediately break their legs. Buzz! At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A blue figure rushed out of the private room and appeared in the hall. The young man looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. He was wearing a sky-blue tight-fitting robe, a blue jade belt around his waist, and a pair of blue and gold combat boots. He was full of luxury. However, his face was as dark as winter. Lan Yunfei, it's really him. It's over. That woman is finished. Even her companions are dead for sure. He even dared to beat up the people of the Blue Blade family. Lan Yunfei will never stop. Although Lan Yunfei didn't enter the Cloud Emperor board, he is very close to it. I heard that he has already said that he will definitely enter the Cloud Emperor board this time. Besides the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking, there are only a handful of people who can fight with Lan Yunfei. The other people in the restaurant looked at Xianxia, including Lu Ming, as if they were looking at a dead man. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Lan Yunfei looked at Xianxia coldly. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't get a good look when he was in the room, but now that he got a closer look, he realized that Xianxia was even more stunning. I did, but who are you? Do I have to do as I'm told? Xianxia looked at Lan Yunfei with disdain. Do you know the consequences of not following my orders? If I attack, I'll either die or be injured. Lan Yunfei sneered and continued, but I'll let you go since you're a woman. How about this? I'll lock up the three of them first, and you'll come back with me to serve me. If you're comfortable with it, I'll consider letting you go. This condition is already the biggest concession I can make. As Lan Yunfei spoke, his eyes flashed with lust as he scanned Xianxia's body. Xianxia frowned. Lu Ming, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi were all dumbfounded. Is there something wrong with this brother? Didn't he see that there were 4 of them now, while he was alone? He even said that they would be locked up first and asked Xianxia to go back and serve him. Wasn't he too full of himself? Lu Ming had seen many people who felt good about themselves. However, the man in front of him was definitely ranked first. Brother Feng, Brother Ling, why do you think I'm so unlucky? Why do I have to run into idiots everywhere I go? I'm just having a meal, and I'm actually able to run into such a weird idiot. I'm speechless. Lu Ming picked up a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp, sighing and groaning. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked at each other and did not say a word. They were not as bold as Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming did not lower his voice, and it spread throughout the entire floor of the restaurant. The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming actually dared to say that about Lan Yunfei. How could these people of the Burning Sun Empire be so arrogant? He's really a country bumpkin who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Many people thought. Kid, who are you talking about? Lan Yunfei let out a furious shriek. His facial features were contorted and he looked at Lu Ming with an extremely sinister expression. I'll say who answered. Lu Ming continued to hold up his wine glass and replied indifferently. He then drank the wine in one gulp. You're looking for death, you're looking for death. Now, I take back what I just said. You're dead. No condition can save you. Lan Yunfei bellowed in rage. A powerful aura burst out from his body. A ray of sword light rushed up and slashed toward Lu Ming. I'm your opponent. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. She waved her hands and a black lotus appeared in front of the sword radiance. Clang! The sword light struck the black lotus flower, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The sword light was blocked. If you dare to stop me, I'll kill you as well. Lan Yunfei was completely enraged. His killing intent rose. His sword hummed softly and beams of sharp sword qi shot towards Xianxia. He was at the peak of the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Lan Yunfei's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 4th level martial ancestor realm. No wonder he was second only to the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking. On the Cloud Emperor ranking, the few people who were ranked at the bottom were only at the early stage of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Who can you kill? Xianxia sneered as a powerful aura burst out from his body. Martial Ancestor 4 Dan later stage. During this period of time, Xianxia's progress was also extremely shocking. He fully utilized the advantage of a 7th level king bloodline. Great demonic palm. Xianxia waved his hands and sent out palm prints towards Lan Yunfei. He didn't know what level Xianxia's martial technique was. When she was a martial grandmaster, she used the same martial technique. Now that she was a martial ancestor, she was using the same martial technique. Moreover, as Xianxia's cultivation level increased, the power of this martial skill became more and more terrifying. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the palm print and the sword light collided 8 times in a row, producing 8 loud bangs. Of course, in their moves, They had deliberately compressed their true energy and did not let it spread out. Otherwise, the entire restaurant would have been blown up. To be able to build such a huge restaurant in the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial capital was not something an ordinary person could do. If he blew it up, it would probably be hard to explain. After 8 moves, Lan Yunfei retreated 8 steps. He was completely at a disadvantage. The other people in the restaurant were dumbfounded. Chapter 357. 357 Chapter 357 Seeing Yang's 6 extremes again. How could an unknown woman of the Burning Sun Empire suppress Lan Yunfei? How was this possible? If the truth wasn't right in front of their eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Arg. Lan Yunfei's anger soared to the sky. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. With a loud roar, blood light exploded and a sky-blue broadsword appeared. Around the broadsword, there were 2 Esilavir chakras. This was Lan Yunfei's bloodline, a second-level king bloodline. Slash. His bloodline exploded, increasing Lan Yunfei's combat strength by a notch. He slashed at Xianxia. I'm too lazy to play with you. Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand. At this moment, a jade-like hand also condensed in the air. This hand wasn't real. It was at least 10 times bigger than Xianxia's hand. It was perfect, like the most perfect work of art. Just like Xianxia's hand, it was in the shape of a flower and full of demonic charm. Break! Immediately, Xianxia shouted and flicked his flower-pinching fingers. Bang! The blade light of Lan Yunfei's slash was instantly destroyed. The finger force did not stop and shot toward Lan Yunfei. Lan Yunfei's expression changed drastically. It was too late for him to dodge, so he could only block with his saber. With a boom, Lan Yunfei groaned and retreated more than 10 meters. He crashed into a few tables before he could stabilize himself. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Sisigu. Gasps could be heard all around. Xianxia was too strong. Lan Yunfei was no match for him even before his bloodline was activated. Other than Qiu Changkong, when did the Blazing Sun Empire have such a powerful genius? Get down! Xianxia shouted again and pressed his palm down. That huge hand also pressed down at the same time, pressing down towards Lan Yunfei. Lan Yunfei bellowed in anger. He exploded with all his strength and slashed upward. But with a bang, the blade light was instantly destroyed, and the palm pressed down without stopping. Lan Yunfei roared. Buzz! At this moment, there was an air-piercing sound at the top of the stairs. A figure rushed up like lightning and arrived in front of Lan Yunfei. He threw a punch upward. Boom! The air wave swept out, and the fist force and palm disappeared. At this time, everyone saw that there was already one more person in front of Lan Yunfei. It's him? Yang's 6 extremes. 33rd on the Cloud Emperor ranking, Yang Liuji from the Blood Zhao Empire's Great Sun Sect. Could he be the one Lan Yunfei invited? Upon seeing who it was, the crowd exclaimed in shock once more. It's actually him? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Back in the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace, Lu Ming had fought with Yang Liuji. In the end, Lu Ming defeated Yang Liuji with the help of the golden-eyed blood corpse. Xianxia was also stunned as he also recognized Yang Liuji. On the other hand, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's expressions changed drastically. The Scorching Sun Empire and the Blood Zhao Empire were close to each other, and the name of Yang Liuji had long since reverberated in their ears. Brother Yang, you've finally come. Seeing Yang Liuji, Lan Yunfei was overjoyed. Brother Lan, I'm sorry I'm late, Yang Liuji said as he looked around. The moment he saw Xianxia and Lu Ming, he was stunned. Then, his eyes flashed with a cold, killing intent. Little bastard, is that you? Ha, good, you've really worn out your iron shoes in a long search, but you found it without any effort. Since I've encountered you today, then don't leave. Yang Liuji revealed a sinister smile. When he came out of the Yun Emperor Palace, he wanted to ask the senior masters of the Great Sun Mansion to kill Lu Ming, but Lu Ming escaped too quickly. He searched around the Yun Emperor Palace but could not find Lu Ming. During this period of time, he hated Lu Ming to the core. He did not expect to meet him here. He was so ecstatic that he almost laughed out loud. "What's wrong? You've been defeated, are you looking for a beating again?" Lu Ming said indifferently. The crowd was stunned. From Lu Ming's tone, could it be that Yang Liuji had lost to Lu Ming before? No way? If that was the case, wasn't the Burning Sun Empire a little too terrifying? Nonsense, you little bastard. Back then, you only relied on external forces and a puppet. Now that your puppet is gone, I'll kill you in 3 moves. Yang Liuji shouted and hurriedly corrected Lu Ming's words. The others came to a realization. It turned out that Lu Ming had relied on external forces. No wonder. It was useless if it was not one's own ability. They let out a long breath. If even a small empire like the Burning Sun Empire was this strong, how could they bear it? Kill me in 3 moves? Just you? Aren't you afraid of laughing your head off? Lu Ming continued to say indifferently. This kind of indifferent attitude made Yang Liuji's anger rise. You're looking for death. You're courting death. Yang Liuji roared, his body emitting a scorching aura that made the restaurant look like a furnace. Xianxia moved and stood in front of Yang Liuji. Little Qing, there's no need for you to deal with him. Let me play with him. Lu Ming picked up a glass of wine and finished it in 1 gulp. He then stood up and walked towards Yang Liuji. Hurry up and finish it, we haven't finished our meal. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming and went back to his seat. His tone was casual as if Lu Ming could easily deal with Yang Liuji. This caused the surrounding people to be dumbfounded. Ha, I know you're concerned about me and worried that the food won't taste good if it's cold. Don't worry, I'll deal with him. The food won't get cold. Lu Ming laughed. The others' lips trembled. These 2 were both more confident than the other. They were still thinking about eating, and the dishes wouldn't even get cold. Please, your opponent is the genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking, Yang Liuji, not some random cat or dog on the side of the road. Crazy, too crazy. Yang Liuji almost vomited blood, feeling his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys throb in pain. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. It's useless to rely on your mouth. You'll soon pay the price for your stupidity. Yang Liuji roared, and the scorching aura around his body became even more intense. His entire body was like a sun, and he almost set the restaurant on fire. This place is too narrow, let's go out and fight. Lu Ming said. Good, just what I want. Yang Liuji shouted angrily. The 2 of them flew out of the window and appeared in the sky above the small lake. At this time, it had already alerted the people on the other floors of the restaurant, and they all looked out one by one. That's Yang Liuji. Yang Liuji is going to fight someone. Who is the other person? Is he also a genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking? No, there's no such person on the Cloud Emperor ranking. He's so young, he looks less than 20 years old. This person actually dared to fight Yang Liuji. This is going to be a good show. The people on the other floors of the restaurant were discussing. Die. And NBSP, kill. The moment they left the restaurant, Yang Liuji roared, his aura exploding. Wuzong 5 Dan Peak. Obviously, Yang Liuji's cultivation had also improved during this period of time. Back in the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace, Yang Liuji's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 5th level of Martial Ancestor Realm. Boom! The powerful fire force exploded, making Yang Liuji look like a small sun. It emitted an extremely hot aura, and the lake water below began to boil, filling the air with mist. Divine Sun Fist. Yang Liuji roared and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Chapter 358. 358 Settling it in one move. A fist radiance that was as bright as the sun was aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and a huge palm print appeared, clashing with the fist radiance. After a loud boom, the fist radiance and palm print dissipated. One move. Lu Ming muttered. Didn't Yang Liuji say he would kill him in 3 moves? He helped him calculate. Yang Liuji's expression changed. Lu Ming could actually block one of his moves. His gaze turned serious. Fist of the great divine sun, fist radiance shatters the sky. Yang Liuji roared again and threw a punch. This punch was even more terrifying. It was like a sun falling down. Yang Liuji, who had reached the peak of the 5th stage of martial arts Grandmaster realm, had extremely terrifying combat power. An ordinary warrior at the peak of the 7th stage of martial arts Grandmaster realm would probably only have this kind of combat power. Beast palm. Lu Ming struck out another palm. A huge beast claw appeared and grabbed at the sun-like fist energy. The sun-like fist force was like a pitiful little flame that was extinguished by the beast's claw. 2 moves. Lu Ming said again. The people watching the battle were stunned, especially those on the 5th floor. Lu Ming could actually fight with Yang Liuji. This was too unbelievable. The blazing sun empire was too terrifying. Experts were emerging one after another. Arg! Damn it, divine fist of the great sun, incinerating the world. Yang Liuji roared in anger and used his strongest move. At the same time, his bloodline power exploded. His bloodline was also at the 2nd level of the king tier. Walala! The lake water below churned and actually boiled. A shocking fist radiance came crashing down on Lu Ming from above. Break! Lu Ming said softly. A long spear appeared in his hand and he thrust it upward. Chi-chi! The long spear pierced through Yang Liuji's fist radiance. Lu Ming's body rushed past it and flew into the sky. 3 moves, Yang Liuji, you said you'd kill me in 3 moves, but it turns out that you want to kill me with just the power to scratch an itch? What a joke! Lu Ming said contemptuously. Damn it, how did this little bastard become so strong? How is that possible? Yang Liuji roared in his heart, his expression extremely ugly. He stared at Lu Ming and said coldly, I'll let you go today, and we'll fight another day. With that, she wanted to leave. Another day? Did I say another day? You want to leave after a fight? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Stay here. Lu Ming said coldly. A terrifying aura enveloped Yang Liuji. What do you want to do? Do you still want to make a move on me? How dare you? I'm a disciple of the Great Sun Mansion. Do you understand? I'm a disciple of the Great Sun Mansion. Yang Liuji roared. And NBSP, you don't need to repeat that you are a disciple of Great Sun Prefecture. Great Sun Prefecture is none of my business. I don't care where you are from. Just take one of my attacks and you'll die. Lu Ming bellowed, his aura was wild as he pulled the long spear downward. Boom! A spear light that was hundreds of meters long, carrying the power of wind and fire, came down on Yang Liuji. While the spear radiance was still in the air, the lake below was suppressed by the force of the air. The lake water split into 2, and a waterless zone that was a few hundred meters long appeared. It had the same shape as the spear radiance. You coward! Yang Liuji roared and used all his strength to punch the air a dozen times in an attempt to block the spear radiance. However, it was useless. The dozen or so fist lights were like fireworks and collapsed in one strike. The spear radiance's momentum did not stop as it heavily smashed into Yang Liuji's body. Yang Liuji's body was like a cannonball, falling towards the lake. Boom! He fell heavily into the lake, causing huge waves. Even the ground shook, and a whirlpool appeared on the surface of the lake. Everyone saw that Yang Liuji had smashed a deep hole in the bottom of the lake, and the lake water had completely flooded Yang Liuji. This fuck. The surrounding spectators were all dumbfounded. And NBSP, this was too violent. He had defeated Yang Liuji with one move and Yang Liuji had no chance to fight back. Especially the spectators on the 5th level. Their mouths were so wide open that they could practically swallow a chicken. This is crazy. The Burning Sun Empire is crazy. How can there be so many talented warriors? That's right. The Burning Sun Empire has always been ranked at the bottom of the list. It's unbelievable that so many geniuses have been born. The people on the 5th floor shouted in disbelief. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure rushed into the lake and came out again the next moment. It was Lan Yunfei. He was holding Yang Liuji in his arms. Yang Liuji's body was covered in blood, and his face was pale. Blood was dripping from his mouth, and his eyes were full of disbelief, shame, and anger. Previously, he had boasted shamelessly that he would kill Lu Ming in 3 moves. In the end, Lu Ming easily received his 3 moves. Not only that, but he had also beaten him half to death in 1 move. This made him want to find a hole to hide in. If you don't have the strength, then keep a low profile. Don't always act like you're the best in the world. It's embarrassing. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. Get lost. Lu Ming waved his hand, as if an elder was lecturing a junior. You win. Yang Liuji was so furious that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant. You'd better not run into my big brother during the Ditian Divine Guard selection. Otherwise, you'll die an ugly death. Let's go. Lan Yunfei roared in anger, then his figure soared into the sky. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. He returned to the restaurant in a flash. Come, let's continue eating. Lu Ming laughed and sat down to eat and drink again. The rest of the people in the restaurant were dumbfounded. Brother Lu, we must guard against the big brother that Lan Yunfei spoke of. Feng Wuji's face turned solemn. That's right, the 5th-ranked genius on the Cloud Emperor board also has the surname Lan. His name is Lan Yundao. I'm pretty sure he's Lan Yunfei's big brother. Ling Yanqi's expression was also serious. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, they did not think that Lu Ming could be a match for those who were ranked at the top of the Cloud Emperor ranking. Those people were too powerful. They were all monsters. 5th on the Cloud Emperor ranking. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and his lips curled into a smile. He did not mind and continued to eat and drink. After a short while, the 4 of them left the restaurant and found an inn to stay in. There were still 3 days before the Ditian Divine Guard's preliminary competition. At this moment, news of Xian Yanqing, Lu Ming, Lan Yunfei, and Yang Liuji's battle spread quickly. Many people were shocked and secretly sighed. There were so many geniuses these days, and yet another unknown genius had risen. In a room in the inn, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and thought about the battle. Speaking of which, this was the first time that Lu Ming had a direct battle with a genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking. Although he appeared confident on the surface, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. Yang Liuji was only ranked 33rd on the Cloud Emperor list, but his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 5th stage of Martial Ancestor Realm. His combat strength was comparable to an ordinary peak of the 7th stage of Martial Ancestor Realm. In that case, how strong were the geniuses at the top of the rankings? Especially the geniuses in the top 10, how strong were they? Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate his opponent. My biggest disadvantage now is that my cultivation is low. I'm only at the peak of the 4th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm. I have to find a way to break through as soon as possible. Lu Ming pondered secretly. After a few months of polishing, Lu Ming's foundation had long been stable. As long as there was enough energy, Lu Ming's cultivation would be able to break through. Dragon Emperor's Infinite Fate. Chapter 359. 359 The Gathering of Geniuses. Lu Ming immediately circulated the true war dragon technique and began to temper his essential qi. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On the evening of the second day, the people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace actually came to find them. They had sent an invitation letter for the Ditian Divine Guard selection. It was for Xianxia. It seemed that the news of Xianxia's defeat of Lan Yunfei yesterday had already spread to the higher-ups of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. That was why they had sent an invitation letter. With Xianxia's combat strength, he was fully qualified to receive an invitation. The next 2 days were peaceful and no one disturbed Lu Ming and the rest. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Ditian Divine Guard's preliminary round. The Ditian Divine Guard preliminaries were to select a group of elites from the geniuses who had received invitations from the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Only this group of people would be qualified to participate in the final selection of the Ditian Divine Guards. The gathering place for the preliminaries was in front of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's residence in the cloud desolate imperial capital. Early in the morning, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi headed to the assembly point. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's residence in the cloud desolate empire's imperial capital was extremely grand and majestic. It was even more majestic than the cloud desolate imperial palace. In front of the mansion, there was a wide square. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, the square was already surrounded by people. Most of them were people who came to watch the show. However, there were not many people in the square. This was because there were people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace guarding the square. Only the geniuses participating in the preliminaries could step on it. If anyone else were to step in rashly and was discovered, they would be killed without mercy. No one dared to take the risk. When the 4 of them arrived, they walked directly to the square. "Guys, look, there's a genius from the preliminaries here. 2 of them look so young. Which empire are they from?" "I don't know him, he's a complete stranger." "I know. I saw them a few days ago. The youngest man and woman are the 2 who defeated Yang Liuji and Lan Yunfei 3 days ago. They are the geniuses from the Burning Sun Empire." The surrounding crowd was discussing when someone suddenly shouted, "What? It's them, just like the rumors, they're really that young. I thought the rumors were exaggerated. I can't believe that the Blazing Sun Empire has produced such a genius." In the past few days, Lu Ming and Xianxia's names had spread throughout the Cloud Wilderness Imperial Capital. Many people were very curious and they looked at Lu Ming and the other 3. The 4 of them had also seen big scenes before, so their expressions didn't change. They walked to the square and stood at the side. "It seems that we came too early." Feng Wuji chuckled. "It's a good opportunity for me to meet the other geniuses." Ling Yanqi's eyes were filled with excitement. Time slowly passed and more people came. Without a doubt, they were all young people, all under the age of 30. Most of them were in their 20s, and there were very few under the age of 20. "Look, that's Lu Xiaofeng, who is ranked 35th on the Cloud Emperor ranking list." Suddenly, someone pointed at a yellow-robed young man and shouted, "Also, that's Wang Kai, who is ranked 26th on the Cloud Emperor board." "Oh my god, that's Su Yingying, who is ranked 13th on the Cloud Emperor board. I've long heard that Su Yingying is a devastatingly beautiful woman. Now that I've seen her today, I see that she is indeed worthy of her reputation." With the arrival of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking list, the audience was excited. The 36 countries of Emperor Yun were vast, but there were only 36 people on the Emperor Yun lists. Usually, the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking were scattered all over the place. It was hard to see them at all. But now they had seen so many people at once, and everyone was excited. Even Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's eyes lit up as they started to size up the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board. Soon, no less than 300 people had gathered in the square, and the number was still increasing. This made Lu Ming sigh with emotion. Only geniuses on the same level as the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun could receive an invitation. However, hundreds of such geniuses had arrived. Lu Ming suddenly felt a murderous intent enveloping him. He could not help but turn around to look. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. So it was the 6 extremes of Yang. After not seeing him for a few days, Yang Liuji's injuries had almost recovered. He was looking at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Beside Yang Liuji was a tall young man. He was wearing the same clothes as Yang Liuji and was obviously from the Blood Zhao's Great Sun House. He was also staring at Lu Ming with an unfriendly look. Yang Liuji is here. The one beside him, is he the number 1 expert among the younger generation of the Great Sun House, Yan Feishuan? It's definitely him. Yan Feishuan, ranked 9th on the Cloud Emperor ranking list. Exclamations of shock came from the surroundings. The top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking list had finally appeared. It was as if Yan Feishuan's arrival was the start of the event that had happened 10 days ago. In the air, a blue light flashed and 2 figures appeared in the square. One of the 2 blue-robed young men was Lan Yunfei. The other man was tall and had a saber on his back. He had a wild aura. Lan Yunfei and Lan Yundao. The 5th-ranked Lan Yundao has arrived. There was another round of exclamations in the surroundings. As soon as Lan Yunfei and Lan Yundao arrived, they swept their gazes across the surroundings. In the next moment they discovered Lu Ming and the rest. The 2 of them strode toward Lu Ming and the rest. There's a good show to watch. The crowd's gaze was fixed on Lan Yundao and Lu Ming. The geniuses on the square were also watching with interest. Very soon, Lan Yunfei and Lan Yundao were not far from Lu Ming and the rest. You 2 are Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lan Yundao's gaze fell on Lu Ming and Xianxia. He did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. That's right. I didn't expect to be so famous now. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not care. Xianxia pouted and didn't even bother to reply. Seeing this, Lan Yundao's face darkened and he said coldly, "You dare to beat up my Blue Blade family's people, you're really bold. However, those who dared to beat up my Blue Blade family's people are no longer in this world." "Oh really? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? The world is so big and there are so many experts. There are also many people who can destroy your family with a flick of their hands. You even said that the people who dared to attack your Blue Blade family are no longer in this world. You really have no shame in talking big." Lu Ming said indifferently, his voice full of ridicule. "What did you just say?" Lan Yundao was furious. "Brother Lan, there's no need to waste words with them. Just attack and kill them." At this moment, Yan Feishuan walked over and said with a murderous look, "You want to kill me? Why don't you try?" Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent and a powerful aura rose from his body. Xian Yanqing, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi walked to Lu Ming's side and glared at Yan Feishuan, Lan Yundao, and the rest. The battle was about to begin. This place doesn't allow a great battle. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed. Suddenly, a middle-aged man shouted loudly, and a mountain-like pressure rose from his body. This burly man was a guard of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lan Yundao and Yan Feishuan's expressions changed and they withdrew their qi. Lu Ming and the group also retracted their aura. I'll let you off today. Lu Ming, I hope you can pass the preliminaries smoothly." At that time, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Blue Blade family in the Ditian Divine Guard selection. Lan Yundao said coldly before he turned around and left with Lan Yunfei. Chapter 360. 360 Chapter 360 Sword Wind Cloud. Yan Feishuan and Yang Liuji glared at Lu Ming coldly before turning to leave. "Miss Xie, Brother Lu, you must be careful." Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were extremely worried. "It's fine." Lu Ming smiled slightly, his expression relaxed. Xian Yanqing, on the other hand, was expressionless. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, another sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Qiu Changkong is here. And the strongest dark horse, Prince Hualing. Someone shouted. Lu Ming looked up and saw a few figures flying down from the sky. One of them was very young, about 21 or 22 years old. He wore a fiery red robe and had eyes like lightning. He had a powerful aura and his hands were behind his back. This man must be young Master Hualing. The other person had a sword on his back. If he wasn't Qiu Changkong, who else could he be? Qiu Changkong's eyes were filled with killing intent the moment he saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I don't know how you got the invitation. You could have lived a little longer if you didn't participate in the Ditian Divine Guard selection. Now that you're here, you're just looking for death. After the preliminaries, it'll be your death when the real selection competition begins. Qiu Changkong's eyes were cold as he kept thinking. Naturally, he had heard of the news that Lu Ming had defeated Yang Liuji. At first, he was extremely shocked. They were shocked by Lu Ming's invitation and his ability. However, he was only a little shocked at the beginning and did not have any fear. He had 10% confidence that he could kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at Qiu Changkong, his eyes filled with killing intent. He had to kill Qiu Changkong. Lu Yuntian's 8 years of torture were all thanks to Qiu Changkong. Buzz. Buzz. The sound of air being torn could be heard from time to time as people kept coming. Not long after, Jiang Hongwen, who was ranked 3rd on the Cloud Emperor ranking, and young Master Tianxi, who was ranked 2nd, arrived together, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. Young Master Tianxi was wearing a green robe. His face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. He was like a venomous snake that was about to devour people. Anyone who was targeted by him would feel a chill. Jiang Hongwen was tall and had a majestic and domineering aura, which was the complete opposite of young Master Tianxi. Up until now, there were nearly 600 people in the square. Each and every one of them was a dragon among men and had extraordinary auras. When they were gathered together, it was extremely spectacular. Jian Fengyun isn't here yet? Could he be dead? Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. It was young Master Tianxi. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. How could Jian Fengyun die if you, a venomous snake, didn't die? Not far away, Jiang Hongwen sneered. Many people's expressions changed slightly. There were not many people on the Cloud Emperor list who dared to speak to young Master Tianxi in such a manner. Lan Yundao was ranked 5th and was arrogant. However, in front of young Master Tianxi, he had to be obedient. I heard that Jian Fengyun went to another region for training. It's normal for him to die outside. Young Master Tianxi smiled sinisterly. Jian Fengyun was the #1 genius on Emperor Yun's board and the top expert among the younger generation in Emperor Yun's 36 kingdoms. Wait on Shi, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. At this time, a loud laugh came from the distance. Whoosh! A sword light cut through the air at an unbelievable speed. He was clearly 10 miles away a moment ago, but in the next moment he was already in the sky above the square. The sword light dispersed, and a young figure appeared. He was about 24 or 25 years old, wearing a long gray robe. He had a slender figure and bright eyes. He looked like an unsheathed divine sword. The most eye-catching part was the long scar on his face, which looked very ferocious. Jian Fengyun, you're finally here. Young Master Tianxi's eyes moved, revealing a trace of solemnness. He was Jian Fengyun, who was ranked 1st on the Cloud Emperor board. There was a burst of excited discussion. Why was there a scar on Jian Fengyun's face? I didn't have it before. Who is so powerful that he could leave a scar on Jian Fengyun's face? Whispers could be heard from nearby. Wei and Shi, I'm here. Are you very disappointed? Jian Fengyun looked at young Master Tianxi and said. What's there to be disappointed about? You've come at the right time. This time, I'm going to defeat you completely. Young Master Xianxia sneered. Then, his eyes flickered and he said, Jian Feng, I heard that you went to another region for training. You've been injured by someone. This is too embarrassing. What's there to be embarrassed about? I was injured by the geniuses there when I was training in the Thousand River region. I have to tell you that the geniuses from other regions are far stronger than those in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Jian Fengyun said frankly. This made young Master Xianxia, Jiang Hongwen, and the other geniuses' faces turn grave. Jian Fengyun, what's your ranking in the Thousand River region? Young Master Xianxia asked. 18th place. Jian Fengyun said word by word. What? As soon as he said that, the entire place was in an uproar. The number 1 genius of the Cloud Emperor mountain range was defeated by the number 18 genius of the Thousand River water region and had a scar on his face. How was this possible? Was the Thousand River region really that powerful? Jian Fengyun, in my opinion, it's not that the opponent is too strong. It's that you're too weak. It seems that you've regressed in the past few years. This time, I'll surpass you completely. Young Master Xianxia laughed out loud. He didn't believe that the Thousand River region was that powerful. If the 18th place could defeat Jian Fengyun, didn't that mean that there were at least 18 geniuses who were above him, young Master Xianxia? This was only the waters of the Thousand Rivers. What about the regions? With young Master Xianxia's pride, he would never believe that so many geniuses would surpass him. He thought that Jian Fengyun was too weak to move forward. Many people also secretly nodded and were more willing to believe young Master Xianxia's words. Frog in the well. Jian Fengyun smiled faintly and did not bother to say anything else. Young Master Xianxia snorted coldly and stood at the side. By now, the number of people had reached 600. Kaka. At this moment, the gate of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace opened, and a few figures walked out. The leader of the group was an old man with white hair and wearing a black robe. The old man had a kind expression on his face. There was no aura fluctuation on his body, as if he was an ordinary person who had not cultivated. However, no one dared to underestimate him because he was a member of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. It seems that everyone is here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Xiu, and I'm the host of this preliminaries. I'll also be leading you to the real selection later. The old man introduced himself. Greetings, Senior Lu. The geniuses on the square all saluted. Lu Xiu nodded. All right, let's cut the chit-chat and come with me. This isn't the venue for the preliminaries. After saying that, Lu Xiu rose into the air and flew towards the north. The participating geniuses on the square also rose into the air and followed. Lu Ming and the other 3 were mixed in the crowd and did not stand out. The people around the square sighed and felt it was a pity. He would not be able to see the exciting content after that. Chapter 361. 361 Chapter 361 Measuring the Power. The group headed north, a group of 600 over people flying above the cloud desolate empire's imperial capital. It was a spectacular sight. Their target was a mountain peak to the north of the imperial capital. The distance of 100 miles was covered in an instant. Lu Xiu led the group to a flat land in front of the 2 mountains. All right, I'll first tell you the rules of the preliminaries. The preliminaries are actually very simple. It's split into 2 rounds. The first round is to test one's aura. I'll test the level of your comprehension of force. Those who haven't reached major accomplishment will be eliminated. Lu Xiu announced. What? He's going to be eliminated before his force is fully formed? Someone cried out in extreme disappointment. Good, you see the stone pillar in front, right? It's the treasure to test force. As long as you input force into this stone pillar, it will appear in different colors. They are divided into blue, purple, silavir, and gold, corresponding to the entry level of force, small success, large success, and perfection. Only when the stone pillar appears Esilavir will it be considered a pass. Now begin, Lu Xiao announced. Lu Ming and the rest nodded. This rule was simple. I'll go first. A skinny young man took the lead and walked out with great confidence. He walked in front of the stone pillar and struck out with his palm. A powerful wind force surged out of his palm and poured into the stone pillar. Instantly, the stone pillar emitted a faint Esilavir light, beautiful and magnificent. Wind force, early stage of major accomplishment. Next, Lu Xiao announced. Naturally, there were people registering at the side. I'll do it. A strong young man walked out and a strong aura poured into the stone pillar. The stone pillar immediately emitted a Esilavir light, which was darker than the youth's. Force of Earth, mid-stage of great completion. Lu Xiao announced. Then, one by one, the young men stepped forward to take the test. These young men had all reached the peak level of their control force. Some of them were at the early stage of the peak level, some were at the middle stage, and only a few of them had reached the late stage. Those youths who had not reached the level of great accomplishment did not even step forward to take the test. I'm going too. I'll go with you. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi also went up for the test. Feng Wuji had comprehended the force of wind and reached the early stage of the Deshang realm. Ling Yanqi had comprehended the force of fire and reached the middle stage of the Deshang realm. Soon, more than 400 people passed the test. 4 geniuses at the level of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes, most of them had already reached the major accomplishment stage. Of course, there were also a few who did not reach that level. However, not a single person had reached the peak of Sure. Although there was only one step between the great completion and great perfection of control force, the difference was huge. One was flawed while the other was perfect. The difference in power was several times. Yang Liuji has entered the arena. Many people's eyes lit up. Up until now, no one from the Cloud Emperor ranking had entered the arena. They wanted to see how far the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking could go. Yang Liuji walked up to the stone pillar, his entire body exuding a burning aura. With a wave of his hand, Sure poured into the stone pillar. Buzz! The stone pillar trembled, and an extremely dense Esilavir light spread out, making the entire stone pillar look as if it was made of pure Esilavir. Force of fire, the limit of large success. Lu Xiao announced. The limit of the upper tier was just one step away from the Great Circle. This was the first person who had reached the peak of Sure. Lu Ming's gaze was calm. He was not surprised at all. He had fought with Yang Liuji before, so he was very clear about the strength of Yang Liuji's force. Yang Liuji's appearance opened the prologue to the appearance of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list. Then, one by one, the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list appeared. However, it was a pity that most of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list had only reached the limit of the upper tier. There were even a few people who were only at the late stage of the Deshang realm, and none of them had reached the perfection realm. Even those ranked in the top 10 on the Cloud Emperor ranking were only at the limit of the great completion. It's the Fire Spirit Prince's turn. Someone shouted. Young Master Hualing strode forward with a cold and arrogant expression, but he was only at the peak of the profound level. Following that, Qiu Changkong, Yan Feishuan, and Lan Yundao stepped forward one by one. Unfortunately, none of them had reached the peak of their astral force. From this, one could see how difficult it was to reach perfection. I'm going to take the test, do you want to come with me? Xian Yanqing glanced at Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them stepped forward and attracted a lot of attention. Lan Yun said. Yan Feishuan and Qiu Changkong turned their cold gazes over. I'll go first or you go first. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming. Anything is fine. Lu Ming said with a smile. Then you go first, Xianxia said. Lu Ming stepped forward. A scorching aura burst out from his body. The power of the fire surged into the stone pillar and it turned pure Esilavir immediately. The force of fire is at the limit of perfection, Lu Xiu announced. Many people were not too surprised. Since Lu Ming could defeat Yang Liuji, his comprehension of force would naturally not be bad. It was normal for him to reach the limit of large success. Lu Ming smiled and took a few steps back. During this period of time, he had cultivated the force of fire to the limit of large success, but it was difficult to break through to perfection. As for wind force, it had also reached the limit of the small success stage and was about to break through to the large success stage. Lu Ming believed that the power of the fusion of the two types of shi would not be inferior to that of a perfected shi. Lu Ming retreated while Xianxia stepped forward. Boom! All of a sudden, a terrifying aura erupted from Xianxia's body as he was surrounded by a green light. Who? This was the force of the wind. The powerful force of the wind gushed into the stone pillar. Buzz! The stone pillar began to shake violently. In the next moment, golden rays of light began to spread out. Golden light, it's golden light. Someone shouted. Perfect force. This woman has already cultivated her force to perfect force. How terrifying. What a monster. Why haven't I heard of him before? The surroundings were filled with clamors and cries of alarm. Lu Ming was stunned as well, then he sighed. A 7th-level king-level blood meridian was indeed terrifying. Even his comprehension of force was unique. Yan Feishuan, Lan Yundao, and Qiu Changkong's eyes were filled with killing intent. Jian Fengyun, young Master Tianxi, and Jiang Hongwen's eyes lit up. Especially young Master Tianxi, who was staring at Xianxia with greed and lust in his eyes. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's mouths were wide open in shock. Wind force, perfect good. Lu Xiu laughed heartily. The stronger the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range, the more contribution he would make and the corresponding rewards would be given. Naturally, he was happy. Xianxia retracted his essential qi and walked to Lu Ming's side. He pursed his lips provocatively as if to say, "Do you see that? I'm stronger than you." Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Next. Lu Xiu shouted. I'll do it. Jiang Hongwen strode forward, waved his hand, and a force landed on the stone pillar. The stone pillar trembled and then, it also emitted a golden lights. Force, perfection. I'll do it. Then, young Master Tianxi stepped forward. His body trembled slightly, and a long snake-like force slammed into the stone pillar. The next moment, golden light filled the air. It's your turn. Young Master Tianxi looked at Jian Fengyun. Jian Fengyun smiled. He didn't move, but two sword lights shot out from his eyes. This was a sword light condensed from shi, and it landed on the stone pillar. The stone pillar trembled violently and emitted a rich golden light. Similarly, force, perfection. Only 4 people's shi had reached perfection. They were Jian Fengyun, young Master Tianxi, Jiang Hongwen, and the rising star, Xianxia. Chapter 362. 362 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. Next, who else is going to take the test? Lu Xiu looked at the remaining 60-odd people. These 60-over people had been standing still the entire time, clearly not confident in themselves. At this moment, all of them had ugly expressions and were hesitating. If you don't come up, you'll be disqualified and eliminated. Lu Xiu announced. I'll do it. Finally, someone went up and decided to give it a try. Unfortunately, shi was only at the limit of the initial success stage and had not yet reached the major success stage. It was mercilessly eliminated. Following that, a few more people came forward with a fluke mind, but they were all eliminated one by one. The rest of the people shook their heads and sighed. No one continued to test because there was no need. They knew best whether their control force had reached large success or not. Alright, those who were eliminated, leave this place. Those who succeeded, follow me into Myriad Illusion Canyon. Lu Xiu shouted. Those who had been eliminated sighed and soared into the air, ending the selection of the Ditian Divine Guards. Alright, follow me, Lu Xiu said, then turned around and walked back. 10,000 Illusion Canyon was in the middle of the two mountain peaks. That place was heavily guarded. As he followed Lu Xiu, he was not obstructed by any obstacles and entered the canyon. The canyon was very wide, at least 1,000 meters wide, and on both sides were cliffs that were thousands of feet tall. In front of the canyon, there was a huge light screen that separated the canyon. Behind the light screen, it was all blurry and he could not see anything clearly. Behind this layer of light is a large inscription array, called the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. The second round of the preliminaries will be carried out in this 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. As long as you enter the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array, powerful warriors or demonic beasts will be condensed inside. As long as you kill the warriors or demonic beasts inside, you will be able to obtain the corresponding points. The two stone tablets in front of the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array will show your points and ranking. Only those who have scored 500 points will be considered to have passed and be able to participate in the true selection of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. The time limit is only half an hour. Once the time is up, you will be automatically transported out. This standard is the same in many regions in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Lu Xiu briefly introduced the rules of the second round. Sure enough, in front of the light curtain, they saw two huge stone tablets that were 100 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. Alright, the rules are very simple. Next, it will depend on your strength. The 10,000 Illusionary Killing Formation can allow 50 people to enter at a time. You can make your own choice. We can start now, Lu Xiu announced. As soon as Lu Xiu finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. Then, someone strode out and walked towards the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. With someone taking the lead, the others naturally followed one by one. In a short while, 50 people had rushed into the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. When the 50 people rushed into the Myriad Illusionary Killing Array, the two stone tablets in front of them started to emit a hazy light. After a few breaths, a few lines of words appeared on the first stone tablet. Plus 1 point. Long Mao 1 point. 7 to 8 names appeared in succession, and behind the names were the corresponding points. After a few more breaths, some people's points went from 1 to 2, and then to 3. More and more names appeared on the stone tablet. Two minutes later, 50 names appeared on the stone tablet, and behind each name was the corresponding score. Some people's points increased very quickly, while some people's points increased much slower. After a while, someone had already reached 400 points, approaching 500. As long as they reached 500 points, they would be able to pass the preliminaries and obtain the qualifications to participate in the true selection. At this moment, the light screen trembled, and someone flew out from inside. Everyone could see that wounds had appeared on this person's body, and blood was dripping. Everyone's heart trembled. It seemed that this formation was not that safe. After this person flew out, his name disappeared from the first stone tablet. This person looked defeated. Clearly he had failed. After this person, the light screen would shake from time to time, and people would constantly fly out. Without a doubt, none of these people who flew out had 500 points. They all ended in failure. When the half an hour was about to end, 47 people had already flown out, and none of these 47 people had reached 500 points. Only the last 3 people who flew out had more than 500 points. The highest score was 553 points. When the last 3 people came out, the second stone tablet lit up and 3 names appeared. First place, Hornets, 553 points. Second place. The 3 names were those who had reached 500 points. These 3 were naturally overjoyed, while the other 47 people had unsightly expressions and were extremely dejected. The rest of the people who had not entered looked extremely serious. The elimination rate was too high. Out of the 50 people, 47 people were eliminated, and only 3 passed. Although there weren't any impressive geniuses in this group, the elimination rate still made people gasp. Alright, the first group has finished. Next group, continue. Lu Xiao announced. But everyone looked at each other, and for a moment, no one stepped forward. Hurry up. The result will be the same in the morning and at night. It won't be easier to get up at night. Lu Xiao frowned. What's there to hesitate about? I'll go. Yang Liuji coldly snorted and strode forward. After that, one figure after another also walked forward. 50 people disappeared from the light screen. A breath after he entered the light screen, a name suddenly appeared on the first stone tablet. Yang 6 Extremes. After that, Yang Liuji's points started to soar. 1, 2, 5, 10. The speed at which his points rose was terrifying. In just 5 minutes, his points had already exceeded 500 and were still rising. The others were much slower than him. Yang Liuji's points only started to slow down when he reached 1,000 points. At this moment, the light screen trembled again, and someone flew out from inside. Soon, half an hour had passed, and everyone in the group had come out. This time, there were a total of 6 people who had more than 500 points and passed the preliminaries. The names of these 6 people also appeared on the second stone tablet. Including the 3 people before them, there were a total of 9 names on the second stone tablet. On the other hand, Yang Liuji had obtained a total of 10 points, ranking first. Yang Liuji had a smug expression as he walked to the side. After that, the third group of 50 people entered. This time, 5 people passed. In this group, there was also a genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking. This person was slightly stronger than Yang Liuji and had 22 points more than him. He rushed to the first place, while Yang Liuji became second. Then the fourth group, the fifth group. Group by group they went in. The further they went, the more experts went in, and the more qualified people there were. Chapter 363. 363 Chapter 363 Indirect Contest. The second stone tablet's ranking fluctuated continuously. People were constantly being surpassed, and people were constantly rushing up. After the sixth group, Yang Liuji had dropped to 21st place. This made his face extremely gloomy, especially when a few unknown people had surpassed him. This made his face even uglier. There were still quite a few experts who had yet to go on stage. Originally, Yang Liuji had been very ambitious and wanted to make it to the top 30, or even the top 20, but now it seemed that there was no hope at all. It would be good enough if he could keep his position on the Cloud Emperor board. After the sixth group was finished, it was the seventh group's turn. Brother Yen, how about we attack? Lan Yundao looked at Yen Feishuan and said with a smile. Just what I wanted. Yen Feishuan smiled. Count me in. A young man in green stepped out. Everyone recognized him as the 7th-ranked Ji Ruffing. The top 10 geniuses are about to make their move. Everyone's heart trembled as they revealed looks of anticipation. Would there be any changes in the top 10 this time? Their bodies flickered as they charged forward. Young Master Hualing has also made his move. And Qiu Changkong. Someone shouted. Lu Ming looked up and saw the arrogant young Master Hualing and Qiu Changkong. These two people had attracted a lot of attention recently. Many people were guessing whether the two could make it into the top 10. Buzz. Buzz. The 50 figures charged into the myriad illusionary killing array. Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the two stone tablets. There were many experts in this group, so the competition would definitely be intense. Buzz! A breath after everyone had rushed in, the first stone tablet suddenly glowed with names. Lan Yun said. Ji Ruffing, Yan Feishuan, Qiu Changkong, and young Master Hualing were all here. At the same time, the points behind their names jumped up rapidly and began to soar. These 5 people's points rose at almost the same speed, leaving the others far behind. In just 2 minutes, the points of the 5 of them had exceeded 500 points and continued to soar. In 8 minutes, his score had exceeded 1,000 points. At this time, the speed of the 5 people slowly slowed down. This is truly shocking. Qiu Changkong and young Master Hualing are actually able to keep up with Lan Yundao's speed. This is truly shocking. Can the two of them really make it into the top 10? It's hard to say. The higher the level of the 10,000 illusionary killing array, the more difficult it is. At their level, if they want to determine the winner, they will have to see the later battles. Many young men were discussing. Her score continued to rise. 1,500, 1,800, 2,000. 20 minutes later, all 5 of them had more than 2,000 points. At this moment, it could be seen that Lan Yundao's growth was the fastest, followed by Ji Ruffing. However, Yan Feishuan, Qiu Changkong, and young Master Hualing were almost the same. When it broke through 2,100 points, Yan Feishuan, the fire spirit young master, and Qiu Changkong's points rose at the speed of a turtle. When the 30 minutes were up, the screen flickered and a few figures flew out. They were Yan Feishuan, Qiu Changkong, and the fire spirit young master. The 3 of them looked pale and weak. Qiu Changkong is in the lead. His points are actually higher than young Master Hualing and Yan Feishuan. Someone cried out in shock. Qiu Changkong's score was 2,235 points. Yan Feishuan, on the other hand, had 2,205 points, 30 points less than Qiu Changkong. And the fire spirit young master had 30 points less than Yan Feishuan. Damn it! Yan Feishuan shouted angrily, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He had actually been surpassed by Qiu Changkong. I was just lucky. If we were to fight face to face, I would definitely be able to kill them all. Young Master Hualing coldly snorted. He was very unhappy. When the final moment arrived, Lan Yundao and Ji Ruffing also appeared. Both of them had more than 2,400 points. However, Lan Yundao had more points and was ahead of Ji Ruffing. At the same time, the second stone tablet glowed and the ranking on it changed. Lan Yundao was temporarily in first place, followed by Ji Ruffing, Qiu Changkong, Yan Feishuan, and the fire spirit young master. As for Yang Liuji, he had already reached the 29th place. This made Yang Liuji's face as dark as charcoal. Next, the 8th group. Lu Xiu announced. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man stepped out. Jian Fengyun. Everyone was shocked. Jian Fengyun was about to make his move, and everyone was extremely excited. Jian Fengyun was a rare genius who dominated the Cloud Emperor ranking and suppressed the other geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It was because he was too strong. As for him, it had been almost 2 years since anyone had seen him in action. What level had his cultivation reached now? Ha, Jian Fengyun, you're finally going to fight. Alright, even though this isn't a direct fight, it's an indirect one. Let me see how much you've improved during this period of time. Young Master Tianxi sneered and also stepped forward. Since you've all made your moves, I'll play with you too. Jiang Hongwen also walked out with a smile. Everyone felt their hearts beat faster. The top 3 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board were going to fight together. This was too shocking and exciting. Everyone seemed to be able to see countless sparks shining. 2 of the top 10 geniuses had wanted to make a move, but they stopped. If he were to attack together with Jian Fengyun, young Master Tianxi, and Jiang Hongwen he would only serve as a foil. Tianxi, I will let you see that the gap between you and me is getting bigger and bigger. Jian Fengyun smiled faintly, his confidence was undeniable. Strength is not something that can be said with words. Young Master Tianxi coldly snorted. Buzz. Buzz. In the next moment, their figures flickered and rushed into the myriad illusionary killing array. Immediately, the score began to soar. Jian Fengyun, young Master Tianxi, and Jiang Hongwen's points were skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. 500 points, 1,000 points, 1,500 points, 2,000 points. After 2,000 points, their speed didn't slow down and continued to soar. Many people's hearts were in their throats as they watched with wide eyes, afraid to miss the wonderful scene. 3,000 points. When they reached 3,000 points, young Master Tianxi and Jiang Hongwen's speed began to slow down. However, Jian Fengyun was still very fast. Oh my god, 3,000 points. According to my guess, after 3,000 points, the opponents that appear will be in the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 9. And there are 20 of them. That's right. Their opponents are indeed 20 early 9th Martial Ancestor Realm experts. Lu Xiao gave an affirmative answer. Everyone gasped. Lu Ming's gaze also narrowed. Facing the siege of 20 early stage 9th level Martial Ancestor Realm experts, he could still keep increasing his points. The top 3 on the Cloud Emperor list were indeed terrifying. As time passed, it became more and more difficult for young Master Tianxi and Jiang Hongwen to increase their points. In the end, they basically stopped. Jian Fengyun's points continued to rise. In the end, he was ahead of young Master Tianxi by more than 600 points. Buzz. Buzz. Once the 30 minutes were up, they were teleported out one by one. Chapter 364. 364 Chapter 364 Crushing Everything. After coming out, young Master Tianxi hurriedly looked at the stone tablet. When he saw the score on the stone tablet, young Master Tianxi's face changed greatly and he roared. Impossible, Jian Fengyun. How could your score be so much higher than mine? Impossible. It was more than 600 points higher. This was not just a little bit. It was several levels higher. Young Master Tianxi couldn't believe that the gap between him and Jian Fengyun was so huge. Nothing is impossible. Tianxi, you've been hiding in this corner of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. You think you're a peerless genius, but you're just a frog in a well. There are many people like you in the world. Jian Fengyun said indifferently. Impossible. Young Master Tianxi roared, thinking that Jian Fengyun was trying to hurt him. Jian Fengyun sneered and walked to the side. He didn't bother to talk to young Master Tianxi. The others were extremely shocked. Jian Fengyun was too strong. No wonder he was ranked first on the Cloud Emperor board. He was way ahead of the second place and no one else could surpass him. Lu Xiao nodded his head. The Cloud Emperor mountain range would have to rely on Jian Fengyun for the Emperor Sky Divine Guard selection this time. The ranking on the second stone stele had changed. Jian Fengyun was in first place, while young Master Tianxi was in second place, having more than 100 points higher than Jiang Hongwen. Jiang Hongwen was third. As for Lan Yundao and the others, they were pushed back 3 places. All right, Group 9, get ready. Lu Xiao announced. Lu Ming, let's go together. Let's see who can suppress who. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with provocation. I'll keep you company. Lu Ming smiled. The two of them strode out. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi also rushed forward. Xianxia has made his move. Her Shi has reached a terrifying level of perfection. I wonder what rank she'll get? It's hard to say. The myriad illusionary killing array tests one's overall combat power. Although Xianxia's control force is strong, his overall combat power might not be that strong. He also has to consider the bloodline level, cultivation method, physical cultivation, and comprehension of martial arts techniques. Xianxia's cultivation is too low, so he might not be able to get too high. It'll be good if he can make it to the 36th place. You're right. The top 36 are equivalent to being on the Cloud Emperor board. Look, Shengguan Yunyan and the others have made their move. The surrounding crowd was in a heated discussion when suddenly, a cry of surprise could be heard. Shengguan Yunyan, the fourth genius on the Cloud Emperor board, and the only woman in the top 10, was peerless. In addition, there were a few geniuses in the top 10 of the Cloud Emperor board, such as the 6th and 8th. This batch was also worth watching. As for Lu Ming, he was directly ignored. Although Lu Ming had defeated Yang Liuji, what was his ranking now? He was about to fall out of the Cloud Emperor ranking. Even if Lu Ming could defeat him, how powerful could he be? At most, he would be able to enter the Cloud Emperor board, which would not attract anyone's interest. Buzz. Buzz. The 50 people rushed into the 10,000 illusionary killing array and disappeared. The moment Lu Ming rushed into the light screen, he suddenly felt that the sky and earth were spinning. The next moment, he realized that he was standing on a grassland. In front of him, there was a flash of light, and demonic beasts began to form. There were a total of 20 black tigers. They looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent and roared before pouncing at him. It's equivalent to the early stage of the 5th level of Martial Ancestor Realm. Killing one will give you 1 point. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and some information flashed in his mind. At the same time, the demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand, and he swept it out. Bang! Bang! Like fireworks, the 20 demonic beasts that were equivalent to the early stage of the 5th level martial arts Grandmaster realm were all blown up by Lu Ming's spear. They turned into wisps of energy and dissipated in the air. After the 20 giant tigers exploded, energy swept through the air. After a few breaths, another 20 giant tigers appeared. The only difference was that the auras of these 20 giant tigers were much stronger than before, reaching the middle stage of Martial Ancestor 5 Dan. In the middle stage of the Martial Ancestor realm, killing one would give him 2 points. It was the same for everyone who entered. They would encounter 20 demonic beasts at the early stage of the 5th Martial Ancestor realm at the beginning. After killing all of them, stronger demonic beasts would appear. In the early stage of the 5th level of the Martial Ancestor realm, killing one would give 1 point. In the middle stage of Martial Ancestor realm level 5, killing one would give him 2 points. Later stage of the 5th level of the Martial Ancestor realm, each of them was worth 3 points. And so on, for every small level, the points gained from killing one would increase by 1 point. For example, the peak of the 5th level of the Martial Ancestor realm was worth 4 points, and the early stage of the 6th level was worth 5 points. In order to obtain 500 points and pass the preliminaries, one had to at least reach the later stage of the 6th level of the Martial Arts Grandmaster realm and kill at least 6 existences of the later stage of the 6th level of the Martial Arts Grandmaster realm. To be able to kill 6 of the 20 demonic beasts of the Martial Ancestor realm advanced stage, his overall combat strength was probably comparable to the peak of the Martial Ancestor realm. The 20 giant tigers in the middle of the 5th level Martial Ancestor realm were still unable to fight back against Lu Ming. Xiu! Xiu! Lu Ming's spear trembled and rays of spear radiance burst out. 20 giant tigers were shot and exploded by the spear radiance. On the stone tablet outside, Lu Ming's points naturally soared. However, it didn't attract too much attention. In the beginning, it was normal for the points to soar. In the myriad illusionary killing array, the killing continued. After the 20 tigers were killed, another 20 demonic beasts of the Martial Ancestor realm advanced stage appeared. It was still an easy kill. Then, there were 20 giant tigers at the peak of the 5th level of the Martial Ancestor realm. After the 20 giant tigers at the peak of the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm were killed, the world suddenly changed. Lu Ming realized that he was in a swamp. Shio! Shio! From the swamp, 20 huge snakes as thick as a bowl suddenly shot out and pounced towards Lu Ming. The strength of its aura was a lot stronger than the giant tiger from before. It was a demonic beast in the early stage of martial ancestors 6 Dan. Lu Ming's expression was calm as he continued to stab with his long spear. Bang! Bang! The giant snakes exploded in the air. A 6th-level martial ancestor realm demonic beast was no match for Lu Ming and could not do anything to stop him. Lu Ming swept down with a destructive force. His points also skyrocketed. Very quickly he had surpassed 500 points. It continued to rise. 600 points, 700 points. By the time Lu Ming had killed all 20 demonic beasts at the peak of the 6th-level martial ancestor realm, his score had reached 720. At this moment, the surrounding scene changed again. It turned into a huge mountain, surrounded by rocks. Suddenly, the rocks in the surroundings started to wriggle, turning into giant stone men that were 3 meters tall. There were 20 stone men in total. Thump! Dong! Each of the stone golems was equivalent to the early stage of the 7th-level martial Grandmaster realm. They held a mace made of stone in their hands. They stomped on the ground and charged at Lu Ming with a loud boom. The mace came crashing down on Lu Ming like a huge mountain. Lu Ming took a step forward and his body shot out like a cannonball. The power of wind and fire on his long spear merged and he swept out. Bang! One of the golems was struck by the spear and exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. Instantly, Lu Ming's points increased by 9. Even an early stage of the 7th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm could not stop Lu Ming. Chapter 365. 365 Chapter 365 Comprehension. Whoosh! Whoosh! The long spear stabbed out continuously, and the golems exploded one after another. Not long after, the 20 golems were all defeated by Lu Ming. Next, the 7th-level martial arts Grandmaster mid-level stone golems could not stop Lu Ming either. He swept through everything. When the 20 stone golems in the later stage of the 7th realm martial arts Grandmaster realm were defeated, Lu Ming's points had already surpassed Yang Liuji's. Outside the formation, Yang Liuji's eyes were fixed on the steel, his teeth clenched. Lu Ming! Yang Liuji growled. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt extremely unhappy that Lu Ming had surpassed him. However, the others did not pay much attention to Lu Ming. The top 10 on the Cloud Emperor board were no slower than Lu Ming in terms of points. Boom! Boom! In the 10,000 illusionary killing array, Lu Ming shot a few times in succession and defeated the last 2 7th peak martial ancestor realm golems. At this point, Lu Ming's points had reached 1560 points. At this time, the surrounding scene changed again. Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in a huge canyon. In the canyon, the wind whistled and tore the sky apart. Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! A series of air-piercing sounds suddenly rang out in the midst of the violent wind. The next moment, streaks of saber radiance slashed at Lu Ming. They were so fast that they were in front of Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and his body trembled slightly. His body was like a flickering light and a fleeting shadow as he drifted back dozens of meters. Buzz! The long spear shook and swept out horizontally, sending a figure flying. At this moment, Lu Ming saw that it was a figure completely wrapped in a black robe. The 10,000 illusionary killing array would not only form demonic beasts, but also warriors. Whoosh! Behind Lu Ming, there were also rays of saber light slashing at him. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming waved his long spear and blocked a few attacks. These black-robed men were all in the early stage of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Wind force. Lu Ming cast the force of the wind and began to sense the tracks of the black-robed person. Although the black-robed man was fast, he could not hide from Lu Ming's wind force. "I've found you." Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed and he stabbed more than 10 times with his long spear. Lu Ming pierced through 5 to 6 black-robed men in a row, turning them into energy and dissipating. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, the early 8th level martial arts Grandmaster realm martial artists were no match for him. After he found their tracks, they were killed by Lu Ming one after another. Very quickly, the 20 black-robed men in the early stage of the 8th martial ancestor realm were all killed. In the next moment, 20 black-robed men in the middle of the 8th level martial Grandmaster realm appeared. The 20 black-robed men were even faster. In the midst of the strong wind, they were as fast as lightning. Even when Lu Ming cast wind force, it was difficult to capture the trajectory. Force, these black-robed people actually also grasped wind force. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. Amazing, truly amazing. This is only a grand formation, but the martial artist condensed inside actually also grasps the force of the wind. Lu Ming was amazed. This wind force is different from the one I comprehended. That's right, so wind force can also be like this. Why didn't I think of it before? For a moment, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to kill these black-robed men. Instead, he blocked them and sensed the momentum of the wind at the same time. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, if he used all his strength and executed the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps, he would definitely be able to cross 4 small realms and fight with a martial arts grandmaster at the peak of the 8th level. He might even win. It was not impossible for him to break through this stage with his full strength. However, Lu Ming was no longer in a hurry. Outside the 10,000 illusionary killing array, everyone was staring at the stone tablet. In the beginning, Lu Ming did not attract much attention. However, when he passed the 7th level martial arts grandmaster stage and accumulated 1560 points, he attracted a lot of attention. This was a threshold. Those who could cross this threshold, even in the Cloud Emperor ranking, were top geniuses and could definitely be ranked in the top 20. Lu Ming is actually so strong. He has accumulated 1,560 points. He's going to face a martial arts Grandmaster 8th Realm early phase next. I wonder how far Lu Ming can go. Many people were discussing. When Yang Liuji heard this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. Yan Feishuan muttered. You have some ability, but you still have to die. Lan Yundao snorted. Lu Ming, I didn't expect your strength to have reached this level. It looks like I'll have to find an opportunity to kill you during the Ditian Divine Guard selection this time. Qiu Weiyang's eyes glowed with a cold light. But not long after, their expressions changed. Lu Ming's points continued to rise at a very fast speed, no slower than Shangguan Yanchen and the other geniuses in the top 10 of the Cloud Emperor ranking. It's still increasing. Lu Ming's points are still increasing. He's too strong. Could it be that Lu Ming can charge into the top 10? I really didn't expect Lu Ming's combat strength to be so terrifying. He probably didn't use much of his strength when he defeated Yang Liuji, right? Oh my god, look, Xian Yinqing's points aren't bad either. They're all from the Blazing Sun Empire. Including Qiu Changkong, the small Blazing Sun Empire has 3 such terrifying geniuses. Unbelievable! Exclamations could be heard from the surroundings. Very quickly, Lu Ming's points shot up to 1,820. This meant that Lu Ming had already killed 20 martial arts Grandmaster 8th Realm martial artists. Next, Lu Ming will be facing 20 martial arts Grandmaster 8th Realm intermediate stage martial artists. As long as he can pass this stage, there's a high chance that he'll make it into the top 10. If he can pass the next stage, he'll be able to surpass Qiu Changkong and enter the top 10. I'm looking forward to it. No, have you noticed that Lu Ming's points have stopped moving? Yes, could it be that he has reached his limit? That's most likely the case. I think he's already at the end of his rope and should be doing his best to resist. That's why his points have stopped moving. Who? Qiu Changkong, Yan Feishuan, and the others also heaved a long sigh. Qiu Changkong, in particular, was nervous when he saw Lu Ming's points increase rapidly. He was afraid that Lu Ming would surpass him. Given his pride, he would definitely find it hard to accept that Lu Ming had surpassed him. Fortunately, Lu Ming's points suddenly stopped. Hee, Lu Ming, is this your limit? What a disappointment. Qiu Changkong murmured, a smile on his face. At the same time, Lan Yundao and the others were also sneering. Lu Ming was just that. He did not pose a threat to them. Look, Xian Yanqing's points are slowing down too. Not bad. It seems like Xian Yanqing's combat power is slightly higher than Lu Ming's, but he's not as strong as the top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking. Some people were discussing with each other, expressing their own opinions. That was because the top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board were still increasing their points. Not long after, 3 of the top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board had surpassed Qiu Changkong and pushed him down to the 9th place. Yan Feishuan, on the other hand, fell to the 10th place. Detestable. Yan Feishuan gritted his teeth. He was originally ranked 9th, but this time, he was ranked 10th. Not only did he not improve, but he also dropped 1 rank, which made him depressed. Chapter 366. 366. You're the second. Time passed slowly and soon, the half-hour time limit was up. The screen shook and Xian Yanqing came out. As for Lu Ming's score, it was still stagnant but it did not come out. He's really able to hold on. But this is the preliminaries, what's the point of holding on? Qiu Changkong coldly laughed. However, the next moment, his eyes popped out and his mouth opened so wide that he could swallow a dead rat. On the first stone tablet, Lu Ming's stagnant points suddenly soared again at a terrifying speed. On the field, the others' expressions were similar to Qiu Changkong's. They were all dumbfounded. How is that possible? How was this possible? Why did Lu Ming's points start to soar? Could he have been hiding his strength? That's impossible, right? The crowd was in a heated discussion, and even Jian Fengyun was stunned. Lu Ming's points exceeded 2,000 in an instant, then 2,100, 2,200, and then he surpassed Qiu Changkong. When Lu Ming's points reached more than 2,400, the light screen trembled and he flew out directly. Shangguan Yunyan and the other geniuses in the top 10 of the Cloud Emperor ranking also flew out. Nest, why are you running out of time? After coming out, Lu Ming could not stop mumbling. He was somewhat speechless. Previously, when he saw the black-robed men gain some insight, he couldn't help but start to comprehend the force of the wind. He had already reached the limit of the small success stage of wind force. With this comprehension, wind force smoothly broke through and reached the large success stage. The force of wind and the force of fire fused together and increased their power. Previously, the power of the wind and fire was one strong and one weak, and it was not balanced. Although the power of the fusion was great, it did not reach its maximum. Now that the 2 types of Shi were in balance, its power was truly terrifying. It completely surpassed the power of a single Shi at perfection. Lu Ming's 2 forces merged into the long spear. With a sweep of the long spear, the black-robed men in the middle of the 8th-level martial arts Grandmaster realm were defeated one after another. It was impossible to stop them. In just a few breaths' time, the 20 black-robed men in the martial ancestor 8th realm middle stage were all defeated. Next, there were 20 black-robed men in the later stage of the 8th-level martial arts Grandmaster realm. However, they could not withstand Lu Ming's attack and were killed in a short time. Just as Lu Ming was about to fight the 20 black-robed men at the peak of the 8th level martial arts Grandmaster realm, the space suddenly trembled and he was teleported out. Lu Ming immediately knew that the time was up. Forget it, this score should not be too bad. Lu Ming muttered. Brother Lu, congratulations. At this moment, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi walked over and cupped their fists. However, the two of them looked helpless and bitter. Lu Ming knew that the two of them definitely did not pass the test. Their points did not reach 500 points. Lu Ming had already guessed this and did not say much. At this moment, the second stone tablet was shining and the ranking had changed. The top three remained the same. They were still Jian Fengyun, Young Master Tian Shi, and Jiang Hongwen. The fourth place had changed to Shangguan Yunyan. Fifth place still Lan Yun said. The top 7 on the Cloud Emperor board had not changed. However, the 8th place had changed to Lu Ming. Qiu Changkong, on the other hand, had dropped to the 10th place. Yan Feishuan directly fell out of the top 10 and was ranked 11th. Damn it. Yan Feishuan trembled with anger. Before this competition, he was full of confidence and wanted to advance a few more ranks. Now, not only did he not advance, but he even fell back a few ranks. Lu Ming is to blame. Yan Feishuan immediately put the blame on Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had not made it to the 8th place, he would not have dropped out of the top 10. Although there was only a 1-rank difference between the 11th and the top 10, they were on 2 completely different levels. On the other side, Qiu Changkong's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Ming had actually surpassed him. He found it hard to accept that they were both from the Blazing Sun Empire. From then on, the leader of the Blazing Sun Empire's geniuses was Lu Ming, not him. Kill, kill, kill. Qiu Changkong roared in his heart. Lu Ming seemed to have sensed Qiu Changkong's killing intent. He looked at Qiu Changkong and sneered. Little Kong, I'm sorry. I accidentally surpassed you. Now, in the Burning Sun Empire, you're number 2. Lu Ming, you're a coward. Qiu Changkong bellowed, his eyes red with anger. What did Lu Ming call him? Little Kong. What did he mean by not wanting to surpass him? Did he become the second child? Every word was so infuriating that Qiu Changkong felt his heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidney ache. Lu Ming, just because you have a high score for the myriad illusionary killing array doesn't mean that you can win a real life and death battle. Qiu Changkong took a deep breath and calmed himself down after a while. Oh, was it? Then let's have a real life and death battle. Lu Ming glared at Qiu Changkong with murderous intent. Qiu Changkong was someone he had to kill. It would be great if he could take this opportunity to get rid of him. However, Qiu Changkong's eyes flickered, but he didn't agree. He snorted coldly and walked to the side. Now, he did not have any chance of winning. He had no confidence in Lu Ming's combat strength. So you didn't dare, you're really a coward. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Qiu Changkong's eyes turned red again, and he almost exploded in anger. He could not wait to turn around and cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. However, his rationality told him that he had to endure it. Lu Ming, I'll make sure you die without a burial place sooner or later. Qiu Changkong bellowed in his heart. The test was still going on, and there was only one group left. However, this group did not have any outstanding geniuses, so the crowd was not interested. Very quickly, half an hour had passed and the last group was finished. The names of the preliminary qualifiers had all been announced. A total of 98 people passed the preliminaries and obtained the qualifications to participate in the Ditian Divine Guard selection. More than 600 people had come, but only 98 people had passed. This probability was not low. Don't forget, these 600 people were all geniuses on the same level as the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun. Alright, the 98 of you have passed the preliminaries and become the Emperor's Sky Divine Guards. The selection will be held in the Myriad Stars City in 3 months. All you need to do is to get to the Myriad Stars City within 3 months. Lu Xiu announced. Myriad Stars City? Many people were stunned, obviously not having heard of it. The Myriad Star City is the branch palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in the eastern part of the Profound Heaven region. All of you just need to rush to the Myriad Star City and gather at the courtyard in the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. I will be waiting for you there. This is the map to the Myriad Star City. Lu Xiu gave them a brief introduction, then took out a stack of maps and distributed them to everyone. Alright, now follow me out. You can make your own arrangements for the next 3 months. Lu Xiu said. Then, everyone followed Lu Xiu out of Myriad Illusion Canyon. Then they all dispersed. Lu Ming, I've been surpassed by you this time. Next time, I'll definitely surpass you. On the way back, Xianxia gritted his teeth and said to Lu Ming. This time, Xianxia was ranked 15th, falling behind Lu Ming. She was still brooding over this. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Why did this chick want to surpass him every day? You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.